Chapter 101 Get out of here. The three entered the living room, and Concubine Wang didn't recognize her at all, so she sat down directly. Such rude people are disgusting. TSK, you live in a good place. The decoration is so luxurious, it's almost catching up with the palace. Wang Gaifai looked around, and looked at everything on the table. Liu Lai is everywhere. Where can ordinary people have these things? And Liu Lai, the quality is a little worse than what I have in my hands. Where did you get these things from? Wang Gaifai then took out a piece of glass. Some complacent Li Minutes smiled. Wasn't that the Liu Lai he used to buy Wang Yang's store last time? That kind of quality Liu Lai is of the lowest quality, and it made her a treasure. Ignorant woman. Why are you laughing? Do you know the origin of the colored glaze you hold in your hand? I don't know. I only know that this is a gift from my relative Wang Yang. Do you know the Wang family? The Tang dynasty's first family is even more huge. It's not something that a small group like you can compare. She is still showing off. The more she does, the more she shows her ignorance. Li Minutes laughed wildly. This is scraps. The scraps we don't use, that is to say, there are some defective products in the process of producing the glaze. Do you understand? Any piece of glaze in my room is of better quality than yours. Huh? Stop talking nonsense. How is that possible? This is my royal family. She doesn't know where the sense of superiority comes from. Then look what's on the floor. Wang Gaifai looked down and saw that the entire floor was covered with colored glaze, and it was the same as the colored glaze in her hand. This made her embarrassed. What she regarded as a treasure was only worthy of stepping on her feet in front of others. At the same time, it can be seen that Li Yan is really proud. Li Minutes' words made her restrained a little. Then he asked, Wang Shay, what do you have to do with me? Wang Gaifai took Liu Lai and pretended that nothing happened. Such a person's heart is invincible. I came here this time to give you an opportunity. It depends on whether you can grasp it or not. Saying this is more like giving charity to others. Whoever listens is unhappy. Concubine Yang replied, in the entire imperial city, who doesn't know about your Wang family's tricks? You have always taken advantage of others, but I haven't seen you give others opportunities. Tell me, what do you want to take advantage of us? She saw blood. Wang Gaifai forced herself to calm down and said, Concubine Yang, your words are still so sharp, but there are some words, just keep them in your heart. If you say them, they will be annoying. When it comes to hate, no one is more annoying than her. How can we compare with you? Hurry up if you have something to say. If you have a fart, let it go. Don't ink it. I don't have time to tell you this. Li Minutes was a little anxious. The most important thing was to make money, and he didn't have time to listen to her coercion. What is this thing trying to do? Okay, I'll make a long story short. Then Concubine Wang lowered her voice again. Do you want the prince to be impeached? Why? You don't seem to have much hatred with Li Chengqian. He beat my brother Wangxi, and his majesty is still facing him. I can't swallow this breath. And you seem to have an irreconcilable conflict with him. Let Li Chengqian be impeached. This Li Minutes never thought that being a prince is not a comfortable thing. If he wants to do it, he will be an emperor. Just a prince? What's so great? After Li Minutes heard this, he was about to burst out laughing. At the same time, I like Li Shimon's behavior. This guy is pretty reliable sometimes. Therefore, Concubine Wang is now an enemy of Li Chengqian. This is interesting. But he won't participate in it. After all, it's really involved at the moment, and the impact is too big. How about it? You can say whether you want it or not, and it's explained in one sentence. Do you want to start from your mouth? You want to use us to bring Li Chengqian down? Li Minutes asked directly. The sixth prince is much more sensible than Li Chengqian. He will step down, and you are the most promising candidate. Joke. Your family's Li Yun has obtained a lot of resources, right? The queen's sons, Li Tai and Li Zi, are also extremely powerful candidates. You must be lying to children, right? Li Minutes' voice was very loud. Sixth prince? Don't be so angry. I said, it's either you or you, and I naturally have a way to deal with it. Concubine Wang's face was fierce. This woman was very cruel, and she might do something. This kind of person is really a disaster for the country and the people. Concubine Yang also fell into contemplation. If it is true as she said, then she can be considered proud. If Li Minutes, who is of the blood of the two dynasties, becomes the crown prince, it will be a combination of the two dynasties, and then he will become the emperor. Maybe there is still hope for the Sui dynasty. But Li Minutes' words dispelled her thoughts. What's so good about the prince? Every day is like being in prison. You can't go out, you can't do what you want to do, and you have to be restricted everywhere. You get scolded every day. If you can make me the emperor, I can think about it. You, emperor? How is this possible? Li Shimin is in his prime. This is to reject Wang Gaifi's request. To cooperate with such a person is nothing more than seeking skin from a tiger. You will regret this. Concubine Wang pointed at Li Minutes and said, regret? It doesn't exist. I dare to beat the prince and the concubine. You'd better be careful. Although I don't beat women, it is only limited to good women. If you do this again, I will do it. Ching Sun Chong was beaten by me. Can't get out of bed, and if you want to be his second, I don't mind. Li Minutes was not confused at all. Concubine Yang, don't you want your son to live well? Hopefully, but he's happy now and that's enough. The words of the two were so angry that Concubine Wang did not know why. Very good. Since we can't reach an agreement, what kind of group do you want to do in the future? The Wang family will make you unable to do it. Li Minutes spread his hands and said, the grievance between you and the prince is your business. There is no reason to harm the Wang family. This is right to say that he is not afraid. If the Wang family dares to come, they will only be completely defeated and harm them. It's interesting. Very good. I hope you are still like this in a month, and I hope you are still alive. Are you threatening me? I'll tell you too. Be careful that your position as a concubine is not guaranteed. Speak out loud. Who wouldn't? Li Ming has never been quiet. You. Arrogant. You. Get out of here. You are not welcome here. Since they can't cooperate, this woman has this attitude. It doesn't feel like asking for help at all. There's no reason to talk to her too much. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Wang Gaifi was so angry that she slammed the door and left. Her departure attracted everyone's attention. I wondered what had stimulated this woman. Then Li Minutes came out and said, it's all right, it's all right. Some lunatics always like to come to the door and point at others. Everyone, go on. The scene returned to normal. Mr. Zilli, please accept this letter. Suddenly, a person walked out behind Li Minutes. P.S. Ask for full order support. Leoi needs your support to be more motivated to make a big change. Please remember this book's first domain name, mobile version reading website, Chapter 102 to accept or not to accept. The latest website. Li Minutes did not take the letter, but looked at the visitor. That is Kong Jingting. Uncle Cheng must not have given the letter to Mr. Zilli last time, so please accept my letter. Kong Jingting held the letter in both hands and sent it to Li Minutes. No one knows what is written in this letter, but Li Minutes knew that it was written in the letter the girl sent him last time. The evil. I want to know you, and I will live forever. The mountains have no tombs, the rivers are exhausted, the winter thunder shakes. The summer rains and snows, the heaven and the earth are united, and I dare to stand against the king. This is a proper letter of confession. I never imagined that there would be such an active woman in ancient times. Should Li Minutes accept it or not? Concubine Yang accepted it instead of him. I'll take it. Kong Jingting looked at Concubine Yang for a long time, but couldn't see who it was. This is a letter to Mr. Zilli. Please return it to me. After the letter was taken away, Kong Jingting was very angry and was about to take the letter. But there is no way. At that moment, Jiruxu also stopped writing because all the registrations were completed. Lady, she came over and said to Concubine Yang, Madam, are you Mr. Zilli's mother? Kong Jingting stared at Concubine Yang with wide eyes, and then said, no wonder they look so similar. There are some similarities between Concubine Yang and Li Minutes, but if you don't look carefully, you can't see them. Then suddenly frightened, he pointed at Concubine Yang. Then you are. Li Minutes immediately reminded her, Kong Jingting. You are impolite to point at people like that. Kong Jingting just put down her hand. Sorry, ma'am, but please return the letter to me. It's for your son. Who is this girl? She looks so handsome. It's so lovable. Concubine Yang looked at Kong Jingting and asked. Jiruxu felt a little uncomfortable when she heard that Kong Jingting was being praised. This is the granddaughter of scholar Confucius. Li Minutes introduced. That's a girl. Not bad. She looks very good. And she comes from a famous family. Kong Jingting lowered her head in embarrassment. Thank you madam for the compliment. What's with this letter? Kong Jingting was shocked. I just came out in a hurry. She didn't think so much, and there were fewer people at the moment, so as soon as she saw Li Minutes, she rushed over and handed the letter directly to him. I didn't want to, but I met Concubine Yang. She also knew that this was the imperial concubine, but she could not salute on this occasion. While Kong Jingting pondered, Jiruxu reminded her, Madam asked you something. What is this letter about? This. Kong Jingting snatched the letter and shredded it. It's nothing, it's just some poems. I wanted Mr. Zilli to evaluate it, but now I don't want to show him. It's just poetry. So why is it shredded? What is written in this poem? Is it some love poems? Women in ancient times were very thin-skinned, with some thoughts, for fear of being known. This Concubine Yang was also a little embarrassed. She seemed to understand something. Should I not have broken anything? Mother, no. Don't worry about it. Li Minutes also said that he didn't want it either. During this period, the misunderstanding with Kong Jingting is afraid that it will get deeper and deeper. I have heard that the poems of the Kong family are very good, and I don't know if they are exaggerating. At this time, Jiruxu said suddenly. On one side is known as the first talented woman in Chainan, and on the other side is Jiruxu, known as the inimitable Oiran. There seems to be a new spark between the two women. Who is this? Jiruxu. Jiruxu didn't hide anything and called out her name directly. Is it Jiruxu, the Oiran of Yaihonglu? Kong Jingting looked at Li Minutes as she spoke. Her heart was churning. How could Li Minutes go to such a place? Li Minutes said, what am I going to do? The talented and beautiful go to that place, just to talk about poetry and nothing else. What's the point? Exactly. Why do you girls in the brothel still run out and make trouble outside? Kong Jingting said so. From the tone of her voice, it could be heard that she deeply despised the women in the brothel. How can we make a fool of yourself? We also make money by ourselves. Poetry, lyrics and music are also not inferior to you. As a woman, one's background is not the only one. As long as you can win people's hearts. What if you are a beggar? Jiruxu was afraid of being angry. Kong Jingting was also very angry. She won't be bullied anymore. Is to respond. On the other side, Li Minutes said, it's none of my business. He looked at Yang Fen and shrugged his shoulders. Concubine Yang said, your child is better than your father. Li Shiman also has many wives. Mother, I didn't mean it. This one was unintentional, but attracted two stunning beauties. Concubine Yang had reason to believe that Li Minutes was pretending to be coercive. But no matter what, he is still his son. The better his son is, the more proud he is. The two quarreled, until Zushan appeared. Mr. Zilli, Coke is here. I saw that Zushan was holding a few cups of Coke on a plate, and there were still bubbles inside. This made the two of them stop immediately. Cola. What it is? Who is Coke? At the same time, he looked at the cup held by Zushan. What is such a dark thing? Yang asked. Mother, this is the best summer cola, but you can't eat it right now. Let's talk about it after that, or it will exacerbate the pain. Is that so? What is this Coke? Give them a drink. Li Minutes pointed at the two women. You guys are tired too. Why don't you drink something? After that, Zushan gave the Coke to the second daughter. In that case, I would like to thank Mr. Zilli. Jiruxu took the cup and took a sip. He said, this thing. The entrance is cold and refreshing. The sweetness blooms on the tip of the tongue, and the small bubbles burst in the mouth, making happiness to a higher level. No wonder it is called Coke. Wonderful. Kong Jingting also took a sip, and her expression brightened. Especially when he hiccups after taking a sip, He felt ashamed to death. The two no longer quarreled, but drank the delicious food in the world. They had never drank something so interesting. As for Concubine Yang, she watched the performance of the two. Is this really delicious? Of course. I told the people to prepare some to bring back for them to taste. It's good to dare to love. My sisters may not have eaten sago soup for a long time. If you are reading www.uukanzu.com is cola, they will be happy. The incident with the 4 fruits soup last time made Concubine Yang gain some friendship, and this Coke will definitely make her more popular. That must be good. Then, someone brought Yuli over. Lee Minutes took a look and said, Yuli is ready. Mother, this glaze is ready, you accept it. Concubine Yang took Yuli. Well, this thing has a unique shape and looks like a good jade. Concubine Yang stayed until the afternoon before leaving and returning to the palace. She also brought a lot of cola, popsicles and ice sand back to the Taikai Palace. As for the two daughters, there was no point in arguing, and they all left. Chapter 103 Unexpected Joy. What Concubine Yang brought back today affected the future of the entire Tang dynasty. First, the method of manufacturing liuli will be used by Li Shimin in the future, and it will go directly to foreign countries instead of domestic sales. Li Shimin knew very well that if he sold domestically, he would not be able to beat Li Minutes at all, because you know it by comparison. If you don't do it, you won't be able to save face. Tang's treasury needs money, a lot of money, and it needs profit support, and it can't be done domestically. But if it is used to communicate with people abroad, the result is different. Therefore, the method of colored glass this time will increase the national power of the Tang dynasty by more than one level in the future. Let the treasury become a little full. Let the life of the entire Taikai Palace be better. It is a little more comfortable for Li Shimin to be the emperor. As for the methods for relieving dysmenorrhea, as well as Wuji bathing pills, Li Shimin shamelessly joined the imperial physician's office, without a signature. It's really frustrating to meet such a person. Li Minutes didn't know this. If he knew, he would definitely scold him. And the last thing, that is, the coke that Concubine Yang brought back that day caused a sensation in the entire palace, and everyone who drank it felt delicious, and it spreads from the inside out. In just one night, the entire city of Chainan, and even several surrounding towns, had to know about Coke. And it's fashionable to drink Coke. People also know that there is only one place. So, on the second day, before the Shengteng group opened its doors, a large number of people had gathered at the door. According to a rough estimate, there were nearly 10,000 people. This was something that Li Minutes did not expect. Not only that, people from the surrounding towns also began to gather towards Chainan city, heading straight to the south of Dongxi. The number is increasing. There are also businessmen with a keen sense of smell who have opened small shops nearby, also earn a lot of money. At this time, Wang Yang probably regretted it. A row of sub-storefronts were taken away by a box of worthless items. He also regarded himself as a treasure. If he knew that these were worthless, it must be very fun. And at the same time, in a quiet place in the group, the prosperous Tang training class is held here. From time to time, there were bursts of piano sounds. There were more than 200 people in the entire class, all of them sitting extremely upright. Everyone was very attentive and did not dare to make a sound, for fear of missing some professional knowledge. Li Minutes is teaching everyone the knowledge of music theory. At this time, Zushan came to inform about the storefront. Li Minutes signaled everyone to digest and study by themselves. What did you say? 10,000 people at the door waiting for us to open the door? Shengtang Bingpin usually chooses to open the door around noon, when the weather is relatively hot. Business is better. If you don't usually start, there will be a lot of 1,000 people queuing up. And this morning there were people queuing up. Yes. Most of them ordered Coke by name. Really? How many people want Coke? More than 40%, and some people want to order. This is also quite unexpected. It was a very common thing to ask Concubine Yang to bring Coke back. Unexpectedly, a small Coke has caused such a huge response. This is also because of its unique taste. Now it's time for fried chicken. Fortunately, Zushan was asked to brew Coke yesterday, and some other things were ready. He originally started selling it today, and so many people happened to come. Zushan panicked. After all, he had never seen so many battles. Mr. Zilli, what should we do with so many people? Small thing. Of course I have a solution, Lee Minutes said. He also thought about what to do, and the students below seemed to have heard their discussions. They were amazed. Jiruxu, who was sitting in the front, opened her mouth and said, Mr. Zilli, I see that you still have many stores yet to open. Why not open them all and sell them by diversion? Let more people buy things in a short time. When Lee Minutes heard this, he felt very reasonable. It coincides with my own thoughts. He originally wanted to take another path to go to the Imperial College, but there was little point in making money there. Mainly the base camp. I can't believe this woman still has a set. Before, he had been thinking about how to use other storefronts for other functions, but he didn't think that he could do it for a while. So he said, Jiruxu is right, Zushan, all of your stores are open. There are several stores for Sigo soup, ice sand, popsicle, Coke, etc. The main one is Coke. Improve efficiency and let 200 people in the group come out to help. In this short period of time, Lee Minutes has recruited hundreds of people. In the future, it will be a big company. He can recruit more people, but some people can't believe it, and he doesn't have much time to screen everyone. Yes, I understand. Zushan was about to turn around and leave, but was called again, etc. Mr. Zilli, is there anything else? Let Shengton Liquor also open directly. Don't choose an auspicious day. No, taking advantage of the high traffic, let everyone know that we also sell free wine, so that every 10,000 people leave here, it won't take a few days. The whole of Chainan and even the entire Tang dynasty know that there is such a wine business in Chainan City. Sell free wine. Together with the advertisement of Yai Honglu, it will definitely sell well. Although it has opened, it is not necessary to sell alcohol. As long as everyone knows that there is such a place, it is equivalent to advertising. As soon as he said this, he aroused the admiration of everyone. You know, no one else has done this before in business. And Lee Minutes actually did it. That is modern thinking. Zushan took his life and quit. Okay, where did we teach you just now? Lee Minutes continued to teach. Since he received their money, he naturally taught with heart. He is very responsible for this. At the same time, he also noticed Jiruxu. This woman is very savvy, and she has a knack for business. Therefore, an idea brewed in his mind. Next, the entire south side of the East City seemed to have exploded, and it was very lively. At the same time, there were very few people in the Wang family's storefront. This time, the Wang family tried to use Sigo Tang to snipe Lee Minutes, and they were directly defeated. They turned their attention to another industry. That is Shengteng wine industry. When it comes to the opening of Shengteng liquor industry that day, it was crowded with people. 1,000 bottles were sold for a single wine. After selling 1,000 bottles, the store closed, directly to start the marketing of hunger movies. If you want to buy it, you have to wait for the next day. You are reading www.uukansu.com. Of course, Lee Minutes' price is not too high, a bottle of 12 bottles, but anyone who is a little richer can afford it. In this way, he can receive an income of 10,000 bottles a day. At the same time, there are also ice products such as cola, which also make a lot of money. More than 10,000 people directly brought in an income of 1,000 bottles. In this way, it is better to sell wine. Over time, his bigger glass industry will also be opened. When Lee Minutes came out of the training class, Zushan walked over in small steps. He whispered a few words in his ear. What? Is he really here? Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the new one who scored full marks has found a beautiful wife at the end. The new version of the mobile station is upgraded and the address is. Data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. No advertisements. Fresh reading. Chapter 104, The Emperor's Phase. The latest website, Someone is Coming. Lee Minutes wants to see the Watcher. When Lee Minutes took a few steps out, he was stopped by Jiruxu. Mr. Zilly, wait a minute. She trotted out with her peeper in her arms, panting, his face flushed pink. It's so pitiful. Huh? What's the matter? May I ask a personal question? Huh? What's the matter? Let's talk. Jiruxu glanced at Zushan. Zushan said very acquaintedly, Mr. Zilly, then I will leave first. There are still many things that need me. After finishing, he left to deal with things. Mr. Zilly, I want to ask, that Kongjingting is. It turned out that the woman wanted to inquire about her location. She is Kong Yingda's granddaughter, Li Minutes said lightly. Do you have what? What are you asking this for? Li Minutes was puzzled, but he understood something. No, I'm just curious. With such a good person as Mr. Zilly, there must be many girls who like you. Of course, I am so good. As long as I go, I am welcome. Whether you know it or not, it can be said to be loved by everyone, and flowers are blooming. So, there is no relationship between us. Our relationship is just friends. I saved her life. She is grateful and often comes to me. Regarding the misunderstanding, Li Minutes has not spoken yet. Is that so? Jiruxu murmured. That's right. Do you have anything else to do? If not, I'll go ahead. Wait, Mr. Zilly. I still have some questions. Can you answer me? At this time, Jiruxu came over, got very close, and asked, I'm afraid it won't work. Wait for the next time. Go back and review it. I'm in a hurry. I'm sorry. Li Minutes rejected her, because next, he has more important things to deal with. That's why I said that. Jiruxu was a little lost. Okay, sir, I'll go first. Then he left with the others. As for Li Minutes, he left the group and went outside. When he went outside, he saw an old man. The old man he knew was Ouyangzun. Li Minutes was puzzled. Ouyangzun came here and brought a person here to do what? Because there is a middle-aged man next to him, who looks like a Taoist fairy, but his movements are a bit unpredictable. I saw Xrengai standing in front of the middle-aged man. What they seem to be saying? I saw the middle-aged man holding Xrengai's arm. He kept saying, the bones on your forehead are bulging, like the jade occipital bone of a rhinoceros running across the back of your head. And your chin is very long. You will definitely make great achievements in Chainan, and you must have met a noble recently. How can you be envious? Let me do it again. What is your future like? Xrengai didn't want to pay attention to him. Go away, you warlock. He did not give up. Then he said, young man, your future achievements must not be bad. Trust me once. I don't charge a penny. This middle-aged man looks like a warlock. This kind of behavior makes me speechless. Ouyangzun on the side ignored him. Judging from this situation, the two came together on an appointment. Then look at Ouyangzun, staring straight at the liquor store, gulping his saliva. He kept saying to Xiao, can you sell me a bottle of free wine? I'm late. It turned out that he came to buy wine. Although his home is close, it will take some time to get here. As soon as Shengteng Liquor opened, 1,000 bottles were sold out, and they were already sold out when he came. So Xiao said, old man, today's wine is rationed, and all are sold out. If you want, come back tomorrow. Can't you really sell me? I'm very familiar with your shopkeepers. Even one bottle. Ouyangzun said without giving up. It's really not there. New wine will be served tomorrow. I didn't lie to you, old man. Even if the shopkeeper comes, there is no one. The second said again. Li Minutes took a look. This old man is really good wine. Then sell him some from your own stock, or even give him a little. So he walked towards them. When he arrived, Xrengai saw him as if he had seen the savior. Mr. Zilly, you are finally here. He asked Li Minutes for help. When the middle-aged man saw Li Minutes, he was stunned. He let go of Xrengai, but did not take his eyes away from Li Minutes. Li Minutes was puzzled. Is there something on his face? Then I touched my face, nothing else. Or are you too handsome? After that, what puzzled Li Minutes even more was that the middle-aged man took a few steps back and accidentally fell to the ground. This fall fell very hard. He didn't even pat the ashes off his body. He kept talking on his lips, dragon eyebrows and phoenix eyes. The future is immeasurable. The appearance of the emperor. the appearance of the emperor. Lee Minutes wondered, is this a lunatic? Why would you say such a thing? At the same time, saying this in broad daylight, is he afraid that he has lived enough? If he is heard by someone with a heart, he will be different. His voice made Yang Zun, who was on the side, puzzled. You aren't Dangang. What are you doing? I'm less careful than the old man. You aren't Dangang. Lee Minutes understood. It turned out that it was you aren't Dangang, a native of Chengdu, Yizhou, a metaphysician and astronomer in the late Sui and early Tang dynasties. This title is still small. The key is that this guy is proficient in physiognomy, and what he says will come true. He once predicted that Tian would be famous in the world for his writings and dignitaries. Wang Gui would be an official to the 5th rank within 10 years. Whiting had a face like a tiger and would serve as a military attaché. All of these have been fulfilled one by one, and the most famous one is the appearance of Wu Zishan. Wu Zishan was dressed as a boy at that time. Yu Dangang looked at it and said, this prince with dragon eyes and phoenix neck is the ultimate nobleman. Then he exclaimed, if it is a girl, it is really undetectable, and she will definitely be the master of the world in the future. Later, he was right, Wu Zishan became emperor. But now, with Lee Minutes, she wants to be the emperor, which is impossible. If Yuan Dangang was asked to look at her again, it would definitely be a different result than before. Such an awesome character sees himself falling down. What kind of fear is that? Master Yang, you really did the right thing to bring me here. He looks like a king. He looks like an emperor. Yuan Dangang pointed at Lee Minutes and kept shouting, and he shouted louder and louder, like a lunatic. Yang Zun also saw Lee Minutes' arrival. At the same time, hearing Yuan Dangang say this, he suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly covered Yuan Dangang's mouth and said, Yuan Dangang, don't talk nonsense. This is going to be beheaded. Only then did Yuan Dangang stop talking. Fortunately, no one around heard it, otherwise it would have been a big deal. Only then did Yang Zun slowly breathe a sigh of relief. Mr. Zilli, I've made you feel weird, Yang Zun said very politely. However, Lee Minutes walked towards Yuan Dangang. Chapter 105 Yuan Dangang. Yuan Dangang is a talented person. Lee Minutes quickly checked everything about this person. This guy looks very accurate. If you can use it for yourself, then you can sit back and relax. In terms of looking at people, Lee Minutes, who has a plug-in, is the first. Yuan Dangang can definitely be counted second. As for the third possibility, Li Chunfing was bought by Li Shimin. If he wanted him to follow him, Li Shimin would definitely not agree. And he is devoted to study, obsessed with mathematics, and really doing things for himself. That is impossible. It is also beneficial to have him beside Li Shimin, that is, it can promote Datang figures and lay the foundation for future scientific development so that Datang can develop rapidly. In contrast, this Yuan Dangang's current position as an official is very small. If he is asked to help him manage the group, it must complement each other. Your business will grow even bigger. Why? Because of many situations. What Lee Minutes did was very confidential, and he was even more careful in employing people. If Yuan Dangang took a look, he could basically tell whether people were available or not. Therefore, in his mind, he must recruit Yuan Dangang for his own use. You are Yuan Dangang. Lee Minutes walked up to him and asked directly, I am, Mr. Zilli. Mr. Zilli's reputation in Chainan is very big, and everyone knows it. Even if he doesn't know Lee Minutes, he knows the name. His name has also been made into a nursery rhyme, and it is said that no one can match his talent and everything he does. I've heard of you. The strong Yuan Dangang was a little flattered. He was actually noticed by Lee Minutes. But he said, this is what the world thinks, although I am really strong. Such a response, saying that it sounds good is self-confidence, and the bad is shameless. How can you praise yourself like this? At this time, Yang Zun said two words in his ear. Yuan Dangang's face changed drastically. So you are. No wonder. He seemed to suddenly realize that he understood Lee Minutes' identity. It turned out to be the sixth prince. But he still didn't say it. After all, people were outside. If he did, It might bring trouble to Lee Minutes. SHH. Lee Minutes motioned him to keep quiet. Yes. What do you mean by the appearance of the Emperor just now? Explain again. As soon as Dangang heard these 4 words, he was a little nervous. No, that's just my rambling nonsense. Don't take it seriously. At this time, how dare he say so much? After all, he lost his words just now, and now in front of so many people, he said that if he was heard, it would be dangerous. Don't talk nonsense, you will be beheaded. He didn't say it, and Lee Minutes didn't force it. Then asked, you know how to do magic? Indeed. I worshipped a famous teacher when I was young. It can be said to be consummate. Dangang said unceremoniously. Yes, no humility. Lee Minutes had never encountered such an existence before, but it was good. He liked such people. Sincerely. Will not make irresponsible remarks. I do not know why. He is a person who dares to express himself, and he is also such a person. Then do you predict? Of course, Dangang wouldn't be without me. Lee Minutes had a feeling that this person was expressing himself very strongly. No wonder, in the historical records, he dared to directly recommend someone to be an official with Li Shimin. Ouyangzun even followed. Mr. Zilli, all the prophecies that Dangang said before are accurate. Lee Minutes asked, then what about my future? Dangang looked at Lee Minutes again. Palmistry and face are constantly checked. After a while, he couldn't say why. Mr. Zilli, I can't see through your future. It's impossible. Finally, Dangang said this. His hands were still moving, as if he was thinking about something. I talked too much just now, and now I'm slapped in the face. He couldn't even see through Lee Minutes. Lee Minutes smiled. Sometimes he doesn't even know what his future is like, because every day he is changing, and every day he is changing everything in Tang. The future is always changing. How can you understand it with just one yuan Tangang? At another time, he made some incredible things temporarily, and the future changed. Everything depends on his mood. From the heart. Lee Minutes did not give him face, and said directly, it seems that you are just a liar. You can't see through this, and you dare to say that you can predict. Master Ouyang, you are making friends accidentally. How can such a person get close to him? When Ouyangzun heard it, Dangang couldn't figure it out. This, however, as far as I know, your future must be glorious. It's bright. Dangang added. Don't say it, a liar is a liar, and your tricks are too clumsy. Who wouldn't say that, huh? Lee Minutes did not listen to his explanation. If the future is good, who wouldn't say that? Isn't that what fortune telling is sometimes like? Mr. Zilli, I can really predict, but I really can't see your future. Really, I can see others, like that young man. The future must be bright, and it will shadow his descendants for more than 10 generations. Because I followed the Master Ming. Dangang was in a hurry. This was the first time he had been slapped in the face. At the same time, he pointed to Xrengaya and said, it's about saving your face. Well, if you want me to believe you, then you will predict whether it will rain in half an hour. Lee Minutes knew that this guy was being trapped step by step. So he deliberately asked. That made Dangang stumped. How is this possible? The weather is unpredictable. I dare to say that no one in the world can do it. What if I could? This is impossible. So, if I can predict it, how about you worship me? Follow my instructions in the future. Lee Minutes stated his purpose. What I just said is all for this purpose. How did Dangang know that he was stepping into Lee Minutes' trap step by step? Seeing this, Dangang did the math for himself. The more this counts, the more alarmed it is. Because he can't count his future. It's so wicked. How did he know? You were reading www.youcanzu.com. Everything related to Lee Minutes. The future is invisible. You can be counted as someone else's. Why can't you count on yourself? I originally calculated that I would die at the age of 53, but now the result is completely different. Time of death unknown. How is this? Lee Minutes didn't care about him, but continued to ask. What? Answer or not? Mr. Zilli, Yuan Dangang thought for a while. Finally gritted his teeth. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the new one who scored full marks has found a beautiful wife at the end. The new version of the mobile station is upgraded and the address is. Data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. No advertisements. Fresh reading. Chapter 106, Slavery for Life. The latest website, Jianghu Warlock, is just that. It will only deceive people. I almost got deceived just now, Xrengai said on the side. His voice was so loud that it directly attracted some passing people. Someone recognized Yuan Tangang. Start talking. Ouyangzun also asked Yuan Tangang what was going on. Also, at least make a fool of yourself first, right? Is he stupid? However, Yuan Tangang said that Yuan Dangang, also have principles in doing things. I can't do this kind of thing. I would rather say that I can't figure it out than say something irrelevant. This kind of person is the smelly and hard stone in the toilet. But it was right in Lee Minute's arms. The more it does, the more it can irritate him and make him agree. Such people are naturally proud. It takes so long to think about a trivial matter. You wouldn't be afraid, would you? But it's true. If you don't have any real talent, you are naturally not afraid of gambling. Lee Minutes laughed at him. Sure enough, Yuan Dangang bit and said, okay. I promise you that if you can predict correctly, then I will bow to you. If you can't, so what? This thing is really not easy to mess with, and he even dares to calculate it on his own head. I won't lose because I'm 100% sure. Just kidding, I have a super browser, and I can know the weather status at any time, when it rains, how much it rains, where it rains, and where it doesn't. These are not things that I can change, but I can know. Natural weather like this cannot be changed by making some glass or distilling some wine. When it should rain, it is when it rains, not bad. No, gotta get something out for a bet. Otherwise it's not fair. Lee Minutes smiled, since he took it so seriously. Then if he can't come up with something, he will be laughed at. So he said, okay, if I can't predict the time, then the entire Shengtang group belongs to you, Yuan Tangang. Everything belongs to you. How? Play big now. Xrengai was anxious. Mr. Zilli, we can change the form. It's not necessary, right? It's just a prophecy. Isn't this too fierce? Yeah, Mr. Zilli, we are just for entertainment. There is no need for this. Ouyangzun quickly persuaded. Then Yuan Dangang said on the side, I think it's okay. This shows that Mr. Zilli has sincerity, and Yuan Dangang, value the value of this group. Lee Minutes wanted to give him 3 words, shameless. It is really unprecedented to brag about yourself like this, and no one has come since. Anyway, let him blow it. Anyway, for a while, he is afraid that he will lose. There are more and more people, they are watching, and they all feel incredible. Lee Minutes must be crazy, he must lose. Lee Minutes doesn't care what people think. Do they know shit? Okay, it's settled. Zushan, go get a pen and paper. Lee Minutes called to Zushan. After finishing, they wrote down today's bet on paper, and the 2 added handprints. The above clauses include that if Yuan Dangang loses, he must resign and concentrate on worshipping Zilli. And if Mr. Zilli loses, then the entire prosperous Tang group belongs to Yuan Dangang, and even Zilli belongs to him. Play big now. Because the voices of the 2 were quite loud, they attracted a large number of onlookers. This made the stake bigger and bigger, and people paid more attention. Many people feel injustice for Lee Minutes. For the sake of one person, the entire group has to be given up. Judging from the current development of the group, it is not a problem to earn 10,000 tals a day. It can generate more than 3 million tals of money in a year. Such a behemoth is actually used as a bet. Lee Minutes must be crazy. Other than that, there is no second explanation. Seeing Yuan Dangang sign his name, he also pressed his handprint. Lee Minutes was satisfied. Very good. He seemed to see Yuan Dangang bowing to his door, and he would be driven by him in the future. Mr. Zilli, this word is also signed. let's start. I want to see how you predict when it will rain. Lee Minutes was not in a hurry. What's the hurry? Wait. After finishing, let Zushan bring a stick of incense, and let him bring a small glass cup. As soon as this cup came out, it directly attracted Yuan Dangang's attention. Don't say it's him, just say it's the people on the side. Because it is so beautiful and crystal clear, it makes people want to have it very much. There was a trace of greed in Yuan Dangang's eyes. He must be thinking, for a while, when Lee Minutes loses, these are all his own. As for others, they are still sorry. It's a pity that such a large group could not have imagined that it would change hands in this form. Everyone is saying that Mr. Zilli is too confident. How can it be compared with Yuan Dangang? Who is Yuan Dangang then? However, the existence of the god operator can be compared with the existence of Yan Junping in the Han dynasty. That is also a master of arithmetic. Such a person knows astronomy above and below geography. How could Mr. Zilli be so reckless at such a young age? Lee Minutes seemed to be used to this feeling of being ignored. He didn't panic at all. Then he said, Yuan Dangang, this is a cup, and this is a stick of incense. And when will it rain? You listen. Lee Minutes added, I will put this cup at the door. When the incense stick is finished burning, the rain will fall, and the rain will fill the cup at the same time. If there is no rain after the incense stick, I will be counted as me. Lose. If there is no overflowing water in this cup, I also lose. When his words came out, everyone was in an uproar. The most common phrase people say is that Mr. Zilli is crazy. It is almost impossible to predict rain alone. Also predict the amount of rain, and will that rain really fill that cup? A lot of doubts arose in people's hearts, and at the same time, no one was optimistic about Lee Minutes. It hasn't rained for several days, and the weather is going to be deadly hot. They thought to themselves that Lee Minutes was going to lose now. But in the eyes of Xrengaya and Zushan, Lee Minutes will win because he has never lost. This is their belief in Lee Minutes. After Yuan Dangang heard Lee Minutes' words, he laughed. If everything is as you said, then even if I, Yuan Dangang, worship you as a teacher, and I will be a slave for life, so what? I am afraid that the number one warlock in the world is also Mr. Zilli. However, if you can't, then I'm welcome. But don't worry, I only want the whole group. As for you, I don't dare to ask for it. Slavery for life? Funny, this guy is really interesting. Lee Minutes ignored him and continued. Okay, I'm going to burn incense. After finishing, it is lighted incense. At the same time, he put the glass cup outside. Yuan Dangang smiled, and he just stared at the sky. At this time, the sky was clear and there was no cloud. Now he's winning. At that time, Ouyangzon suddenly spoke up. Chapter 107 is sloppy. The latest website, Ouyangzon said, Mr. Zilli, I don't think this incense stick will burn out in a while. He has something to say. Then what? Lee Minutes was puzzled. What the old man wanted to say. Ouyangzon said a little embarrassedly, can you take advantage of this period of time and sell me a bottle of free wine? That's what he was thinking about. Just now, I was only interested in betting with you Aunt Dangang, but I forgot the existence of this old man. Sorry, Bachelor Ouyang, I forgot. Ouyangzon was too greedy. No, can you sell me that wine? Wine, Zushan, go to the warehouse to get 10 bottles of wine and give them to Master Ouyang. 1 bottle is enough. No need for 10 bottles. Ouyangzon was in a hurry. He said, where is enough to drink? 10 bottles, you can drink it longer. Ouyangzon said a little embarrassedly, to be honest, I only brought 10 tals of silver today, and I can't buy 10 bottles of Yu wine. So 1 bottle is enough. He said this, but Lee Minutes laughed. Scholar Ouyang, I didn't say that you need money for this wine. It's all for you. Ouyangzon brought you Aunt Dangang for himself, but it was too late to thank him, so what was the point of giving him some wine? But to others, that's not the case. People seem to be envious of Lee Minutes' lavish spending. The more he did this, the more the people around him complained about him. Okay, why go gamble? At the same time, Aunt Dangang also understood Lee Minutes' character. Sure enough, it is the Prime Minister of the Emperor, but for this kind of thing, He is not stingy at all. The so-called big things don't stick to trifles. It was Lee Minutes. This is undoubtedly a lot of goodwill. Even if he wins, he probably won't ask for it. How can I do it? I only need one bottle, which is 10 tals of silver. You can keep it. Although Lee Minutes explained that he wanted to ask Yang, the old man refused to ask. One bottle is not enough. If you say 10 bottles, I will give you away. I don't want you for a penny. If you still don't want it, I won't welcome you here in the future. If you want to buy wine, then I won't sell it. Lee Minutes was so forced. It made Yang Zun directly depressed. To take or not to take? Finally, he gritted his teeth. Okay, then he'll take it. Now it's right. But I have to do something. He looked around and found nothing except what he wrote on the signboard on the top. He suddenly showed a look of disgust. Said, "What are you writing on it? Why don't you do it like this? I will write all your plaques and treat them as wine money." He really wants to do something. This old man is really interesting. As soon as these words came out, everyone was envious. Some people say that Master Yang is hard to find a word, but he unexpectedly asked to help Mr. Zilli write it. It's really rare. After Li Shimin found out, he was afraid that he was going to die of anger. You must know that his word is more than 100 tals, and now Mr. Zilli has made a lot of money. But Lee Minutes didn't think so. He simply wanted to make this friend. But this old man didn't think so. He was short-handed, soft-hearted, and controlled by others in the future. This was not what he wanted. So, I would rather write calligraphy in exchange. If Li Shimin found out about this, he would be mad, right? Zushan, get a pen and paper. Yang Zun regarded this time as his own home. Call Zushan directly and ask him to assist him. Zushan did not move and glanced at Lee Minutes. Lee Minutes did nod, and he didn't dare to do it. Lee Minutes looked at the old man very happy and nodded. Well then, I just accepted it with reluctance. Zushan went to prepare. Then Lee Minutes said, "You aren't Dangang. The weather is quite hot. Why don't you drink something? Isn't your shop closed? There is still something to sell." This day's amount was all sold out in one morning. Some people wanted to eat, and they had to go to the Wang's house to buy it. Those people who went there once would not go to the second time. There are some, just for the people of the group to eat. But since you are here, you can naturally eat, because you will also be here in the future. This is true, no matter whether he wins or loses. Dangang will be a member of the group. It's just the difference between master and slave. Come on, bring up everything you drink. After finishing, there are 4 fruit soup, popsicles, ice sand and cola and other items were sent up. The two sat in front of the gate eating these things, watching the incense burn. The more the incense burns, the more time passes. As time passed, Dangang's expression was even more proud. Some people are very serious about winning and losing, and he, Dangang, is such a person. Half a stick of incense is only about half an hour. The sky remained blue for a while. Dangang looked at the sky and said with a smile, "Mr. Zilli, you seem to be losing." He was very proud. "Really? The incense hasn't been burnt yet. Do you think so?" Lee Minutes said calmly. "Does this make any difference? Look at this day, there is no cloud. I'm afraid it won't rain." Instead of waiting, why don't you just admit your defeat? I don't want your group, as long as you say you lost just fine. Dangang's heart doesn't seem to be bad either. Even with such a large group, he couldn't come up with it. At the same time, it is also taboo. After all, the identity of the other party used to be a prince, and one day, he will go back. Moreover, he is still the appearance of an emperor. How can he dare to control the emperor? Isn't that dying? The people around also followed suit. Yes, Mr. Zilli, it's not difficult to admit defeat. The main thing is to keep the group. No, it's not a big deal if you admit your mistakes. Still no one believed that Lee Minutes could win. Lee Minutes didn't think so. Are you so anxious? Are you afraid of losing? This is going down the steps for Mr. Zilli. It seems that you don't understand my intentions. Dangang said helplessly. Wait a minute, you'll know when the incense burns. At the same time, Zun also wrote dozens of words. He put down his pen and sat aside. Some regrets said, I didn't expect so many sheets of paper, I was careless, is sloppy. This is clearly an unequal relationship. But Lee Minutes didn't force it on him, he was embarrassed and insisted on writing it. Mr. Zilli. Master Ouyang's handwriting is ready, Zushan said after reasoning. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Okay, now you can engrave and replace all the plaques with new ones. Clear. Zushan was about to leave but was called. Wait, put on your hoodie. Zushantan was there. Look at the sky again. Is it really going to rain? On the contrary. I took the minnow and put it on him. Mr. Zilli is afraid that you will get wet with calligraphy and painting. Okay, then I'm leaving. As Zushan left, a loud bang came from the sky. Chapter 108 I'm going to resign. Latest URL. P.S. Happy New Year. 6 more today. By the way, ask for full support. Grateful. Rumbling. There was a loud bang in the sky. Then the sky darkened. It was a clear sky just now. Now the dark clouds are coming. Dangang was shocked. At the same time, I looked at the incense sticking on the side, and it was still burning. Suddenly a gust of wind blew, and the incense began to burn violently. The blowing of the wind accelerated the burning of the incense. It was about to burn out. Then he looked at the sky again. It seemed like it was really going to rain. People outside also hid in the store, for fear of being caught in the next train. At the same time, everyone was shocked, because this time point is not much different from the time set by Mr. Zilli. Another gust of wind blew, and the incense stick was finally blown and burned out. At the same time, there was a crackling sound on the ground. It's raining. It's really raining. People screamed. The rain brings a touch of coolness to the hot summer. Dry places have moisture. Mr. Zilli guessed it well. It's really raining. Sure enough, it's a magic trick. Strong as a servant. Did he ask for rain? People don't skimp on their own compliments, because they really admire it. Ouyangzon stared at the sky in a daze. It's really raining? How is that possible? I even looked at Zushan, who was far away, and said, fortunately, I was wearing a mink robe, otherwise the calligraphy and painting would be ruined. Ouyangzon couldn't help but give a thumbs up and said, what a god. Dangang was even more puzzled. It was still sunny. How could it rain suddenly? Could it be that God obeyed Lee Minutes? Now there is one more point. At this time, everyone focused their attention on the glass cup on the ground. This is the last hurdle. If the rain stops, then the cup will be full, and Dangang will be considered a complete loser. The rain began to enter the cup, and I watched the cup slowly fill up. Dangang's heart is up and down. Look at Lee Minutes again. As if nothing happened. Is he really clever? This Dangang was completely dizzy. The prediction he advertised was a joke for Lee Minutes. This is the prediction. It can be accurate to the time, and it is not bad at all. It's not over yet. Just take a look and you'll know. Lee Minutes was not in a hurry. Dangang finally walked up to the cup and watched the rain drop continuously into the cup. It's been a long time. The clouds in the sky are starting to disperse. I don't know who shouted. Dangang also looked at the sky, and sure enough, the clouds dispersed a little. Finally, the rain stopped. He suddenly leaned over to the edge of the glass. It was almost full. A drop of rain just fell down his neck into the cup. Tick-tock. The rain was really overflowing. Now the crowd exploded. That's a magic trick. Just a little bit full. Counting to you Dangang's drop of water. The dark clouds in the sky cleared. The sun came out again, and the sky was still blue. Everything started to get hot again. Dangang. How is it? Lee Minutes smiled and looked at Dangang. Suddenly, he fell directly to the ground. It looks like the 5 bodies are thrown to the ground, and it has not been up for a long time. Dangang, are convinced, and I am convinced. From today, I am Mr. Zilli's servant. Dangang, swear to God. Seeing Dangang swear like this, people couldn't help but respect him. Not many people can be like him. I am willing to admit defeat and be able to follow Lee Minutes. It is really good fortune. Lee Minutes was very satisfied with his performance. He walked over and picked him up. You aren't Dangang. Don't talk about being a slave or not. There are no slaves here. Yes, Mr. Zilly. From now on you let me go east. I will never go west. Good good. Get up. Lee Minutes was very happy, and you Aunt Dangang was recruited at this moment. People also made a sound of congratulations. At the same time, the performance just now also slapped many people in the face. Some things can't be seen on the surface. No one knows what will happen in the next second, but Lee Minutes can. People seem to be aware that at this time they may be able to worship, so someone took the lead and said, Mr. Zilly, please accept us as disciples. Then someone fell to the ground, and more people bowed down. Lee Minutes was a little surprised. So many people? He also has nothing to teach. There is no time. Get up, everyone. I made the prediction just now based on the weather. It's not a magic trick, and there's nothing to teach you. This is called science. Everyone was stunned after hearing this. Can the weather be predicted? Lee Minutes ignored them, kneeling or getting up. Let them go. He has more important things to deal with. You Aunt Dangang, when did you move to the group? Lee Minutes asked. You Aunt Dangang thought about it. This will take some time. He'll go to resign first. You Aunt Dangang said so. Yes, if he is under the name of Lee Minutes, there is no reason to be an official in the court. After all, he doesn't have much time as an official, and he has a lot to deal with. Lee Minutes walked up to you Aunt Dangang and said softly, when you meet your majesty, you should know what to do, right? You Aunt Dangang is a sensible person. If he talks to Lee about the matter of the emperor's appearance, he is afraid that he will end his life prematurely. He is smart and would not do such a thing. Don't worry about this, I just calculated my fate, and it's all good. Yours. I don't know anything. Okay, then you can deal with it. He'll be waiting for you in the group. Then he'll retire first. After you Aunt Dangang finished speaking, he inquired with Ouyang, go ahead. Ouyang-zun never expected that it would be like this. Please. Finally, you Aunt Dangang left. Mr. Zilly, I also have something to do. Let's go first. Lee Minutes had seen through the old man, so he was afraid that he was going to go back to drink. Right? Please. Ouyang-zun also left, and the people around started to leave one by one. About everything that happened this afternoon, I'm afraid it will be another sensational news in Chainan. After everyone leaves, Xrengai came over and asked, Sixth Prince, you Aunt Dangang, I don't look like a good person, you let him into the group, I'm afraid. Judging from you Aunt Dangang's performance just now, Xrengai was somewhat disgusted with him. There is no one who pulls people into fortune-telling in the first place. He's not a bad guy. With him, our group will only be better. But, trust me, right? Yes. Xrengai didn't say anything anymore. Until the afternoon, Zushan returned with a large number of plaques and instructed people to install them one by one. They didn't know that at this time in that G Palace, someone also hit him with an idea. Li Shimin exclaimed, what? There really is this person? Quickly announce him to the palace, I want to see him. Chapter 109 Li Shimin Shameless. The latest website, in the Imperial Study Room of Tji Palace, Li Shimin wrote calligraphy before the case. His calligraphy attainments are extremely high, and there are still his works left in history, which are respected by a contemporary calligrapher. Standing beside him was an old man who looked like he was in his 60s. Your Majesty's calligraphy is as pure as fire, and there is a deeper level of advancement. This made Li Shimin laugh out loud. He was very satisfied with the old man's answer. Then he put down the brush and took a sip of Coke. This is a cola bought from Shangtung, and there is a bowl of 4 fruit soup and some ice cream next to it. Obviously, Lee Minutes goods have entered the palace. There are also special purchases. Li Shimin would not be polite, he did not reject him, and he became Lee Minutes' client. You can eat and drink, why not buy some to enjoy? He hiccuped, put down the Coke and said, Suji, you said that after I obtained the law of Glaze glass, can I boost the Tang's economy a bit? Shuji is the name of Wang Gui, a native of Fufingyi, one of the four famous figures in the early Tang dynasty, and the grandson of Wang Sengbian, the minister of the southern Liang dynasty. Born in Taiyuan Wang's Qi County Fangzi Karasuma Wang's once Li Jianqing's confidant, he was later reused by Li Shimin. This person is somewhat related to Wang Yifei. At this time, he was an important official, and he was one of the few people who could get close to Li Shimin. He and Li Shimin were discussing some state affairs. Wang Gui said, with His Majesty's talent, it is bound to push the entire Datang economy to another climax. Let Datang become even stronger. Without Li Minutes beginning, he, Li Shimin, would have to spend 3 or 5 years more to realize this process. Facing Wang Gi's praise, Li Shimin said shamelessly, "Ha ha ha, those who know me, Xuji." At this time, Wang Gui frowned and said, "It seems that the Liu Lai at the 6th Prince's place is about to start. I'm afraid it will affect all the Liu Lai in the court." Saying this, it seems that the fire of war has been ignited on Li Minutes, intentionally or unintentionally. But Li Shimin didn't take it seriously, and now he's a little swollen. What can he do? He's just a teenager. How can he have as much experience as me? Regarding the economic matter, I have to let me come, based on my experience in governance. He's just joking around. Don't think that you are a little clever, and don't think that you are a gentleman. He's so far away. Li Shimin became very proud within a period of time when he obtained the law of colored glass. I feel like I am number one in the world. As everyone knows, how did he obtain the method of colored glass? And this was invented by Li Minutes alone. What did Li Shimin do? Just to rob her. He also used Concubine Yang, which was disgraceful. Moreover, Li Shimin's means of using colored glaze are more limited, and there is no practical use except for handicrafts. He also didn't know that this thing could be turned into something like a lens. Having said that, if it is really for the Tang dynasty, Li Minutes will also dedicate these. After all, if the Tang dynasty is good, he will be better. If Li Shimin found out what Li Shimin said just now, he would have to scold him again. It's a pity that it's not possible now. When Wang Gui heard this, he quickly said, "Yes, yes, what your majesty said is very true. The 6th prince does not pose any threat. But if the prince can be like the 6th prince, it will be a blessing." This old man didn't know whether it was intentional or not, and he said such a thing. "Okay, don't talk to me about the prince. This kid is not good enough. It makes me very worried." Li Shimin was puzzled, why he still mentioned Li Chenqian, had a good conversation, made himself proud, and actually said something that made him uncomfortable. That's because His Majesty is too prominent, for the Emperor of the Ages, and no one else can compare. Others are eclipsed. Yu Wangi said so quickly. This man's desire to live is very strong. The so-called accompany the king is like accompany the tiger, so it is said. If it is like the king, everyone will be happy. If not, you will be scolded at light, and the head of the item will not be guaranteed. Li Shimin was very satisfied with Wang Gi's performance. "You said, can my country create a legend of thousands of generations? Can you predict it?" Li Shimin asked suddenly. That can put Wang Gui down too. How does he know about the future? Don't dare to jump to conclusions. And if one is not good, I am afraid that Li Shimin will be blamed. He did not dare to take such a responsibility. So, he seemed to think of someone. Then he said to Li Shimin, "Your Majesty, this minister may be able to introduce someone to you. He knows astronomy and geography, and he knows everything. He is especially good at prophecy. If you can let him enter the palace, you will definitely be able to solve your confusion." "Is there really such a person in this world?" Li Shimin asked curiously. "Oh, who is he? Can he know the future of Zhenjiangshan? Yizuchengdu people? Yuan Dangang is also." Wang Gui said so. Li Shimin wondered. Who is this? What kind of talent does he have? How can you be admired so much? I'm very curious. Only then did Wang Gui say again, because the minister and two good friends asked him to see him in the early years. Huh? Let's hear it. Li Shimin was very curious about Yuan Tangang. Wang Gui then said, 30 years ago, The minister, Dian and Whiting went to see him. He told Dian that Lantai's position was already full, and the school was wide, so he would definitely rank among the censors and be appreciated for his literary talent. He told the minister that the three courts on the face are already symmetrical, and the forehead of the upper court and the lower court are completely adjacent to each other, and 10 years from now, he will definitely get the 5 rank important position. He said to Whiting, "He looks like a tiger, and he is very sincere in making friends. He will definitely get the support of his friends." It was also said that the three of us would be deposed at the same time in 20 years, but only briefly left and would return soon, and an official position. Sure enough, 30 years later, the minister will serve His Majesty, and the other two are also in high positions. Until now, what he said has come true. Not only that, but the people have a very high evaluation of him. "Oh, really so expressive?" "Yes, Your Majesty." Not only that, but also, Wang Gui described all the deeds of Yuan Dangang like a family treasure, and Yuukanzu www.yuukanzu.com said everything in great detail and fulfilled them one by one. As a result, Li Shiman was shocked. He exclaimed, "What? There really is this person. Where is he? Quickly announce him to the palace, I want to see him." Li Shiman was mobilized curiosity. "Say anything to see Yuan Dangang." "Yes, he is in the capital, so the minister will go to find him and enter the palace." "You don't have to go, you say where he is, and let them find him and enter the palace." "You are here to chat with me." "Yes." Then a eunuch went to Yuan Dangang to enter the palace. In just a moment, he happened to meet Yuan Dangang, who was about to enter the palace to resign. Chapter 110. You are hurting me. The latest website. Then Yuan Dangang heard that Li Shimin wanted to see him. Then he did the math for himself, feeling a little dangerous. The future is unknown again. He knows that everything related to Li minutes is unknown. If he responds well, everything will be fine. The eunuch urged, "Yuan Dangang, hurry up. Don't make His Majesty wait for a long time." "Yes, I'm here." He did not dare to neglect. Following the eunuch, he quickly entered the palace. This is outside the imperial study. It was Wang Gui who was waiting outside the door. He knew something. He must be talking to Li Shiman about him, otherwise Li Shiman would never have known all about him. "Yuan Dangang, you are here so soon, are you nearby? Could it be that you have a great blessing coming today?" Wang Gui asked. He thought that Yuan Dangang himself counted that Li Shimin would meet him. Unexpectedly, he was reprimanded by Yuan Dangang. Wang Gui, are you hurting me? I resigned from office, but you introduced me to Your Majesty. You are. Hey, do bad things with good intentions. Wang Gui was at a loss. This Yuan Dangang was really strong. I don't know why without asking why. But he is also kind. Instead of thanking himself, he blamed himself so much. What's the matter? In fact, Wang Gui was for his own sake. He was afraid of taking responsibility, so he simply introduced Yuan Dangang to Li Shimin. Through Yuan Dangang's mouth, he said something he didn't dare to say. Wang Gui said, "Yuan Dangang, I'm here to give you a clear path, so that you can walk smoothly. Why do you blame me instead? Serving Your Majesty is something that many people want, but do you blame me? My kindness? It's better to feed the dog." If Yuan Dangang hadn't met Li minutes, it would have been better to say something, but now it's different. He had to obey Li minutes' orders for the rest of his life, and with his imperial appearance, he was always right to follow. "You are hurting me. I'm helping you. How can I harm you? This time is your chance to rise to the top." "Forget it. I don't understand even if I tell you. Why don't you tell me?" Yuan Dangang finally gave up arguing with Wang Gui because it had already happened. "I had no choice but to enter the imperial study room to face Li Shimin." Wang Gui was a little puzzled. He also followed Yuan Dangang into the imperial study. After entering it, Yuan Dangang bowed to Li Shimin. "My minister Yuan Dangang, meet Your Majesty." Yuan Dangang's position in the court was not high, but he was also an official in the court. and he called himself a minister. Li Shimin was overjoyed when he saw him coming. You aren't Dangang. Sure enough, it's very different. Yes, your majesty. Sure enough, it is like the existence of Dogik Xianfeng. I heard Shuji talk about you just now, which is really shocking. Li Shimin's eyes became extremely hot. It can be seen that Yuan Tangang is very embarrassed now. After all, I originally wanted to resign from office, but now it's better. After being tricked by Wang Gui like this, I'm afraid I can't leave the office so quickly, so what should I do? He couldn't let Li Shimin know that he was under Li Minutes' sect, otherwise he was afraid that he would die. Not only that, Li Minutes was also afraid that he would be affected. Your Majesty, that's just a legend. In fact, this minister just likes to see pictures and can predict. Yuan Dangang originally wanted to be weak, which made Li Shimin feel that he was not good enough, but Li Shimin was very happy. Okay, as a citizen of the Tang dynasty, you should be humble. I am very optimistic about you. Wang Gui on the side was also very happy. After all, it was the person he introduced, and he also had a bright face, and he might even be rewarded. Thank you for your praise, Your Majesty. I heard Shuji said that you know how to predict the future, and let me predict with me. How is my country? Will it last forever? Li Shimin asked. Then Yuan Dangang realized that this was the problem. Then it must be that Wang Gui couldn't respond, so he used himself to enter the palace as a shield. It all depends on how he responds. Rong Chen does the math. Regardless, it still counts. He was still too sincere, so he remembered that this calculation was not too far into the future. It could only be counted until the year when Li Shimin abdicated, and after that, it was blank. It was exactly the same as when he counted Li Minutes. This made him a little flustered. That's never happened. Since he met Li Minutes, all the secrets seemed to be closed to him, and he couldn't figure out why. Li Shimin seemed to sense that he was not good, so he was a little unhappy. What? How does it count? Yuan Dangang wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, it's been hot recently, and the minister's sweat is pouring down like rain. There is little concentration. As for whether he was really hot, I don't know. Yes, the weather is getting hotter and hotter recently, but don't worry, you can take it slow. Li Shimin said, and finally said, it's better than this cola. I give you a drink. It will be better. After finishing, he took Coke and Yuan Dangang. That startled him. This is what Li Shimin drinks. How dare he touch it? But don't take it. Can only say, so, thank you Your Majesty for the reward. After finishing, I drank the cola, and a feeling of innocence emerged spontaneously. Your Majesty is like liquid like rain, so you can refresh your mind. Li Shimin laughed, but his expression was not very good. After all, this thing was made by Li Minutes, and complimenting Coke is like complimenting Li Minutes. Okay, you don't sweat. Why don't you just forget it? Li Shimin continued. Yes. Yuan Dangang was afraid that he could not hide, so I counted it again, but no matter how I counted it, I still couldn't figure it out. At last he thought. Anyway, Li Minutes also had the appearance of an emperor, and the Tang dynasty in the future was still surnamed Li. Better to say that. So he said, Your Majesty, the Tang dynasty in the future will also be surnamed Li, and it will last for centuries. Having said this, Li Shimin is long in Dayu. Wang Gui cast an admiring look at Yuan Tangang. That's right, saying what Li Shimin likes to hear. How did he know that this was what Yuan Tangang had to do? You were reading www.uukanzu.com, otherwise, I am afraid that I will die. Li Shimin laughed. Ha ha ha, good. Good Yuan Tangang, it is exactly what I want, you are very good. He sat down. Flicking up, 4 words were written, and 1 word was drawn. Wang Gui walked to the side and said, for thousands of years. Good characters and good characters. The characters are well formed without exaggeration. The handwriting is flowing and flowing, and the momentum is magnificent. It is admirable. Sure enough, Shuji understands my calligraphy. Someone will frame this calligraphy and painting and give it to Shuji. Wang Gui stepped forward and bowed. Thank you, Your Majesty. Wang Gui was lucky, but Yuan Dangang was very anxious at this time. What should he say next so that he would not hurt Li Shimin's heart and save Li Minutes? After all, Li Shimin might not let him leave for a while. Chapter 111 Strong Tang still needs Li Minlai. The latest website. Li Shimin is very happy, then got up again. He walked towards Yuan Dangang, and the more he looked, the more satisfied he became. He was overjoyed to be told that the Tang dynasty would last forever by someone who was sure to hit the mark. Finally he said, in ancient times, there was Yan Junping. Today, I have you. It is really good fortune in the Tang dynasty. I want to make you a high-ranking official in the dynasty. Start from the third rank, you can choose the official. In this way, Yuan Kaigang is about to be accepted. And let him be an official. The official of the third grade is very high, and the future has infinite possibilities. Li Shimin not only made him an official, he also let him choose officials. I'm afraid no one can be like him. Yuan Dangang was a little frightened. He didn't respond for a long time. I kept thinking about what to do with Li Minutes, unsure about his own future. At this point, he was determined to fight. What? You don't want to follow me? Li Shimin seemed to be reluctant to see Yuan Dangang. That's what Wang Gui said when he saw it. Your Majesty. Yuan Dangang must have been too excited and forgot to respond. After that, he touched Yuan Dangang and asked him to respond earlier. Yuan Dangang replied, Your Majesty, I'm afraid I won't be able to do the job. As soon as this word comes out, Li Shimin suddenly changed his face. What? At the same time, Wang Gui was also taken aback. Yuan Dangang, are you crazy? Li Shimin took a deep breath. He suppressed his anger. There are not many people who dare to reject him, but Yuan Dangang dares to do so. Asked, you must tell me why today, or I will kill you. Yuan Dangang simply didn't give himself face. If he dared to reject himself, how could Li Shimin make him feel better? That is to say heavy words. Yuan Dangang said slowly, actually, the talented minister was about to resign, but unexpectedly, he was summoned by His Majesty, which made the minister extremely terrified, and the minister was also very contradictory. After much consideration, he made up his mind. Why is that? Isn't it bad to govern the world with me? Don't tell me that you want to go out for a wander. I've heard that reason. Li Shimin's tone of voice became heavier and heavier. Your Majesty, listen to the minister. Okay, I will listen to what you have to say. If you don't say it well, I will be executed. Li Shimin is murderous. Wang Gui, who was on the side, was also quite frightened. If he hadn't let Yuan Dangang enter the palace, this might not have happened. No wonder Yuan Dangang just said that he hurt him. It turned out that there was a reason for the incident, and now Wang Gui felt a little guilty. The four people are divided into industries, scholars, agriculture, industry and commerce, and the country builds the foundation for scholars. The foundation of the country's stability is agriculture. The foundation of the country's development needs labor. The foundation of the country's development is business. Sex. Speaking of which, Li Shimin is a little interested. And then? Go on. Your Majesty, if we regard a country as a pond of water, the so-called taxis are the planners of the ponds. The ponds are planned first, and the farmers are the diggers. After digging the pits, the workers will build them. In the end, the merchants are the channels. With the participation of businessmen, water can be drawn in, and the water in this pool is no longer dead water, but a living water full of vitality. After Li Shimin heard it, he actually agreed. Unexpectedly, Yuan Dangang would say such a thing. If he dares to come, has he considered himself not to die? When Yuan Dangang saw that Li Shimin was silent, that was his approval. I'm a big country and it is developing extremely fast. To achieve further development, we must focus on business. Only then can we drive the development of the entire Tang dynasty. Yuan Dangang then said this. So, that's your reason. Do you want to go into business? Your Majesty, the minister is willing to work hard for the strong Tang, and the way to revitalize Tang is the king. Yuan Dangang didn't say whether he was in business or not. He just talked around. When he said this, Dangang was a little excited. Unexpectedly, Li Shimin said, "If I ask you to manage this business, what do you think?" It is rare to have someone as ambitious as Dangang. So Li Shimin paid more attention to him. Dangang said deeply, "I don't want it." The minister promised one person, and the moment he left the palace for business, so the good intention of His Majesty, the minister cannot agree. Wang Gui asked on the side, "Who is that?" "It's even more important than His Majesty." Li Shimin is also curious. "I also want to know who can make Dangang willingly abandon me." Dangang hated Wang Gui to death. Why did he say such a good thing? Really pig teammates. But have to say. So he said, "Your Majesty, this person is the sixth prince." When the word sixth prince came out, Li Shimin's expression changed drastically. "It's the pervert again. What kind of virtue can he do, so that you can be willing to do this?" Li Shimin asked again. Dangang only said, "Your Majesty, the minister has sworn to serve him alone, no matter what. If your Majesty wants the minister to be an unrighteous person, it is absolutely impossible, and the minister would rather die." Dangang said it very seriously. It made Li Shimin return to reason. Good. He said 3 in a row. "Okay, Li Minutes, you are very good." Li Shimin fell into deep thought. Why all the things he wanted were taken away by his son? He was so angry that he couldn't help calling him Nizai again. Dangang wondered why Li Shimin would do this. Li Minutes was his son after all. But after all, there was nothing to say. At this time, if Dangang was speaking in terms of politics, Li Shimin was afraid that he would directly kill Li Minutes and get rid of him. But when it comes to the point of Shang, Li Shimin has no reason to kill Li Minutes, because the business represented by Li Minutes will make the water in the pool of Datang come alive and make the economy of Datang more dynamic. Your Majesty, that sixth prince is really too hateful to do such a thing, and the Tang dynasty wasted a talent. Why don't your Majesty decree to remove him? Wang Gui said very fiercely. Dangang said, "Your Majesty, the sixth prince is the future of the strong Tang dynasty, the guarantee for thousands of generations, and the guarantee behind His Majesty. If you kill him, the Tang dynasty will not be able to develop for a long time. Your Majesty can't trust Dangang's words." Wang Gui said so. Dangang was very angry. What happened to Wang Gui? Why let Li Minutes die? Your Majesty, if you want to kill the sixth prince, kill me first. Leave Qiangdong alone. Let me die. The two quarreled. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Li Shimin shouted, "Enough. I don't need you to teach me what I want to do." Dangang, you can help Li Minutes well and make Tang strong with Shang. Well, I don't want to see you anymore. You go. Dangang was overjoyed and thanked him. During this period, he turned his head to look at Wang Gui, thinking in his heart, and then a smile appeared on his face. As for Wang Gui's unwillingness, but to no avail, Li Shimin sat at the table for a long time and could not calm his temper. Until someone comes to report, he stood up abruptly. What? Chapter 112 Li Shimin's Duplicity. The latest website. Li Shimin saw someone coming in. It was he who sent out to protect Li Minutes. When others come, they do the salute. No need to be polite. What's wrong? The man glanced at Wang Gui. Wang Gui said very acquaintedly, "I will avoid it first." "No need, you just stay there." Wang Gui stood aside. That person said, "Your Majesty, the villain is standing guard outside the Shengteng group today and has made a new discovery." "What did you find?" "In just half an hour in the morning, Shengteng Group sold thousands of bottles of free wine. 1,000 bottles. When this number came out, Li Shimin was very shocked. "What did you say? 1,000 bottles?" he wondered. He also had a set of distillation equipment, and had people make dozens of sets according to the appearance. "Yes, 1,000 bottles. My equipment has only produced 100 bottles of free wine for so many days." "How did he do it?" Then Wang Gui asked, "How much does a bottle cost?" 12 pills in a bottle. Hiss. The two took a deep breath. That Lee Minutes is really a business genius. Fortunately, he didn't kill him. Otherwise, Tang would really not be able to get stronger. Wang Gui said on the side, 1,000 bottles. One bottle of 10 pills is 10,000 pills. It only took an hour, so the profit is probably very high, right? The sixth prince is really powerful. That's terrible. The daily income is more than 10,000, my god. The speed of making money, no matter how big the home is, it can't fit in it, right? But the speed of making money is still not as fast as the Big Macs of the 5 great families. They have their traces throughout the Tang dynasty, and some of the necessities of life are also controlled by them. That Wang Gui was flattering Li Shimin just now, but now he talks about Lee Minutes again. Of course Li Shimin was not happy when he heard it. Why is it him again? It's really depressing to hear the news about him recently. In fact, no one is more willing to know Lee Minutes' movements than him. And the man said again, huh? What else? I didn't want to hear the news from Lee Minutes just now. Why are you saying anything else now? Li Shimin is really duplicitous. The sixth prince, what about him? Come on, are you going to kill me in a hurry? The sixth prince is planning to buy half of the East Market. When these words came out, Li Shimin was fixed there. Buying half of the East Market with one's own strength. If this kind of thing was mentioned before, it would definitely be laughed at as a fool, but now it seems that it is not impossible. Then Lee Minutes can really do anything. However, Wang Gui said, sixth prince, you really don't have enough people to swallow an elephant. How can you buy half of the East Market with your personal financial resources? That is the prosperous part of Chainan. He developed there, and the value of the East Market will be reduced. It's higher. How can he buy it? It's naive. Wang Gui kept saying that Lee Minutes was wrong, trying to make Li Shimin feel that Lee Minutes is really not good. If Lee Minutes knew about this, what would it be like? He must be very depressed. He clearly has no hatred with Wang Gui. Why does this person always want him to die? But Lee Minutes is always Li Shimin's child. Tiger poison does not eat children, and Lee Minutes is working hard for the powerful Tang dynasty, and he does not design power. Any reason to stop him? Isn't stopping him just breaking Tang's back road? Li Shimin suddenly said, I believe him. This made Wang Gui even more incomprehensible to Li Shimin. He was still saying that he didn't believe in Lee Minutes, and that he didn't want to hear about him. Then he came over and believed in Lee Minutes again. This contradictory emperor is really hard to understand. What? At the same time, he also hit Wang Gui in the face, which was very painful. Your Majesty, are you? Uncle Ji, Tang needs a talent like Lee Minutes, right? He dares to say and do it. No one in the entire Tang can be like him. Li Shimin's words changed, and then he said, although this is the case, I still hope that he can return to the palace and admit his mistakes, and I can let go of the past. Wang Gui did not expect this. Then he said, the sixth prince will one day be a prodigal son. Please rest assured, Your Majesty. I hope so. While the two were talking, a eunuch suddenly came to report. The emperor is here. At this time, Li Shimin was puzzled. What is Li Yuan doing at this time? He has been in the harem and has not gone out. Why did he come here to find himself at this time? Then Li Yuan walked into the imperial study. Wang Gui stepped forward and saluted. Meet the Emperor Chang. When Li Yuan saw Li Shimin, he said, Your Majesty. The Emperor Chang is not in the harem. Why did you come to my imperial study? The relationship between the two fathers is not very good. Everything stems from Li Yuan's establishment of Li Jianxing as the prince at that time, and then the Xuanyuan incident occurred. If it weren't for Li Yuan's assertiveness, everything might not have happened. Li Shimin is now the emperor. But for Li Yuan, it was still indifferent. Your Majesty, the free wine is still available, and the widow still wants to drink it. Li Shimin frowned upon hearing this. Free wine is to be given to people with merit, and it is used during festivals. and there are not many collections. You can drink it if you want to drink it. Li Yuan was a little unhappy when he heard it. That Wang Gui immediately said, Emperor Chang, maybe you can try your luck in Nadong Market. Oh, why is it there? The sixth prince is doing business there. Why did Li Minutes leave the palace? It seemed that Li Yuan knew nothing about Li Minutes' expulsion. It's true, he spends every day in the harem, and he has given birth to many younger brothers and sisters for Li Shimin. How can he be free to take care of these things? If he hadn't come to the imperial study, he wouldn't have known that Li Minutes had been expelled. Li Shimin did not want to say more on this issue. Then he said, I am tired. Go back to the bedroom first. Shuji, come and tell the Emperor Chang the consequences. After that, he got up and left. As for Wang Gui, he explained the cause and effect of the incident clearly. Then Li Yuan slapped his thigh and said, this child really looks like I was a widow back then. Speaking of Li Yuan and Li Minutes' relationship is a bit special. Li Minutes' mother Yang, his father Sui Yang Dai is his cousin. After all, he is also somewhat related to Concubine Yang, and is also Li Minutes' grandfather. He also loved Li Minutes very much since he was a child. Later, when Li Shimin came to power, he came out less often. Did not expect this to happen. With that being said, the widow can go to the East Market once. After that, go outside. As for Wang Gui, he also went out. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. As soon as he went out, he met Wang Guifei who was approaching. The two meet. Concubine Wang said, Uncle, what's the matter? Then Li Minutes is still deeply favored by His Majesty. I said it's not very useful. I'm afraid this person needs to be removed, because he has already affected the Wang family's business. I understand this. Don't worry. I have a way. When the time comes, let that Wang Yang enter the palace to see me, and I will arrange it. Good. When the two talked, they went their separate ways. As for the Li Yuan, he strode towards the East Market. Chapter 113. The latest website. In the Shengton group, Li Minutes is checking with Cheng Chubai, Fang Yi, Zushan and others about their income during this period, and the money in front of them is piled up like a mountain. I'm afraid no one can make money as fast as he does. Moreover, he counted the silver is also very simple and rude, directly using the scale, the weight of a box by box, and then wrote it down, and finally put it in the warehouse. Suddenly he heard a loud noise outside the door. It seemed that someone was arguing, and he quickly asked, Zushan, go and see what's going on. Yes. Zushan went out, and then returned in a panic. Sixth Prince, Yuan Dangang had a quarrel with an old man outside. Oh, Yuan Dangang is back? It looks like he has successfully resigned. Li Minutes murmured, but ignored who he was arguing with. It seems normal for him to quarrel with others, and he still dragged Xrengai before letting go. I must have seen a very rich man again. But suddenly he heard a familiar voice faintly. Why is he here too? He seemed to know who it was. So he got up and walked out. Cheng Chubai and Fang Yi also followed, and Xrengai naturally followed. As for the piles of silver, Zushan is still counting them. When he arrived outside the door, Yuan Dangang was pulling Li Yuan Dao. Old man, will you let me do the math for you? I see that you are full of heaven, and you must be a rich and noble person. Just look at your palmistry. Yuan Dangang has rarely entered the palace, and since Li Yuan abdicated, he has been staying in Dan Palace and rarely goes out. So it is normal that Yuan Dangang does not know Li Yuan. This guy actually pulled someone else to show the palm of his hand. It seems that I have to talk to him and let him change it. However, that was also because the people he met recently were all famous and influential people, so he naturally asked him to pull one when he saw it. Li Yuan frowned and looked at Yuan Dangang, feeling very angry. It's okay to look at the face, but to look at the palmistry again. Do you want to hold his hand? The two men held hands, feeling a little disgusting just thinking about it. You are such a strange person. I said no. so I don't want it. Why are you so obsessed with people? He was angry. Just take a look. I see that you were born rich and noble. If you can help Mr. Zilly, that would be great. As soon as Lee Minutes heard it, it turned out that this guy is now looking for people for him. But he was a little too hard, and he found his grandfather there. It would be embarrassing for him to know Li Yuan's identity. But at the same time, from what he said, Li Yuan was very useful for his future. If this is the case, then Lee Minutes has to think about how to use Li Yuan. He took a few steps forward. Go to where the two are. I don't know what to do or not. I'm going to buy wine from Shengteng Group now. Don't mess with me, or I'll do it. Li Yuan didn't even know Mr. Zilly. It was true that he lived in the Deep Palace for a long time, so he naturally didn't know who Zilly was. Li Yuan is also a military general. Although he is addicted to alcohol after getting old, his foundation is still very good. In comparison, Yuan Dangang's physique is very weak, and he may not last for less than one round in his hands. However, Yuan Dangang was very shameless. He tightly clasped Li Yuan's thigh, and he had to stop whatever he said. As a result, the behavior of the two has attracted the attention of many people. People are scratching their heads about this. Seeing this, Li Yuan was ashamed and shouted, "You've lost all my face. Let go quickly, or I'll kill you." After that, he drew a sword. Seeing this, Yuan Dangang immediately put his hand away. Peace begets wealth, and goodness produces wealth. If you don't see it, you won't see it. But I tell you, it's your loss if you don't see it. Yuan Dangang did not forget to say so. What loss is not lost? I don't know. I only need to drink now. Whatever. Then, when I looked up, I saw the 4 characters of Shengteng wine industry. So I knocked on the door of the store. Open the door. Open the door quickly. I want to buy wine. Old man, that wine has long been sold out, and Duiyangzun and I came to buy it just now. Yuan Dangang patted the dirt on his body. Uyangzun, did he buy it? Li Yuan remembered this person. You show me a palm mystery, and I'll tell you how. Yuan Dangang didn't see the palm mystery, and he felt uncomfortable all over. You know, from Li Yuan, he saw the appearance of the emperor, saw the sunset and the west mountain, and saw the dead tree in the spring. These things that couldn't be put together in the first place, are all together. Therefore, he wanted to know why, so he kept asking Li Yuan to show himself. What? Get out of the way, I don't need it. This Shengteng wine industry is me. Li Yuan felt disgusted. At this moment, Sheng Chubai stepped forward and interrupted him, almost asking him to say that it was his grandson. Old man. We, Mr. Zilly, are looking for it. Li Yuan looked around until he saw Cheng Chubai. Mr. Zilly? Who is it? What are you looking for? I don't know him, he said. The people around laughed. I don't even know who Mr. Zilly is. Are you an old man from outside Chainan? Now in the county town near Chainan, Mr. Zilly is known to everyone, and everyone knows it. You don't even know it. What a frog at the bottom of the well. Why did Mr. Zilly invite him? I see this person very strange. It's really enviable to meet Mr. Zilly. You have to find Mr. Zilly to buy wine, or you won't be able to buy wine today. Li Yuan listened to these words in his ears. In my heart, I wonder, isn't this place opened by Li Minutes? Why is there another Mr. Zilly? He didn't know. It turned out that Li Minutes was afraid that Li Yuan would recognize him, so he asked Cheng Chubai to let him speak inside. You will know when you go in. Mr. Zilly has prepared a free wine inside and is waiting for you. Cheng Chubai went on to say that the alcohol behind him was fatal. It directly raised Li Yuan's interest. Then he'll go in and have a look. You are reading www.uukanzu.com by the way to see who this Mr. Zilly is. Then enter the group. On the other hand, Yuan Dangang was also a little puzzled. How did the 6th prince let this person in? And then it's a look that I understand. It must be the 6th prince who also found out that this person can help him in the future, so he let him in. The 6th prince is really powerful. After finishing, he followed suit. He didn't know that he would be embarrassed when he entered. After all, He was pulling the hind legs of the Emperor Chang. As for the people outside, everyone went in, and there was nothing to see, so they dispersed and went back to their homes. Everything is back to normal. Chapter 114, Pulling the Queen's Legs. The latest website. P.S. Today, there are 5 chapters. The book Lao Yi is currently the 15th best-selling book in the new book. Now there is no recommendation, but it is much stronger than some people who have made countless recommendations. Of course, this is inseparable from your subscription support. Here, I ask everyone to support as much as possible, so that this book will have better results. Thank you. There will be outbreaks from time to time. Li Yuan was introduced into the prosperous Tang group by Cheng Chubai, and Yuan Dangang also followed. Li Yuan was very angry when he saw Yuan Dangang. He is the supreme emperor. To let a commoner pull his thigh and do this in front of the common people, it is simply not giving himself face. If he was not outside, but in the palace, Yuan Dangang would have died a long time ago. Now outside, Li Yuan naturally did not dare to reveal his identity. In that case, he would harm himself and many others. Why did you come in too? Go away. Li Yuan looked disgusted. Old man, I am also a person here. Why can't I come in? Li Yuan wondered, is he still related to the Shengtan group? This is strange. But he didn't think much about it and went inside. When I got inside, I saw a table of dishes and a pot of wine. There was another person sitting at the table with his back to him. He hurried forward. Look at a young man sitting. Are you Mr. Zili? Grandpa, don't you recognize me? After Li Minutes finished speaking, he turned around. When he turned around, Li Yuan was taken aback. After thinking for a long time, he remembered Li Minutes' name. It's also because I haven't seen Li Minutes for a long time. Otherwise how could I not recognize him for so long? Furthermore, he has been rarely going out in the Dan Palace. Li Shimin has asked him to come out to escape the summer heat several times. As for Li Minutes, he doesn't see him twice a year. It's nice to be able to recognize it. You are Yena. Are you Mr. Zili as they say? Li Minutes nodded slightly. Yes. At the same time, Yuan Dangang was sluggish. The prince's grandfather? Isn't that the emperor? The emperor? This is embarrassing. Just now he actually pulled the Emperor Chang's hind legs. That's simple. It's really going to kill you. He was so frightened that he hurriedly calculated himself for the next hour. After knowing it was all right, he breathed a sigh of relief. What's the matter? What's the matter with this person? Is it yours? Li Yuan pointed at Yuan Dangang and said, there is a sense of guilt. I don't know if the villain is the supreme emperor. How much has been offended just now? Yuan Dangang immediately came to admit his mistake. A hero does not suffer immediate losses and can admit his mistakes and save his life. So why not do it? Humphrey, you are so unreasonable. Yena, this guy has been pulling on my leg just now. I'm really mad at me. I have to punish him for this. Li Yuan advocated. Li Minutes knew that if he did this, everyone would be angry. He said, Yuan Dangang, you are so bold. I will punish you and Zushan to count the money together. If you don't count the money, you are not allowed to sleep. Li Yuan was at a loss. What? Counting money is also called punishment? How can there be such a good thing in the world? This is the first time he has encountered such punishment. Yuan Dangang immediately said, yes, Mr. Zili. This is the one who left in a hurry. This is not a place he can stay. The longer he stays, the more angry Li Yuan will be. Come on, Grandpa. Let's sit down and talk. Li Minutes gestured. Li Yuan was not polite and sat down directly. He looked up and saw a pair of fierce eyes in front of him. The owner of these eyes is Xrengai. This is my friend Xrengai. Li Minutes introduced this way. Xrengi's heart moved, but he didn't expect Li Minutes to introduce himself like this. My friend, he is actually Li Minutes' friend. Sure enough. It is for bravery. It is a blessing to have this friend. Li Yuan sighed. He used to fight on the battlefield all the year round, and he was very accurate in seeing people. An existence like Xrengai must be a brave man. After Li Yuan finished speaking, He then kept his eyes on the dishes and the pot of wine in front of him. Can you drink these wines? Of course it is. Li Yuan was so happy that he picked up the jug and poured it into the cup. This fell directly crooked. A lot of drinks are wasted on the table. Li Minutes took a look. What happened to Li Yuan? How can you not even pour wine? No, Li Yuan didn't care. It seems like this is usually the case. He actually brought his mouth close to the table, slid, and sucked the wine on the table into his mouth, and also showed a satisfied expression. Grandpa, what are you doing? Hey, my eyes are getting worse and worse. This year, I can't see close, but I can see far away. I don't know what happened. It must be too much alcohol, right? When he said that, Li Minutes knew that Li Yuan was an old man. Where is the drink too much? Presbyopia is far-sighted. When looking at the distance, it is very clear, but it is blurry when looking at the near. The pot is fine, big enough. It's just that the cup is a little small, so he can't be sure. That's not a little inconvenient. It's more than a little inconvenience. It's quite inconvenient. When writing, I can't see the words at all, but I don't know how to pick up the pen so I can start. Li Yuan sighed. Then he said, and the concubines I married, I can only look at it from a distance, but I can't look at it up close. When I look up close, how can I recognize who is who? This is very distressing. When you look close, no one can see clearly. What is the difference between the night when the lights are turned off? These words also caused Cheng Chubai and Fang Yi to snicker. Li Yuan frowned. What are you laughing at? What's so funny about it? He was very unhappy at the two of them laughing. It's not a funny thing after all. But Li Minutes excused the two of them. Grandpa, they are also unintentional. Don't blame them. Li Yuan said with a straight face. If you laugh again, you will break your legs. How dare the two of them laugh? The man in front of him used to be the emperor. Did you hear that? I know the sixth prince. The two responded immediately. Li Yuan said with a stern face, if you come to pour the wine, it will be regarded as your punishment. The two didn't dare to disobey. And you reading www.uukanzu.com directly helped Li Yuan pour the wine because he had poor eyesight. And then Li Minutes said again, Grandpa, I can restore your eyesight. You can see clearly. As soon as he said it, Li Yuan didn't believe it. My child, even the imperial doctor can't cure this disease. How can you make me recover? Do you want to try, Grandpa? Anyway, I don't believe it. How can doctors in this world be stronger than those in the palace? You kid, don't make fun of Grandpa. Does Grandpa dare to gamble? Li Minutes asked with a smile. Li Yuan thought for a while, and at the same time a smile appeared on his face. Li Minutes knew that this guy was afraid that the water was going to be poured out. Chapter 115. Money also said to me, it's just numbers. The latest website. Li Yuan skillfully picked up the wine glass. It is not necessary to look at it. He drank it. A satisfied expression appeared on his face. Betting. Why don't you bet? It can be seen that Li Yuan is also a good gambler. Okay. A gentleman's word. Seeing this, Li Minutes responded directly, for fear that Li Yuan would regret it. It's hard to chase a horse. If so, that is good. Then Li Yuan turned against the guest and said, I see that you have a lot of wine in the prosperous Tang group. So, if you lose, how about a bottle of free wine sent to the palace in the next day? No, it should be 10 bottles. Li Yuan would really think, 10 bottles a day, more than 3,000 bottles a year, worth more than 30,000 tals. The longer he lives, the better. Li Minutes thought to himself, he really knows how to think. Actually thinking of things that are beneficial to him. But he still said, yes, if I lose, I can't restore your eyesight. 10 bottles of free wine a day will not be interrupted. Ha ha ha, let's get started. Li Yuan said suddenly. Li Minutes said, what if you lose, Grandpa? This should be said in advance. Grandpa can't possibly lose. Under the general public, there is really no medicine to cure my eyes. So, hurry up and start. I'll wait for your medicine. Who said it was medicine? It's not medicine. That's impossible. No matter what the method is, it won't work. No matter what it is, Everything is possible. Can't you tell all the benefits? And when you lose, you don't get rid of it. This is too unfair. Lee Minutes didn't show any politeness and said directly. It made Li Yuan feel a little uncomfortable. So he said, I see that you are working very hard outside the palace. Why don't you do this? If I lose, I will mention it to your majesty. How about letting you go back to the palace? You can still meet your mother, so that the gap between your father and son will be narrowed. Is it all right? Li Yuan expressed his good intentions. He thought Lee Minutes would thank him, but he was wrong. On the contrary, he was unhappy with the suggestion. He said, Grandpa, I'm all for you, but you want to hurt me. Li Yuan's words made Li Yuan depressed. What are you talking about? Where am I hurting you? You are my grandson. How could I hurt you? We are a family. Li Yuan was very puzzled. Did something irreconcilable happen between Lee Minutes and Li Shimin? When Lee Minutes and Li Shimin were arguing, he was not there. Otherwise he would have come out to persuade them. Now that the emperor's life is down, he has nothing to say. Then he added, I know that there was a quarrel between you and your majesty, and the quarrel was fierce at the time, but you must know that I watched his majesty grow up. His heart is not bad, but his mouth is a bit stubborn. When Li Yuan said this, he stopped and said nothing. Yes, his heart is not bad, but the pursuit of power blinded him and killed his two brothers. He also let himself go back to the Dan Palace, where he could only enjoy fine wine and beauties, and parted ways with power since then. However, in the past few years, he has been living well, and he is living and dreaming every day, and he can be considered at ease. What's so good about being king? I have to work on state affairs every day, and I have no time for myself. Although standing at the pinnacle of power, he is the most tired person. Grandpa, let's not say things that praise others. Lee Minutes suddenly said this, as if there was an irreconcilable conflict with Li Shimin. In his mouth, Li Shimin became someone else. This. Do you know something? I know, the same as Grandpa knows. Li Yuan was silent. The child in front of him may have heard something from someone else. Who did you hear about that period of history? Lee Minutes may know better than Li Yuan. After all, Li Yuan also knew through others. But Lee Minutes is from the beginning to the end. That doesn't matter, we're on a gamble now, aren't we? Also, the past, let him pass, and people can't be resurrected after death. Li Yuan said slightly meaningfully. Not many people know about that piece of history, or those who know it won't tell it, and they treat it as a secret. As for whether Lee Minutes really knew, or whether he was using his own words, it didn't matter. On one side, Cheng Chubai and Fang Yi were even more puzzled. What are the two of them talking about? It seems to be a secret in the palace. At the same time, I was very curious. Lee Minutes' way of doing things was not at all the way a teenage boy should do things. They feel that Lee Minutes' way of doing things is even more mature than their own father. And, before doing something, you have already considered the consequences. Lee Minutes looked at Li Yuan for a long time before speaking. Grandpa, I think it's better than this. You said tomorrow morning, you come here. If I can help you restore your eyesight, then you promise me one thing. Oh, if it's money, I don't have it. Now the entire Tang dynasty is extremely poor, and even the Emperor Chang is living a tight life. Until the end, the few concubines he married were hastily registered and given a name, and they didn't even come up with any tricks. Because there is no money. Keep it simple. Don't worry, why would I ask for your money? Money told me that it's just a number. This is so right that Li Yuan almost choked to death. What did you say? Money is just a number? This can't be said too much. It's such a big talk at a young age. Li Yuan said so. He did not know. All this is true. Cheng Chubai and Fang Yi wanted to say that this is true, but still can't tell until someone walks past their window with box after box of money. Li Yuan swallowed his saliva sharply. My darling, it turned out to be true. In Lee Minutes' eyes, money is just a number. What kind of realm is this? Let's not talk nonsense, Grandpa. If you lose, in the future, please let me know what information is in this palace. It's that simple. Li Yuan was puzzled. Is what he wants so simple? This seems to be simple. But for Li Minutes, it is not simple. The so-called information is priceless, which is equivalent to having the entire palace under his control. Even Li Shimin is in his control, and no one dared to find Li Yuan's head. You are reading www.yuukanzu.com. Therefore, it would be more appropriate for him to provide some information or something. This is also Li Minutes' decision based on Yuan Dangang's appearance. How? Will you agree? Since it's so simple, then I promise. Li Yuan's heart was overjoyed. After all, it was an effort. Okay. Come, drink, eat meat. 3 rounds of wine, 5 flavors of food. Li Yuan drank high, and suddenly said to Li Minutes seriously, Mingjia, Grandpa has something to say to you. Li Minutes put down the wine glass. Oh, what? Chapter 116 Wang Gui is not a good person. The latest website. Li Yuan hiccuped, smelling of alcohol all over his body. He put his feet on the chair. No aristocratic temperament at all. It looks a little dizzy. He said, that Wang Gui, you must pay attention. I don't think he is a good person. I hate him when I see him. Speaking of Wang Gui, he worked in the Sui dynasty, and then he followed Li Jianqing and became his confidant, and was finally reused by Li Shimin. This kind of person is a bit of a scumbag. This kind of person can be said to eat anywhere. At this time, when Li Yuan talked about being careful with him, there was a certain reason, not just hate him. He must have heard something. At the same time, Li Minutes was a little moved. Li Yuan is still very useful. Grandpa, you said this because you thought I would win, right? Did you tell me some news in advance? Li Yuan said, I tell you this, not because I admit defeat, but because I want you to be careful about him and the people of the Wang family. I'm afraid they will be bad for you. I won't drink alcohol in the future. I'm doing it for myself. This explanation seems reasonable. Once something happened to Li Minutes, Li Yuan would have no more alcohol to drink. Okay, I understand. What else did you hear, Grandpa? Let's talk about it together. Li Yuan took another sip of wine. TSK. The whole person is enjoying it. He said without any reservations. I heard that he was provoking the relationship between you and His Majesty. Fortunately, blood dissolves in water. His Majesty did not listen to him. Otherwise you are in danger. This guy's heart is really poisonous, so shameless. Someday I will blast him out of the Taikai Palace. Let him know that a person like him cannot exist in the imperial court. Li Yuan said it very firmly. And he also hated this person very much. So, this Wang Gui is afraid of being a big traitor? Exist like Su Jingzong? Li Minutes immediately checked Wang Gui's information. This investigation, we know the cause and effect. This stuff is really worrying, but it won't last long. He dared to provoke himself, fearing that he would not live long. At the same time he smiled. He thought to himself, you bastard who wants to fight me. I'm afraid it's too tender. Yena, what are you doing? Seeing him like this, Li Yuan was a little curious. No, nothing. Thank you Grandpa for reminding me. Is there anything else? There is nothing wrong with entertaining Li Yuan today. Li Yuan then told everything he heard from Li Shimin. In the final analysis, I hope that Li Minutes can understand Li Shimin's good intentions, and at the same time hope that he can be safe. After all, they are their descendants. Li Minutes said, I see. Come, Grandpa, have another drink. I respect you. Okay, come on, cheers. Li Yuan was not polite, and drank it directly. The two drank until evening. Li Yuan got up contentedly. Also burped. Today's wine is good. I hope I can drink this wine every day in the future. In fact, he didn't drink much, and spent more than half of his time chatting, so not particularly drunk. Furthermore, this wine has also been blended, and the alcohol is no longer too high. While maximizing profits, it also makes the wine taste better. This is what Li Minutes wants to do. Okay, it's getting late. I have to go first. Tomorrow morning, I'll come over to see if you can restore my vision. but I still hope I can win. This guy lost his eyesight because of alcohol. It's not a problem at all. You'll know when you come tomorrow. Xrang, I exist. Send the Emperor Chang to the Vermilion Bird Gate. We must ensure his safety. Drunk Li Yuan makes people very uneasy. Yes, after Li Yuan left, Cheng Chubai and Fang Yi came together. First Cheng Chubai said, "Sixth Prince, what method are you going to use to cure sight of the Supreme Emperor?" "Yes. Does the sixth prince know medical skills?" Fang Yi then asked. "Tell them they don't understand at all." Li Minutes just said, "Tomorrow you will know." In fact, he has been researching one thing recently, and that is the lens. The vision correction corresponding to the meniscus lens is different. The two can be used together as a telescope, used in the military. It is simply a plug-in general existence. So, he made a bet with Li Yuan. It is just that Li Yuan's farsightedness can be used to do the experiment, and he can get all the information in the palace. Simply kill two birds with one stone. As for how to polish and how to do it, he also prepared the materials in advance. Plus there are so many craftsmen out there. One night is enough to build it. Even more can be made. Having said that, the two were silent. Li Minutes didn't say anything. But they didn't dare to ask again, until Zushan walked in. He said to Li Minutes, "Sixth Prince, the silver count has been completed, a total of 25,315 tals of silver. So much money has been made in just a few days. In the entire Chainan city, and even the entire Tang dynasty, I am afraid that no one can make the most money in the shortest time like Li Minutes. I'm afraid there will be more in the future. You can even earn these in one day, and what's more, the tax paid in one day is even higher than this. Okay, hard work. It's time for the Yulai factory to open. Let Yuan Dangang come in for a while, and let him recruit people." As soon as he heard it, so much money was almost enough to open a Yulai factory. "Yes, I understand. I'll prepare now, and you come back." "What else?" "Give each of them 100 tals of silver to bring back, plus a few pieces of fine glass and 10 bottles of free wine." Li Minutes pointed at Cheng Chubai and said. The two were flattered. Is this okay?" "Why not? In the past few days, you have come to help a lot. This is what you deserve. In the future, there will be more." "Well, you have worked hard. Take the money and go back after drinking. It's late." Marquis Wu is coming out again. "Sixth Prince, can you let me bring back some more coke?" Fang Yi asked suddenly. "Oh, if you want to drink, just take it back. Don't ask me." The sixth prince doesn't ask why. Fang Yi asked curiously. "Why should I ask?" "Because I need it, so I need it. Just take it back if you want to drink it. Don't do anything opportunistic." Li Minutes was not wary of the two of them. This is absolute trust. It made them even more impressed. "Thank you so much to the sixth prince." They didn't know that when they went back this time, they directly caused some sensation in their home. As for Li Minutes, he began to collect more information and began to create a lens. "I believe it won't take too long. It can be made. Of course, it also needs to be equipped with a good wooden frame, so that Li Yuan can wear it, and he is very bookish. In this era, it may cause some other shocks. Chapter 117 Uninvited Guests. The latest website. Let's say that Li Yuan hummed a song all the way into the palace, and the sky gradually turned dark. The wind blew lightly on his face. Suddenly, Jujin went straight to his head. There were two roads ahead, and he was confused and took the wrong road. This way is not a little different, but he did not pay attention to it. Instead, he continued onward. The road seemed familiar. After all, he had been walking for many years. He stopped before reaching a palace. Then an eunuch came up and said, "Meet the Emperor Chang." Li Yuan waved his hand. "Go down. Widows should pay attention." After that, go to the door. Unexpectedly, he was stopped by the eunuch. "Your Majesty, you can't enter here. This is His Majesty's bedroom." Li Yuan was not happy. "Nonsense. This is obviously my bedroom. Get out of here." He pushed the eunuch away with a big hand, and the eunuch was pushed directly to the ground. The eunuch didn't dare to say a word, and got up directly. "Your Majesty, don't go forward, Your Majesty." And Li Yuan just ignored it and went on. Suddenly, he heard a voice. "Emperor Chang, where are you going if you don't go back to Dan Palace?" Li Yuan heard the voice very familiar. "As soon as I saw it, I saw Li Shimen and Concubine Yang sitting in the courtyard." Li Shimen walked over with an unsightly expression on his face. Li Yuan woke up halfway. Wrong, bad. It turned out that he had been the emperor for a few years, and he was familiar with this place. Because of the influence of alcohol, his judgment became a lot worse. "Oh. It turned out to be Your Majesty. Isn't this Dan Palace? I thought it was Dan Palace. I went wrong. But he was someone who had seen the world after all." Immediately responded. "Oh, why do you drink so much?" When Li Shimin arrived, he smelled the alcohol on Li Yuan's body. "It was very rich, and I don't know how much I drank." "Your Majesty, isn't that what you said? There is no wine in the palace. So I went to look for Yaina, and our grandfather and grandson drank all afternoon. The wine is really delicious, and the dishes in his place are even more memorable. It's better than the dishes in the palace." Li Yuan said so. Li Shimen was a little unhappy. He just said it casually. Li Yuan really went. "What other dishes in the palace are not as good as Li Minutes?" He didn't know. Li Minutes is now on his own, and naturally he wants to eat dishes that suit his own taste. These dishes are all fried, which is much better than the roasted and steamed ones in Tang. Concubine Yang sighed. "This child. Don't you know that Emperor Chang's health is not good? He has an eye disease. How can he drink so much alcohol? It's really worrying." Li Yuan's presbyopia is also known to the entire palace. It has been treated for a long time, but no one can be cured. Later, Li Yuan was also annoyed and died. "Anyway, I can still see it." Unexpectedly, Li Yuan said, "Concubine Yang, what you said is wrong. He kindly drinks with me, how can you blame him? Besides, he said that he will cure my eye disease tomorrow. We made a bet that if it can't be cured, I have good wine to drink every day." Concubine Yang said again, "Do you really want to treat your eye disease?" Li Shimen didn't care. What does he know? How can he cure Chang Wang's eye disease? There are hundreds of imperial physicians in my imperial physician's office. Everyone has tried it, and they all say they can't cure it. What does he know as a child? How old are you? Being deceived by a child. Li Shimen still did not believe that Li Minutes could cure Li Yuan. "Also say this," Concubine Yang said, "Your Majesty, have you forgotten that Wu Ji Bathing pill? Many people feel refreshed after eating for a few days. Maybe he really has this strength." "What kind of strength?" "The prescription is not his." "How does he know how to treat diseases?" "Don't treat the Chang Wang. It will not be worth the loss. If he is playing tricks, then it's okay. If he really wants to do big things, no." Li Shimen said that Li Minutes was not polite at all. How could he know that some things that Li Minutes did now were hundreds of times better than him? This man just refuses to admit his fault. "His Majesty." Concubine Yang couldn't change Li Shimen's opinion, so she could only stand on the side depressed. But Li Yuan said, "Anyway, he said that this eye disease does not require medicine, and I have some expectations. If it is not cured, there will be alcohol to drink every day." He said that 10,000 bottles will be sent to the palace every day. It is also acceptable. "How many bottles shall I give to His Majesty?" When Li Yuan said this, Li Shimin's face was a little wrong. Obviously, Li Yuan was very angry that Li Shimin didn't give him wine. However, the shrewd Li Shimin caught the crux of the problem. He asked, "Emperor Chang, what did you bet with him? If he wins against you, what will he gain?" Li Yuan couldn't come back for a while. He could only fight a ha-ha and said, "What else? If I win, I will naturally cure my eye disease. He is my grandson, and it is only natural for him to treat his relatives." That seems to be the case. After Li Shimin heard it, he didn't say anything. Even if he didn't believe Li Yuan's words. Because of what? Because Li Minutes is very smart. He will definitely have something to gain, and he will not be so kind to do this. But what about Li Yuan? An old Chang Wang, without any real power, knows to eat, drink, and play with concubine every day. What else can he do? Okay, the widow go back first. Excuse me. After that, Li Yuan turned around and walked out the door. He could feel a slight sigh of relief. Li Shimin was still a little worried, and said, "Come on, send the Emperor Chang back to Dan Palace." Yes. After Li Yuan walked away, Li Shimin was still a little puzzled. What is this kid going to do? After he took a sip of coke, he couldn't understand. Concubine Yang said, "This child is doing his best for the Tang dynasty. As far as I know, they contribute a lot of tax revenue. They have also made Dongxi a landmark in Chainan, and even people from neighboring countries can go there." Chainan, nominate to order a coke at Shengton Group. Regarding these, Li Shimin remained silent, because he couldn't save face. He was talking about Li Minutes just now. I still don't think it's right. He'll let someone see what tricks he wants tomorrow. I want to know what he's going to do next. Li Minutes has done so many things in this period of time, which is unbelievable. Yang tried to say something more, but was interrupted by Li Shimin. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. He got up. I'm tired. I'm going to sleep. After that, he entered the room. Yang knew that this was what he did on purpose, but it is helpless. He could only sigh and go in. At this time, in the prosperous Tang group, Li Minutes started a night of research. By the next morning, he stretched. After a night of production yesterday, I finally got a decent pair of glasses, so I just waited for Li Yuan to come over. However, instead of waiting for Li Yuan, there were 4 uninvited guests. Chapter 118. I want to join. Latest URL. Li Minutes stretched his waist, but he heard the noise outside. Then Zushan knocked on the door. Li Minutes put the glasses on the table. What's the matter? So noisy. General Cheng and Duke I have been waiting outside the hall for a long time. Okay. What are Cheng Yojin and Fang Xuanling doing at this time? Also made such a big move. He was puzzled. Who else? Their son Cheng Chubai and Fang Yi are also together. A group of 4 came. Why? See it to know. Okay. I got it. He opened the door and went outside. Picturesque outside. It took him 5 minutes to walk all the way, because the place was so big. When they reached the hall, Cheng Yojin's loud voice came. Have you taken the money from the Shengton Group? 100 tals is not a decimal. You still refuse to admit your mistake. Believe it or not, I will kill you. And there is Fang Xuanling's voice. It's the same with you. You and Cheng Chubai didn't study well, and you do this and that all day long. You don't want to make progress. You are very disappointed as a father. Cheng Chubai was more daring, and directly attacked Cheng Yojin. Father, we didn't steal the Shengton Group's money, these were given to us by Mr. Zilli. With this said, Cheng Yojin's temper came up directly. Give it. Why didn't he give it to us? Just give you 2 little bastards? It's a joke. It's better to return the money to Mr. Zilli today, and the discount and money for yesterday's drinks, along with Liu Lai. Then I apologize. Otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Cheng Yojin pointed to the money on the ground and some colored glass. As for the ice and popsicles, they wouldn't be able to save it for a while, so there would be no more. Cheng Chubai is a mute and can't tell how hard it is to eat Coptis chinensis. As for Fang Yi's love, she is also very embarrassed. At this time, they very much hope that Li Minutes will appear. Uncle Cheng, Duke why? What are you doing? Don't make such a big fuss. Early in the morning, you will be hurt. Li Minutes walked out. He also heard their conversation. It's very timely. Cheng Chubai ran over directly and said very urgently, Mr. Zilli, you gave us the money yesterday. Please explain to my father, or we will be beaten. He was about to cry. I knew I wouldn't take it yesterday. The same is true for the love of the housewife. Yeah, the 2 of us haven't slept well since yesterday, and we were pulled over this morning. It can be seen that Cheng Yojin and Fang Xuanling are very angry. If your own children really want to mention stealing, then they really have nowhere to put their face. After all, One is the general and the other is the prince. The identity of the two is very noble. Children make this kind of mistake and they can't hold their heads up. Mr. Zilli, tell me, did these two boys do such a thing? Cheng Yojin asked again. No, I gave them the money, as well as Liu Lai, and yesterday's Coke smoothie, etc. Cheng Chubai breathed a sigh of relief as soon as he said that. Cheng Yojin and the two were a little puzzled. Could it be that he was wrong to blame the two children? Mr. Zilli, tell the truth about this matter. We won't hit them. I know you have a good relationship, but if you excuse them, it will hurt them. Fang Xuanling said at this time. They still don't believe in themselves. Yeah, so much money, not a little bit. The two of them are helping you here. We know that. But you only helped for a few days, and you took so much money. Didn't you steal it? I don't believe it. Cheng Chubai was about to cry. Father, why don't you believe me? I really don't. It turned out that the money was too much. They are wronged. How could this happen? They didn't expect it. If you know, don't take it. Lee Minutes said I sent them. That is, there is no need to lie to you. Do you believe me? Is it necessary for me to lie to you? Is there any benefit? As soon as his words came out, let them fall into deep thought. Yeah, there's no need to lie to them. Cheng Yojin said, it's not that we don't believe you, it's that the money is too much. It's outrageous. Cheng Chubai snorted. Father has never seen more, like hills, piles of piles. At this time, both Cheng Yojin and Fang Xuanling became quiet. Like hills, piles of money? So how do you make so much money? This is too arrogant, right? Terrible. Lee Minutes turned out to be so terrifying. They were quiet for a while. Cheng Yojin asked again. Boy, are you telling the truth? Lee Minutes said, okay, Uncle Cheng. You don't have to embarrass them. This money is their hard-earned money for a few days. Most of the guys in my store can get more than 50 tals. When Lee Minutes' words came out, the two took a deep breath. With more than 12 tals of money, 200 people will have 2,000 tals in cash. What business is so profitable? The salary alone will cost 2,000 tals. Cheng Yojin thought for a while, and then glanced at Fang Xuanling. Fang Xuanling nodded at him. He just said, what business is so profitable? It's just wine and ice cream business. Obviously, the two did not expect that these things were so profitable. Cheng Yojin said shamelessly at this time, such a lucrative business, can you ukanzu www.uukanzu.com let me join? When he said this, his face was not red or his heart was beating. It seemed to be a very common thing. If it was someone else, Lee Minutes would definitely have refused. But this product is different, and this product is still worth using. Of course, there is also Fang Xuanling. Li Shimin's position is also very important. So, he said, it's not possible to join, but you need to find the store by yourself. And a store must be a store recruit related to Shengton Group. And you can do the decoration yourself. And I can supply it to you. I can give you a base price, and the extra money is yours. Doing so is equivalent to distribution. Cheng Yojin and Fang Xuanling will make money instead of him. This scheme is very novel. Good. He'll join in. Fang Xuanling did not dare to speak because of his thin skin. Lee Minutes took the initiative to ask. Does Duke Kwai want to join? If you want to, of course you will. Fang Xuanling was very happy. It was a pity not to make money. Well, just decide. When the time comes, you will contact Zushan directly, and he will be responsible for this. The two of them responded repeatedly. As long as they had the money, who would contact them? The conversation was interrupted by a voice. Yena. At this time, someone walked in from the door. Everyone was a little panicked. Latest URL. To download the latest TXT ebook of this book, please click mobile phone reading of this book, book review. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record this time chapter 118 I want to join. 5th update reading record. You can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. Please recommend this book to your friends QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support! Chapter 119 Zongnan Mountain Sun Simiao. P.S. The ranking of the day yesterday was very good. So, today is still violent. 5 more. Please subscribe to all support, let Laoyi have more passionate code words, and then you can make more changes every day. Minor, here I come. Where are you? Where are you? A person walked in outside the door. It was Li Yuan. At this time, he had already changed into a suit and looked like an ordinary person. As soon as he came, he called out Li Minut's name. Little did they know that at this time, someone outside was secretly observing everything inside. They are Li Shimon's dog legs and his eyeliner. Everything is within their grasp, except for what happened within the group, of course. After all the organs in the group are not joking, giving them a lot of courage. I'm afraid they won't dare to go in. Right behind Li Yuan was a guy. He tried to stop Li Yuan in a hurry, but he couldn't. All the way to Li Minut's here. Mr. Zilli, he keeps breaking in, we can't stop him. At this time, a buddy said, Li Yuan is like a bull, how could he stop him? Li Minut's didn't mean to blame him. It's okay, you go out. The guy went out and scratched his head and said, so, Yana, what is this old man talking about? Why can't we understand? They never thought that the old man was calling the 6th prince's name. The appearance of Li Yuan shocked Cheng Yojin and Fang Xuanling in the room. How did they know that Li Yuan would appear at this time? At the same time very nervous. They looked outside, but luckily no one came in. That Cheng Yojin frightened the door and closed the door directly. As for Cheng Chubai and Fang Yi, they didn't even know what happened. They didn't even know that the old man in front of them was the Emperor Chang. There is no special feeling. But when their father bowed to Li Yuan, they realized that the old man had a lot of background. I see the Emperor Chang. The two bowed. Cheng Chubai and Fang Yi stayed there for some reason. The Emperor? The Emperor's father? How would it appear here? Chubai, come over soon to see the Emperor Chang. 2. Chang Wang. Father, this. Come and salute soon. Cheng Yojin pulled him away, and Fang Yi came over when he saw it. Meet the Emperor Chang. Li Yuan laughed. I haven't had this kind of treatment in a long time. Don't be too polite. Get up. The 4 of them straightened their waists. Why is the Emperor Chang free to come here? Cheng Yojin asked. When he asked this question, he felt that it was a bit redundant. After all, it was normal for a grandfather to find a grandson. But after all, it is outside now, not in the palace. As Li Yuan, he came out so rashly, which made people a little curious. Li Yuan said, actually, I'm here to find Moa. Why? Fang Xuanling asked again. Actually, it's not a big deal. We had a bet yesterday. The widow came here to see the result today. Li Yuan looked again and saw that the two were still with their children. Ask, what about you? What are you doing here? The two faltered. Li Yuan looks like I understand. Are you looking for a drink too? I understand that. The two just kept nodding their heads in yes. He also said that the emperor was wise. After that, he walked over to Li Minut's. How about it, Yana? Can you start treating the widow's eyes? Li Minut's hadn't spoken yet, but the two of them showed a concerned look. Your Majesty, what's wrong with your eyes? Cheng Yojin asked in surprise. Li Yuan told his symptoms again. Now everyone understands. The disease seems to be present in old age. It's just that no one has heard of a cure for this disease. Yeah, how could this be? By the way, I know a genius doctor, who is very powerful. He is in Zongnan Mountain. His name is Sun Simiao. If necessary, I can go there and invite him down the mountain. Maybe he can help you. Treat. Fang Xuanling said so. When Li Minutes heard this, Sun Simiao, Medicine King. He has set 24 firsts in the medical field. A veritable genius doctor. If he was there, he would definitely be able to heal Li Yuan's eyes. But curing or not is second. Li Minutes' focus is different. The appearance of Sun Simiao was really interesting. Unexpectedly, Fang Xuanling knew him. Find him down the mountain one day and meet him. It happened that there was a business relationship with Fang Xuanling, and there was nothing wrong with pulling Fang Xuanling in without rejecting it just now. No need, my eye problem is minor. In fact, There is another main thing. Li Yuan rejected his kindness and said that the eye disease was a small matter. It's just that you can't see up close, but you can still see clearly in the distance. Still subconsciously saying that drinking is a big deal. Fang Xuanling said, "How can we do it? We all know it. If His Majesty is to blame, I'm afraid it won't be good." The widow said that if you don't need it, you don't need it. Why can't you hear it? Li Yuan was angry. This was clearly doing his own good deeds. This made Cheng Chubai and Fang Yi think, why is this old man so stubborn and really difficult to get along with? In contrast, Mr. Zilli got along very well and even gave them money. Why is there such a big difference between people? Fang Xuanling wanted to say something, but was stopped by Li Minutes. Why Guogong, don't talk about it. Grandpa's focus is not on eye diseases, but on wine. This surprised everyone. What wine? Why is it related to alcohol? Fang Xuanling continued, I heard Sun Simiao say that if this person has an eye disease, 80% of it is related to the liver. The so-called liver receives blood and can see, but drinking too much alcohol will damage the liver, which will only aggravate the eye disease. Unexpectedly, Fang Xuanling knew a lot, but he was still too bookish to say such a thing at this time. How can Li Yuan not be angry? At the same time Li Yan also said, don't say it anymore. Fang Xuanling, don't talk about it anymore. The widow knows. Fang Xuanling wondered, this is for his own good, so let's not talk about it. Grandpa, let's talk inside. Okay, this time, I will definitely win. I talked to His Majesty about this yesterday, and he doesn't believe that you can cure my eye disease. Li Yuan couldn't help but say one more thing. Okay, Li Shimin even knew it. You were reading www.uukanzu.com. Isn't this Li Yuan too mouthy? But then again, Yuan Dangang's eyes can't be wrong. He has a fancy for Li Yuan. There must be a reason. Really? Then you go back and tell him that I have cured you. Li Minutes responded directly. Not at all polite. When Li Yuan returned, it was time to hit Li in the face. By then, see if he still hurts. Everyone was shocked, and they never thought that Li Minutes would dare to fight with Li. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the new one who scored full marks has found a beautiful wife at the end. The new version of the mobile station is upgraded and the address is. Data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. No advertisements. Fresh reading. Chapter 120. Li Yuan's resentment against Li Shimin. The latest website. A group of people entered the backyard. Then Li Yuan saw the picturesque scenery around him. It is also very large, and every scene is unique. Cannot help but sigh. This kind of place is like a fairyland. Who designed such a courtyard? Tanner, are you the only one living in such a big and beautiful place? He seems to be living alone now. Yes, I live alone. Luxurious. Simply too extravagant. This place is 10 times better than my Dan Palace, and the area is also larger. Just kidding, although the area here is not as big as Dan Palace, it is more than 10 times better than there. Even the palace where the emperor lived was not as good as his. No wonder Li Yuan made such a sigh. Li Minutes just smiled and did not respond in particular. Even His Majesty will be amazed when he sees it. Of course. How can Li Shimin's place be compared to his own? Li Yuan looks like a bumpkin who has never seen the world. Li Minutes replied, I designed this at will. Li Yuan's eyes lit up. Why don't you help me design it too? By the way, there is the East Palace. Maybe I can make His Majesty change his mind and let you go back to the palace. Go back to the palace? Stop joking. He'd rather be outside the palace than squeeze that little bit of land. I also ask for alms from others. I'm not Li Chenqian, so I can't do that. As for the design, if Grandpa likes it, so let people build another one according to the layout here. Li Minutes did not give Li Shimin any face, meaning that the palace was just a division of land. I can't live in such a big place. Should I go back and make more money outside? Why go back? In the end, I also mentioned the example of Li Chenqian anyway. At this time, Li Chenqian had a hard time. and he was trapped in the East Palace and could not come out. Li Yuan froze, but he didn't expect that Li Minutes was having such a good time. Do you want to talk to Li Shimin when you go back this time? While he was thinking, Cheng Yojin said, there are many organs here, so you have to be careful. As soon as these words came out, Li Yuan was puzzled. There are many organs? I think it's unremarkable here. Where did the organs come from? Your Majesty, I was hoisted into the air last time. That mechanism is too powerful. In other words, others may not mention this shameful thing, but he is Cheng Yojin, so he is different from others. Hanging in the air. How? Yes, General Cheng. Why haven't I heard of these things? Fang Xuanling asked. Everyone wants to know how to hang it. Cheng Yojin was speechless and a little embarrassed. Anyway, you have to be very careful walking here, or you may die here. Death. Li Yuan sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Li Minutes again. This kid is so cruel. Let the people who break into this place die here? But in order to save his own life, all of this must be done well. Otherwise, his life would be lost. So how would he go through the final road? Father, if you follow us, you won't stray in. Cheng Chubai said. They are also very familiar, and now he and Fang Yi are also Li Minutes' right-hand man. Huh? You two can't tell outside as the route. If you let me know, you have to break your legs. Cheng Yojin said earnestly. No, how could we do such a thing? They said quickly. Grandpa, this way please. Li Minutes didn't answer their words. These things were too common, and it was enough to have their introduction. He then led Li Yuan to go inside. Please. Cheng Yojin's words made Li Yuan cautious, for fear of getting into something by mistake. It took a few minutes for the group to reach the deepest part, where Li Minutes slept. They entered a hall. There are instruments made of colored glass everywhere. Glass cups, glass bottles, glass floors, and even oil lamps are all made of glass. Everything here is put outside, can cause some crazy looting, but in Li Minutes' opinion, it is very common. Are we going to treat here? Li Yuan asked curiously. It doesn't look like a therapy spot at all. Wait a minute, I'll come when I go. Xrengai. Treat them well. Yes. Li Minutes then walked into the room to get his glasses. Leaving everyone standing there, Cheng Yojin was not idle for a moment, and he was touching and touching everywhere. This made Cheng Chubai a little embarrassed. Is this still his father? Like a bumpkin, never seen the world. In contrast, Fang Xuanling was better. Not as hyperactive as he was, but also looked around. But there is a plan in mind. These are all colored glazes. If you sell these things, how much money will you have? At this time, Cheng Yojin chatted. The sixth prince's method of colored glass is really powerful, and he can create so many things. Yes, I heard that your majesty also got this method and has already started refining it. Li Yuan heard it. What? Your majesty also got this method? It seems that he will have to repair the Dan Palace for the widow. My Dan Palace is completely broken, at least it must be like this place, and it will be comfortable to live in that way. Li Yuan murmured that this Dan Palace has lived for 6 years, and there is no money to repair it for a year. If there is Liu Lai, maybe it can be repaired. Li Yuan's words shocked the two princes. The place where the emperor lived was broken, and no one repaired it. So what did Li Shimin do? After all, he is also the supreme emperor, the founding emperor. How could he be like this? Perhaps it was because his majesty saw that the treasury had no money, so he didn't have to repair it. Fang Xuanling said, if you don't have any money, you can't suffer the widow. I see that he is very kind to the concubine, and he repairs the palace everywhere. It's not like this for Lozi. Li Yuan responded this way. That being said, everyone is speechless. As far as I know, your majesty has already started repairing the Daming Palace. The rooms are bigger and more luxurious. Fang Xuanling said again. In history, Daming Palace was built in October of the 8th year of Zhengwen. At first, it was named Yong'an Palace, which was intended for the emperor, Li Yuan, to be forever peaceful and peaceful. In the first month of the second year, the new palace was renamed Daming Palace. It is a pity that Li Yuan did not have that life to enjoy, and passed away in May of the 9th year of Zheng. Regarding Fang Xuanling's remarks, Li Yuan was scolded for a while. Have you repaired it? If you haven't repaired it, you can't be trusted. Hey, even if you drink a little wine, you have to go out of the palace to beat Li Minutes. He is really stingy as an emperor. Seeing Li Yuan so angry, how much resentment towards Li Shimin must be. No one dared to say anything. After all, no one dared to say anything about Li Shimin. I am afraid that only Li Minutes and Li Yuan dare to comment in front of everyone. At this time, everyone was even more quiet, and it was only when Li Minutes appeared that everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 121 Age Reducing Glasses. Latest URL. What are you talking about? Seeing that everyone was chatting well, Li Minutes seemed to be having a good time. No, it's nothing. It's just Lila's family, Cheng Yojin said. Li Yuan said, I'm talking about the fact that your majesty won't build the Dan palace for the widow. This son is not as good as the grandson. At least you give me wine. He won't give me anything. It's really stingy. To be the emperor it's all like this. Hey, it can be seen that Li Yuan's complaints are very deep. Directly in front of everyone to say that Li Shimin is stingy. To say that Li Shimin is not good. But no matter what he said, even if someone sued, Li Shimin wouldn't be bad for him, right? After all, what he said was the truth, and it was his father. That's right. In the future, Grandpa can come directly to me for a drink or two before going back. If we don't have anything here, we just drink a lot. Come as you want. I'll take care of it. Li Minutes replied. It was rare that Li Yuan was on his side. His response caused everyone to take a deep breath. Some people really dared to speak up, and some people dared to reply. So very good. Does that mean you gave in? Admit defeat? That doesn't exist. Let Li Yuan be his eyeliner no matter what. This time he will definitely win. So he took out a pair of reading glasses from his cuff, then handed it to Li Yuan. Give. Li Yuan was stunned there. What is this? It doesn't look like medicine. Can I eat it? The reading glasses are made of light wood frame and polished glass. Unique shape. Just a little heavy. Li Yuan looked up and down for a long time, but couldn't see anything different. That's what I call something that restores your vision. It's called spectacles. The lens is for the eyes, and they're made of glass. Sounds great. In everyone's understanding, the mirror worn in front of the eyes. That's it? Really? Li Yuan obviously didn't believe it. Everyone is even more puzzled. Can this thing really heal? No one wants to believe this is true. But is it just a few wooden sticks and 2 pieces of glass? Unremarkable. Yes, you can try it. How to try? How did Li Yuan know if he could wear glasses? Come on, let me put it on for you, Li Minutes said. Then Li Yuan just stood there, and Li Minutes motioned him not to move. In this way, I put on the reading glasses directly. Okay, let's see how your eyesight feels. When he let go, a brand new Li Yuan appeared in front of everyone. Cheng Yojin said, I can't see that it's really interesting to wear this thing. The Emperor Chang seems to have become a lot more handsome. That's it. It turns out that this kind of thing matches the human face. Not to mention the feeling of Li Yuan wearing it. Just from the look and feel, he is indeed a lot handsomer. The greedy Cheng Yojin even said, 6th Prince, but also, I want to have one too. It's called glasses, right? Li Minutes said, you are so rough. You don't look good when you wear it. Cheng Yojin was puzzled. 6th Prince, without saying that, I didn't mess with you. I'm just talking about the matter. It's really not good looking. Why don't you believe me? Fang Xuanling also made up the knife. I think the same thing. Some people are born literary and artistic. When this kind of thing is put on their faces, they show a bookishness. But some people are born ugly, and when they put their faces on their faces, they are as scary as ghosts and ghosts. Li Yuan was very satisfied. The widow wants to see, is this thing really useful? I'll give it a try. He stretched out his finger and looked, and the whole person was stunned. Then burst out laughing. People thought he was crazy. I can see clearly, very clearly. This thing is really amazing. It's great. It's great. when I look at my concubines later, it won't be a blur. What he wanted to say was that in the future, when making out, he could see the expressions on the faces of his beautiful concubines. There is no need to look for happiness in like a haze, not to hide and seek in a fog. After that, Lee Minutes brought the bronze mirror and kept looking at himself in front of the mirror. He also said, if he were 10 years younger, the widow would still be a beautiful man. I don't know how many girls have been fascinated by him. Even wearing glasses can't block the light in your eyes. At this time, everyone wanted to send him 2 words, stinky. But Cheng Yojin said, the emperor is not old, but still looks young, especially when you put on these glasses. You will be more than 10 years younger. Fang Xuanling also said, yes, I think the same. It looks so young. Lee Minutes rolled his eyes at the 2 of them. A person who can become a prince, in addition to having a little strength, is also very good at flattering. Cheng Chubai and Fang Yi, I don't even know it. Are they still very old? But it is to say that the Emperor Chang is young. The world of adults, they really don't understand at all. In fact, they don't need to understand. They will naturally encounter it in the future. Grandpa, are you ready? Lee Minutes asked. Li Yuan was happy and did not reply. Well, let him take pictures for a while longer. At this time, Fang Xuanling came over and said, 6th Prince, I wonder if I have the same glasses as the Emperor Chang. But my eyes are very good. Is there any treatment effect? Not only Cheng Yojin, he also fell. Because it is so beautiful, it is so good to see it. Let them both be unable to extricate themselves. If there is no therapeutic effect, it will be better to do it. You reading www.uukanzu.com will do. Then come and get it tomorrow. Fang Xuanling is a talented person, and he has also known Sun Simiao. When he talks to him in the future, he will definitely not refuse. So, he added another sentence. This thing is very delicate. There are only a few pairs in the entire Tang dynasty. No one else is qualified to own it. It can be said that money can't buy it. When he said that, everyone understood. If you give money, he won't take it, but he just owes him a favor. So, thank you 6th Prince. Just don't shirk if something happens in the future. Of course, I'm not that kind of person. Cheng Yojin came over directly. That Wai Guogong already has one, so I want one too. Otherwise, you won't be fair. They are like children, you have them, and I want them too. As for Cheng Chubai and Fang Yi, they were silent because they don't have the qualification to ask for glasses. Cheng Yojin looked at Lee Minutes pitifully. I was really afraid that Lee Minutes would reject him directly. If you don't agree, I won't leave here. Even said so. Lee Minutes wanted to say, if you don't leave, I still can't drive you away. Your force is very weak in front of Xrengai. But it still didn't say that. Since it was given to Fang Xuanling, Cheng Yojin should give it to him together. Latest URL. To download the latest TXT ebook of this book, please click mobile phone reading of this book, book review. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time chapter 121 Age Reduce in Glasses 3rd update, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. Please recommend this book to your friends QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support! Chapter 122, Drive the Supreme Emperor. The latest website, Uncle Cheng. Do you really want it? Don't regret it. Don't lose your glasses at that time. Those things are rare. I won't regret it. How could such a good thing be? If I really can't wear it, I can give it to others. Lee Minutes really wanted to try Li Yuan's glasses on Cheng Yojin. Let him get a feel for what it feels like he's wearing glasses. Some people look even better when they wear glasses, while others may be nondescript. People like Cheng Yojin. He's not ugly, just ugly. Ugly like a monster. Ugly to the extreme. But now Li Yuan is looking smugly in the mirror, afraid that he won't let go in a short time. Not to give glasses to others. Enough is enough. If it was Li Shimin, I'm afraid it might be the same. The father and son look alike. Okay, then come and get it tomorrow. Can't I get it at night? I want it at night. Shameless. Is it going to be tonight? Doesn't Lee Minutes need to work? He also has his own affairs to deal with and sleep. No. There's only one option. There's no second possibility. Otherwise, don't. Lee Minutes rejected him. Oh well. What? You want a pair of glasses like mine? Then I'm not the only one. Li Yuan put down the mirror and said, Youth. Grandpa. There are so many people in the entire Chainan city. I am afraid that only the three of you have this thing. And the two of them have also helped me a lot. It should be given to them. Li Minutes said so. Li Yuan had nothing to say. He also has no power to stop Li Yan. He wanted to say something more, but he was interrupted by Li Minutes. By the way, Grandpa, let's take care of the betting. Child, widows will not lose their trust. This time I lost. I will definitely do it. Success. Grandpa will come here more in the future. I have good wine and good food here. That's natural. By the way, there is one more thing. Anyone asks about the glasses, I won't tell. The glasses are a secret. Li Yuan said directly. He misunderstood what Li Minutes meant. No, you have to say it. And you have to say it out loud. And you have to say it together with the Shengton Group. You have to tell the world that the Shengton Group produces glasses in-house. Not only Li Yuan wants to show off, but Cheng Yojin and Fang Xuanling also want to show off. If you don't tell him about some people, he will naturally do it, even if it is Cheng Yojin. Why? Just say it. Don't ask why. Li Minutes' advertising techniques are becoming more and more proficient, and he will not let go of anything that can form word of mouth. Okay, just treat it as I owe you. Li Yuan said. Everyone did not understand what the two were saying. What owes Li Minutes? What bets? But no one dared to ask why. We don't owe anyone, it's just mutual assistance. It's a good one to help each other. And the widow loves to listen. By the way, Grandpa, please don't call me my real name in front of outsiders in the future. After all, it's not a good thing. It's not good for you or me. Li Minutes reminded. Li Yuan said, I didn't notice this. I can't call it a habit before, and I can't change it for a while, but don't worry, I will definitely change it when I see you next time. That's very good. If nothing else, then please. Li Minutes is about to issue an expulsion order, so he doesn't care whether you are the emperor or not. This won't let me stay for a while. I haven't had my wine yet, and I haven't eaten that dish. Sorry, I don't have time to accompany you. I still have a lot to deal with. Otherwise, how about having General Cheng and Wai Guogong accompany you here? Let them accompany you here and do whatever you want. Li Yuan looked at the two of them. It shocked the two of them. Don't you bring such a thing? Dig a hole for them to jump. Cheng Yojin immediately waved his hand and said, What? I still have something to do with Zushan. Didn't I say that? Fang Xuanling also said, Yeah, business matters. I have something to do. Let's go first. The two became so fast, they directly refused to drink with Li Yuan, because they also have to deal with the sale of all the items of Shengton Group. You need to find a store, you need to hire a policy, you need to recruit people, and you need to invest money. Otherwise, how do you start? This day is still uncertain, and it may take 10 days. Now time is money, and they are racing against time to make money. Li Yuan was a little unhappy. Was about to say something. Cheng Yojin first pulled Cheng Chubai and said, The Emperor Chang, 6th Prince, I'll go first. Fang Xuanling followed behind and said, Me too. The two then left. There were only Li Yan, Li Yuan and Xrengai in the entire room. Aren't these two bastards drinking with the widow? At least so scared. Then he said, Forget it. Since that's the case, then I'll go first. He got up and pretended to go. Folded back again. That's right, Yena. Xrengai, go and prepare 10 bottles of free wine and let the Emperor Chang take it away. Clear. Li Yuan didn't say anything, but Li Minutes knew it. It made Li Yuan laugh out loud. The one who knows me is Lee Minutes. Oh no, it's Zilly. Next, Li Yuan happily took 10 bottles of free wine to the Tji Palace. This time, it turned out to be to find Li Shimin. Meanwhile, when he's gone, Yuan Dangang came to look for Li Minutes. Mr. Zilly, I have recruited more than 300 people according to your instructions. These people are very reliable, and I fired 130 people from the original 200 people. These people are not firm enough. It is the existence that may turn against the water at any time. As soon as Yuan Dangang joined Li Minutes' team, he instructed him to do things he was good at, such as recruiting. Very good. In the future, these people will be under your control. If necessary, you can set up some positions, such as 10 people for a squad leader, 50 people for a group leader, 100 people for a director, 200 people for a factory manager. When Li Minutes talked about this, Yuan Dangang was shocked. You were reading www.uukansu.com. Because of these positions, he never thought about it. If you manage it in the future, you only need to manage it from the top down. You don't even have to manage individuals. The entire team can be managed in an orderly manner. Mr. Zilly is really a talent in this area. He can come up with such a method. Whatever you want, well, you can deal with it. In a few days, our Liu Licheng will start production. The training of these people is very important. And everything is up to you. Understood? It's all up to me. As everything continues, I believe that his birth will bring a lot of positions to Tang, as well as taxes, and his most important financial resources. He even slapped Li Shimin in the face to let him know that he can't do it. Chapter 123 hit Li Shimin's face twice in a row. The latest website, in the Imperial Study, Concubine Yang is rubbing ink for Li Shimin. Recently, Li Shimin favored Concubine Yang very much, and he would let Concubine Yang serve her whenever possible. I don't know for what purpose. In Concubine Yang's opinion, it may be because of Li Minutes. Before, she also helped Li Shimin get the method of colored glass. Status has also risen a lot. In the same way, Li Shimin was so kind to her, and most of it was to get closer to Li Minutes. If something changed, Concubine Yang was probably the best reconciler. Your Majesty's writing is getting better and better. Concubine Yang looked at Li Shimin's calligraphy. Uncle Ji also said the same. It seems that I have improved again. Li Shimin was overjoyed. If one person says yes, it may be good. If 2 people say yes, then it must be good. Yes, His Majesty's handwriting is the best in calligraphy that the concubine has ever seen. Ha ha ha. Concubine AI is right. Li Shimin was overjoyed. The more he looked at Concubine Yang, the more satisfied he became. He couldn't help teasing Concubine Yang's chin with his fingers. Your Majesty, the Supreme Emperor is here. At this moment, a eunuch suddenly called out. Li Shimin was not happy. What is Li Yuan doing here at this time? But think about it, he should have gone to Shengteng Group today. Unexpectedly, his spies didn't come back, but Li Yuan came back first. How did he know that his spies were getting nothing? Nothing was detected. Cannot enter the group. Your Majesty, the widow is back. Li Shimin didn't speak, but Li Yuan came in with 10 bottles of Yu wine. When Li Shimin saw the bottle, he was stunned, because the shape of the bottle is very unique. Could it be that Shengteng Group has released a new product? And looking at the quality of the bottle seems to be high. They are more crystal clear under the sun. Emperor Chang, what are you doing? What are you doing with wine? Li Shimin asked first, and Yang suddenly exclaimed, Emperor Chang, what's on your face? Why put Liu Lai in front of you, so that you can see the road clearly? What Concubine Yang discovered was different from that of Li Shimin. Li Yuan said quite proudly, I'll tell you one by one. First of all, these are called glasses. After I put them on, I can see clearly from far and near. I didn't expect that you used this method to restore my vision. It really surprised me. As soon as he said this, Li Shimin sat there. Yesterday I was still laughing at Li Minutes' impossibility to do such a thing. Now he was beaten in the face by Li Minutes. And he was beaten in the face by Li Yuan's hand. So, The Emperor Chang can see clearly now? Li Shimin still couldn't believe it. Of course, if there is a needle now, I can thread it through. Li Yuan said proudly, and then said, not only that, this glasses can also make the widow look younger. Li Yuan said so. Concubine Yang continued, it is true, I am much younger and more comfortable in temperament. Concubine Yang thinks so, and I think so too. I looked in the mirror for half an hour just now, and I almost couldn't recognize myself. He exaggerated. Li Shimin was depressed and couldn't take it anymore. Li Yuan was almost 70, how could he still be like this? Before he could say anything, the eunuch came again and said, Your Majesty Wang Gui asks to see you. Let him in. Wang Gui turned into the imperial study. Then he saw Li Yuan's appearance. Your Majesty, you seem to be a little younger when you wear this. Wang Gui said. Now Li Shimin has to admit it if he doesn't admit it. That's right, it's called glasses. Li Yuan said it again, and later added Li Minutes Shengten group, because what Li Minutes said, no matter where he is, he must mention the group. So he did, but the one thing he did wrong was to mention it in front of Wang Gui. Even though he knew that Wang Gui was not a good person, after being praised by others, he was a little carried away. No wonder. It's really good stuff, Wang Gui said. Li Shimin did not want to listen to their conversation. He said with a gloomy face, what about the wine? Is this wine? I gave it to me. How about it? The quality is excellent. It is several times or even better than the Wayou wine in the palace. It felt like he was deliberately making Li Shimin angry. Such words made Li Shimin unable to continue. Wang Gui seemed to see Li Shimin's embarrassment. That is to say, Your Majesty, the Shengten Group produces a lot of free wine. I am afraid that it will seriously affect the lives of the people of the Tang dynasty. Why not ban it? This is clearly not wanting to do business for Li Minutes. But here is Li Yuan. He directly said, Wang Gui, what you said is wrong. Everything has two sides. It depends on how you apply it. Just like a kitchen knife can kill people, it can also cut vegetables, and cutting vegetables cannot be prohibited because a kitchen knife can be used to kill people! Li Yuan is right, and his value cannot be denied because of a little flaw in one thing. Yes, Your Majesty. The concubine thought that the Emperor Chang was right. That analogy is also extremely appropriate. Your Majesty. This minister is also for the sake of the Tang dynasty. After a large amount of alcohol enters the Tang dynasty, it may even penetrate into the imperial court. If this thing becomes addictive, I'm afraid it will not be good for the Tang dynasty. You call it a waste of food for choking. How can there be a person like you in this world? Li Yuan would not be polite to him. He may have also seen what Wang Gui was thinking, that is to make Li Minutes unable to do it. But Wang Gui's calculation was wrong. Dare to mention it in front of Li Yuan. Didn't that cut off Li Yuan's drinking route? This matter has not happened yet, and I will not ban wine-free drinking. Li Shimin said so, and he was going to give this wine to the officials. If banned, how will I reward myself in the future? Yes. Wang Gui did not dare to speak. Okay, Your Majesty, the widow is one step ahead. Wait, can you leave a bottle for me to taste? Li Shimin even asked for this. Of course you can. But a widow is not stingy. This made Li Shimin very embarrassed and was slapped in the face again. Li Yuan was saying that he was stingy. But what can he do? After Li Yuan put down a bottle of wine, he glared at Wang Gui fiercely. Is to leave. Suji, why did you come here this time? Regarding the promotion of Tang's numbers to the imperial examinations, the minister thought that it should be slowed down. Li Shimin didn't care, since he had to do it. He had to do it faster. Therefore, he said, all these things, I have already let Li Chunfing speed up. I am very determined. You don't say anything. If there is nothing else, you go down. Wang Gui wondered why Li Shimin was so determined. What he didn't know was that the 5 aristocratic families controlled too many resources, and the matter of the imperial examinations gave Li Shimin a headache. When Tang Digital is popularized, it will start from the private sector, so that more poor people can study. That's what he means by firmness. I understand. Wang Gui didn't say anything anymore. As for now, Li Chunfeng, as Li Shimin said, is appearing in front of the Shengton Group. Chapter 124. The latest website. Outside the Shengton Group, Li Chunfeng came in a hurry. The last time he came, he quarreled with the guys because of a bowl of 4-fruit soup, which caused some people to stay away from him, for fear that he would cause trouble again, until he asked, "Where is Mr. Zilli?" Only then did the guys realize that they were not looking for trouble, but people. They said happily, "Mr. Zilli is inside, wait a moment. He'll report it now. Wait a moment. It's work." Li Chunfeng saluted very politely. It makes people a little unnatural. As for one person, he quickly entered it. Came out again after a while. Li Chunfeng, "Mr. Zilli is waiting for you in the courtyard, you can go straight in. Don't kill and run around, or you may be in danger." "Why is it dangerous? Where does he know?" After Li Chunfeng nodded, he entered. When he first entered, Li Minutes was not found, but found another person. He fixed a clear look. It turned out to be Yuan Tangang. At the same time, he wondered, what is this Yuan Tangang doing here? You know, Li Chunfeng and Yuan Tangang have a very good relationship, and they have also collaborated on many books. When he met Yuan Tangang here, the surprise was very strong. Could it be that Yuan Tangang came here to find Li Minutes? But looking at it again, it doesn't look like it. Because Yuan Tangang is directing everyone to work, he seems to have regarded this place as his home. So Li Chunfeng stepped forward quickly. He walked all the way to Yuan Tangang. Yuan Tangang was pointing at dozens of people and giving lectures. Looks very majestic. In the future, do you have to be careful when you treat your subordinates? Now you are the first batch of squad leaders. In the future, you must do your best. If there is a chance, I will promote some of you to be a higher level existence. The treatment of this kind of existence will only be higher, and the money will naturally increase. Until the length of the first factory, the treatment is even more than 10 times yours. These people listened very attentively, and no one dared to be lazy. It was also because of Li Minutes instructing that Yuan Tangang did this. This is also a good start. Yuan Tangang was talking happily. The appearance of Li Chunfeng made him stop. "Okay, let's go." That's all for today. There will be meetings like this every once in a while, you know. Yes, this is also what Li Minutes meant. He should treat everything now as an enterprise. For subordinates, it is necessary to manage in the way of the future. Let them get to work faster. Li Chunfeng, "Why are you here?" Yuan Tangang asked. "I haven't asked yet. Why are you here?" "Here? I've turned to Mr. Zilli now, and he'll only work in the prosperous Tang group in the future." "Ah, no matter what you do, you are also a court official. How dare you do this? Your Majesty has promised. Why dare not do this?" Yuan Tangang asked back. Li Chunfeng had nothing to say. He was very shocked at this time. Why would a good person come here to develop? And he is still a fortune teller. How could he care about this copper-smelling life? I had to ask again, why don't you want a good life in the palace? You don't understand this. Good birds choose wood for habitation, and the same is true for that person. I chose a master who I think is good. I believe that I will be better in the future. Yuan Tangang didn't mention the bet with Li Minutes. After all, this kind of thing is hard to say, and if you lose, you must be convinced. In other words, it is in this form to complete its own packaging. "You, Li Chunfeng, what are you doing here?" "I have something to do with Mr. Zilli." "Li Chunfeng, I think you can also come to work for Mr. Zilli. Why don't you join us? I think you have a good face." No, my ambition is not here. My mission is not here." Since Li Chunfeng's was not here, Yuan Tangang didn't seem to want to talk anymore. Then he said, "You are here to find Mr. Zilli to discuss other matters. He is inside. I still have something to deal with, so I won't talk to you." And then left. Yes, left. There is no sympathy. Even if he was very familiar with Li Chunfeng, he left when he left. Li Chunfeng was left alone in a mess. He shook his head, and when he walked inside, he saw a stranger in front of him. He raised his head under the sun. not at all afraid of the strong light brought by the sun. He looked at it a lot. How could there be one or two black glass lenses in front of him? This black glass lens also covered half of his face, so he couldn't see the man's face at all. Who is this person? Where is Mr. Zilli? Until Zushan came in and said, Li Chunfeng, why are you here? It's Zushan. Where is Mr. Zilli? Why didn't I find out where he is? I have something to do with him. Li Chunfeng asked, isn't Mr. Zilli there? Zushan pointed to the person not far away and said, ah, who is he? Li Chunfeng paused. It turned out that that person was Zilli. Can't help but wonder, what is this wearing? Not to mention, this looks very handsome, although I couldn't understand Li Yan's whole face. But it can be figured out. Ah, what? Haven't we known each other for a few days? I can't recognize it. I can't recognize it. I can't see half of this face. By the way, what is that thing? Li Chunfeng pointed at the things on Li Yan's face and said, without waiting for Zushan to respond, a person spoke. These are sunglasses. Glasses that can protect your eyes. How about it? Cool. Handsome. Li Minutes had already found out that Li Chunfeng was coming, so he responded. Then he motioned to Zushan to do other things first. What is cool? What is handsome? The ancients did not have such a description. Only handsome can be used to describe men. It has never been cool and handsome. Mr. Zilli, what are you talking about? Oh, nothing. What? What are you looking for? Only then did Li Minutes realize that he had spoken too many modern terms at one time. How could these people understand? Simply do not say. As for you reading www.uukanzu.com, his sunglasses are newly researched products. They are made of black-colored glass, and they are not much different from modern sunglasses. In the future, with this thing, it can be used in summer or winter. It can be shaded in summer, and in winter, you can see something clearly in the white snow. He does everything first, because he knows that when Li Yuan returns this time, he will definitely publicize the glasses thing, and he only needs to be responsible for the time to market. Coupled with the addition of Yuan Dangang during this period, the progress of Liu Licheng has been improved again. In the future, Liu Lai will enter the homes of ordinary people. Glasses are made of colored glass, and are naturally a must-have for common people. Oh, that's it. Li Chunfeng said. 125 chapters 2 full of beauty. Latest URL. That's right. His Majesty wants to make a huge promotion of Datang figures and include them in the subject of Mingxiu. Okay. Just for this, he, Li Chunfeng, didn't have to come directly to inform himself. And I just made a small change. Don't have to do anything more. And then, you came to me for such a trivial matter? If so, it would be a waste of time. Mr. Zilli, how can this be called a trivial matter? This is a major event for the Tang dynasty. In the future, the Tang dynasty's clear calculation will be stronger, and more research is invested in it. This is the most important event. What? She said a big push, and the more she said, the more excited her expression became. This is a major event for the country, for generations to come. Although it's a good thing, what does it have to do with me? Yes, what's the matter with Li Minutes? You have to do what you want, and it has nothing to do with me. Okay, Your Majesty wants to vigorously promote numbers. Shouldn't you be proud? Li Chunfeng was puzzled and asked, I've long thought about this, and he will definitely promote it. And what should I be proud of? Li Minutes directly referred to Li Shimin as him. Even His Majesty does not want to call. Fortunately, Li Chunfeng was the only one listening here. If he was outside, he would definitely be convicted. This. Li Chunfeng was speechless. Originally, Li Minutes would be very shocked, but his performance made him a little bit out of touch. Are you thinking too much? If there is nothing else, you can go, and I will study my sunglasses. Li Minutes took off his sunglasses, revealing his handsome face. This face has fascinated many girls, and it can be called a heartthrob. There is something. I am looking for you. Don't rush me away first. Li Chunfeng shouted. Speak, what's the matter? I'm listening. Li Minutes didn't mean to listen at all. In contrast, the sunglasses were more attractive to him. He wanted to improve the sunglasses in this way to make them more beautiful, more practical and durable. Your Majesty said that it will cost a lot of money to promote vigorously. At the same time, he also hopes. Li Chunfeng was a little hesitant. He also knew how the relationship between Li Shimin and Li Minutes was. If it was Li Shimin's request, Li Minutes might not agree. Because of what? Because Li Minutes' performance just now told him everything. Do you want me to teach? Li Minutes responded directly. Mr. Zilli really has a wonderful plan. Everything is under control. Mr. Zilli is also a god. Omnipotent. This literati flattering is no worse than Cheng Yojin. Don't compete to say good things. Tell me, how much will he pay me to teach? Li Minutes said directly. His time is precious, and if Li Shimin wants to teach these people a lesson, he will have to spend money. He dared to do this because Li Chunfeng said that Li Shimin spent a lot of money, and he was the only one who missed him. Since you have spent a lot of money, you will definitely not lose money. If you do something, you will have to do it, and you can't get it wrong. Therefore, he calculated that Li Shimin would continue to do it, so he mentioned that teaching costs money. This made Li Chunfeng very embarrassed, but he also didn't think about it. Whose time is not precious. Li Minutes is not a professional poverty alleviation household. Why should he work for Li Shimin for free? So, do it. You can. And the money comes. It is easy to do things with money, but it is hard to do without money. Does this need money? He wondered. Why do you need money? Why don't you want money? Li Minutes asked back. Li Chunfeng changed his mouth. If you want it, how much will it cost? It depends on how many people are listening to the class. I'm good at making an offer. Want to quote? About 100 people. 100 people? Well, 100 tals per person, 1 semester of teaching, that is 3 months. Classes are taught 10 days a month. It's really stupid not to make money, and this money is Li Shimin's money. In addition to the Liu Lai incident some time ago, and some other matters, 100 people and 10,000 tals are considered small. If you want him to teach a class, your class is precious. Li Chunfeng pondered again. After all, it was beyond his decision. I have to talk to your Majesty. Tomorrow, I will definitely come back to find you tomorrow. Don't talk about it. If you come tomorrow, 500 tals per person. It is impossible for Li Minutes to let Li Chunfeng go back to discuss. Then, once Li Chunfeng returned, he might have something to do with Li Shimin, so he might as well get 10,000 tals of silver directly. I'm afraid. Li Chunfeng, I know, he gave you all this. What are you afraid of? This is something that blows my mind. How can it be? And it's the Ministry of Household who paid for it, not yours. However, the people you want to teach are also invited at a high price. As a result, 100 people may not be enough. Hearing this, Li Minutes probably understood. The so-called high-priced people hired by these people must also be people who have a little ink. They must also make a good deal with these people, let them be teachers, and at the same time pay them wages, etc., as well as learning, and money to attract more people to join. It's simple. Pay me a high price, and you go and hire some poor scholars. I can teach them, even 200 people, the same as a total of 10,000 tals, as long as you can hire. Come on, everything is fine. Speaking of those noble children, wouldn't the imperial examinations of the Tang dynasty be in the hands of aristocratic families? The basic possibility of poor people wanting to be in charge is getting worse and worse. If the poor people come to study as students, then everything is different. It can also bring supplements to some people's lives and lift the poor out of poverty. I made money again, and I have the best of both worlds. Li Chunfeng hesitated. I'll give you 10 breaths to think about it. If you can't agree, then please go out and don't come to me in the future. I won't see you anymore. As soon as Li Minutes finished speaking, he started to fiddle with his glasses again. Li Chunfeng is in a dilemma. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, okay, I promise you that everything will be done as you said. If I recruit more than 200 people, can I do it? No, 200 is the upper limit. If there is more, they will not be able to keep up with their studies, because my energy is limited. 200 is also my upper limit. Okay, then it's settled. I'll go and prepare first. Hand over the money first. What are you going to do? Lee Minutes was about to fall into the money pile. But this is also his struggle with Li Shimin. Yes, I'll go to the Ministry of Household to get the money. I'll go now. Li Chunfeng left the Shengteng group in a panic. As soon as he left, Zushan came again. He also brought bad news. Latest URL. To download the latest TXT ebook of this book, please click mobile phone reading of this book, book review. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click the favorites below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 125 has the best of both worlds, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. Please recommend this book to your friends QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support! Chapter 126 The Wang family takes action. The latest website. The big thing is bad. The big thing is bad. Zushan was flustered. Before anyone arrived, the voice came. And the sound was so loud that some people stopped what they were doing. How is this? The previous Zushan was not like this. Is it so reckless? Lee Minutes was even more puzzled. What can make Zushan become like this? Zushan, what's the matter? So panic. Mr. Zilli, something is bad. What's up? The price of fruit wine has risen tenfold. Zushan's voice was so loud that people around him could hear it. Everyone put down what they were doing and listened attentively. After all, this matter involved the production of Yu liquor. If it couldn't be produced, then they would have nothing to do. What? The price of fruit wine has risen tenfold. This made Lee Minutes a little surprised. Then Zushan said, I heard that the Wang family did it. They control the price of fruit wine in the whole city of Chang'an. Oh, what if you don't buy it in Chang'an? If you don't buy it in Chang'an, I'm afraid it's not good for the toll. It's probably even more expensive. After all, the car and boat are the main business of the Lu family. The Lu family and the Wang family maintain a good relationship all the year round. The Wang family's production territory is very large, and it has a good relationship with other major families. In terms of necessities of life, the 5 major families basically monopolize the entire Tang dynasty. The Wang family has an absolute advantage in daily necessities, while the Lu family is stronger on cars and ships. If you want to buy fruit wine from other places, you have to transport it from the Lu family. Others may not be able to, and it's troublesome. Therefore, Li Shimin was so angry that he did not dare to let go of these 5 great families. About the fruit wine this time, when the Wang family made a move, they must have also taken note of several major families. It looks like the Wang family can't sit still, Li Minutes said. At the same time, he also knew that all this must have something to do with Wang Gaifai. It is even more inseparable from Wang Yang, who is the head of the Wang family. Naturally, there is Wang Gui, who is also a member of the Tai Yuan Wang family. As far as he knows, he is also related to Wang Gaifai. Last time, Li Yuan asked himself to be careful about him, but now it seems that he really did it. It's fun. It's really fun. Sometimes he felt that Li Shimin was very pitiful, living under the shadow of these 5 great families every day, but he couldn't have himself. Of course, it is also because the current Tang dynasty is not strong enough. If it is stronger, there is no need to be controlled by others. Why did they do this? Did you provoke them? Zushan still didn't understand the relationship, and he didn't even know that the Wang family was about to attack Li Minutes at this time. He is too prominent, and some people are thinking about him. Can we stop him? It seems that some people are jealous. What's the meaning? The Wang family saw that our worry-free wine was selling so well and started to suppress us. After raising the cost of fruit wine, it will have a huge impact on our profits. It's like if you are strangled by the throat, how can you breathe smoothly? Seeing that Li Minutes was making a lot of money, the Wang family wanted to make a fortune, but their food was ugly, so they even started with fruit wine. This method is really too low-end. Of course, the high-end ones can't, and only in this way can they affect Li Minutes. So that's the case. So what should we do? If the cost of fruit wine increases tenfold, then our profit will drop by more than 30%, and maybe they will rise again. This fruit wine is our raw material. If we don't produce it for a day, the workers are afraid that they will also be idle and have no money to take, so it will be a huge blow to us. After Zushan finished speaking, he said, "Why don't we report to the officials? Or, you let the people from the Ministry of Household take action?" But Li Minutes said, "That won't work. The Wang family is big, and the Ministry of Household may still have people. This is the top-down attack." "You mean, to inform your majesty?" "Notice why. He will know it himself. If he wants to do it, he will make a big one. Hit the snake and hit 7 inches. Since the Wang family has declared war on me, then I will not be polite to them." Li Minutes said fiercely. Zushan was stunned. What should Li Minutes do? "Then, what are we going to do now? How many days is it enough to sell Yu wine?" Li Minutes asked suddenly. 20 days. If you no longer purchase fruit wine, it will be sold out in 20 days. 20 days? That's enough. Good, very good. Mr. Zilli, is this okay? We won't have any wine to sell in 20 days. Don't worry, I have a way. As soon as he heard that there was a way, Zushan came to the spirit. Any solution? You go to buy a lot of food. The more the better. Tomorrow. What? Zushan didn't know what kind of operation this was. Why do you want food? This is the proportion of the grain you want to buy, all of which must be bought. Li Minutes ignored him and directly wrote down the proportions of some grains, such as rice and millet. Mr. Zilli, can you tell me what to do next? Zushan was puzzled. Since fruit wine can't be bought, let's make it ourselves. Li Minutes just checked the content of the browser. Regarding the brewing of wine, it can be produced in 10 days at the earliest. With the distillation of the distillation equipment, free wine can be produced after 20 days. And the output is still very high. He found out that the wine yield of rice, per 100 kilograms of rice, can produce 84.09 kilograms of 50% liquor. That is, 1.19 catties of rice can brew a catty of 50-degree liquor. If the alcohol content is lowered a little and more water is added, it is basically a net-to ratio. That is to say, how much food can be bought and how much wine can be produced, and a little more. Make your own wine? This. What? You don't believe I can? No. You just do it. Next, we will start to produce and sell it ourselves. We can no longer rely on fruit wine. If they want to go up, let them go up. In the future, I will let their fruit wine rot in my hands. Li Minutes said confidently. Although Zushan didn't know much about it, he still knew what to do next. It's easy to have a direction. Yes, then he'll go buy these grains. Go. Just as Zushan went out, you reading www.uukanzu.com turned back again. Mr. Zilli, Wang Yang is here. Wang Yang has appeared for a long time. Since the last time Shengteng Group opened, he has not appeared again. There must be nothing good about coming here today. It appeared again at the juncture of rising fruit wine prices, perhaps because of this. Huh? He actually dares to come. This old guy. Let him come in, and you can go and buy the food. Li Minutes wanted to see what the hell he was going to do. Yes, Zushan first introduced Wang Yang into the parlor, and then took people with a lot of money to buy food. On the other hand, Wang Yang looked arrogant as he walked in slowly. It's all in someone else's house, and he's still so arrogant, it looks like he owes a lot of scolding. Chapter 127. Why don't you die? The latest website. Watching Wang Yang's appearance, Li Minutes didn't show any welcoming expression. But when Wang Yang lowered his head, he saw a lot of things made of colored glaze. The walls are also embellished. The whole place was renovated by Li Minutes. Unsurprisingly, this scene is too arrogant, isn't it? At the same time, he exclaimed, "Boy, you are fooling me with dozens of storefronts." Li Minutes smiled. This old guy, Wang surnamed, you must have a basis for what you say. How can I deceive you? Look at these liuli, there are so many, and the quality is so high, but the quality you gave me is not good. Why don't you exchange these people? If you buy the storefronts according to the liuli in these, At the market price, there are more than 10 storefronts. So what? I don't sell these things, I just use them to lay the floor. As for your colored glass, if you keep it, it will appreciate in value. Lee Minutes smiled. Appreciation? Someone has to buy it. Wang Yang regretted very much that what he regarded as a treasure was regarded as a brick-like existence here, which made everyone unhappy. He didn't change his position and think about it. This is called luxury. He felt very unworthy for himself. Wang Yang, we have already done the previous business. There is no need to say so much. What are you doing here today? No matter what, Wang Yang is also unhappy, but what can he do? Now that the entire row of stores is in Lee Minutes' place, it's useless for him to regret it. Wang Yang took a deep breath. I came here today to give you a way to go. Oh? Lee Minutes took a sip of Coke. Listen to Wang Yang speak with chapped lips. This kind of person, there is no need to entertain him. To see him once, can be regarded as worthy of him. Silly. This is how you treat guests. No drink? What's the matter? I welcome some people, but some people are so disgusting. Why should I entertain them? Lee Minutes said. HMPH, that's fine. Then he'll tell you if that's the case. You must be aware of the recent rise in fruit wine. Wang Yang said. You know, isn't this what your Wang family did? Wang Yang paused for a while, then looked at Lee Minutes again. I didn't expect your news to come so quickly. He didn't admit or deny it, but his tone also proved everything. Say something quickly, don't sell it here. Otherwise, he'll shoot you out. Lee Minutes was a little impatient. This made Wang Yang wonder why Lee Minutes' attitude was so tough. Shouldn't he be begging him not to raise the price of fruit wine? Are you asking for a price cut? All this is not what I imagined. Don't you say it. Don't say go, I'm busy. I don't have time to talk to you. Wang Yang is really humble this time, and his tone has changed, becoming a little lighter. Actually, I came here today to talk business with you. What business? He'll provide you with fruit wine, for free. Then he'll sell the free wine, and I hope our royal family can take half of the profit. At present, Shengteng Group only sells 1,000 bottles a day, with an income of 10,000 tals. Only in this way can it have sustainable sales. In addition, its output has not been able to increase quickly, and 1,000 bottles is a lot. It can also stabilize market prices. According to what Wang Yang said, if 10,000 tals a day, 5,000 tals should be given to him. This Wang Yang really dared to think. Could this be their trick to attack him? Do they care about the money, or do you want to break into yourself and attack yourself? Lee Minutes' first reaction after hearing this was that it was impossible. How can I possibly do business with you? And you still want to take a share from me? It's still half. Too much. So, directly replied Wang Yang. Do you think too highly of yourself? Do you think I will give you money? Think too much. If you want to take half of my profit for a little cost, is your head broken? What are you doing? Aren't you going to die? When Wang Yang heard this, he was about to explode with anger. You are bold, asshole. His whole face flushed red and he was very angry. Lee Minutes actually let him die. He couldn't bear this kind of anger. You are the bastard. Right? Don't forget. Where are you now? In my house. I can blast you out at any time. How dare you be so arrogant? You. Wang Yang's huge body swelled up like a ball, obviously out of anger. If there is nothing else, get out of here. I'm not welcome here. In this case, there is no need to talk too much with Wang Yang. Lee Minutes directly told him to get out. Zilly. Zilly. You know that the size of my Wang family is huge. You will regret it if you treat me like this today. As soon as Xrengai heard it, he directly showed the Tang Dao. Wang Yang was so frightened that he kept backing away. Obviously, his words were serious, which made Xrengai want to kill Xrengai. Don't scare him. This man is very timid. Lee Minutes motioned to Xrengai to take the knife. Then he said, Wang Yang, I'm afraid it's you who regrets it. Ignorance. Let me tell you, a third of the people in the palace are related to the Wang family. As long as I write a letter to the palace, you won't be afraid to open it up here, just close down. Wang Yang said fiercely. Really? Then I'll wait for you. But I also tell you that if you dare to move my group, Wang Gaifai and Wang Gui will both die. All the people from your Wang family in the palace will be cleaned up by Lao Tzu. Li Minutes turned back. Wang Yang was there, and fell into deep thought. He was very puzzled. How did Li Minutes know about Wang Gaifai and Wang Gui? Did anyone know their secret? Did someone know about the Liu Lai he sent to the palace? He didn't understand. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Wang Yang deliberately pretended to be stupid. I don't understand. I will understand soon. If you want to fight a business war, please come directly and I will deal with it. But don't play tricks. Don't say who is in the palace, who is there, who can't have a background. It was only then that Wang Yang remembered that there were two great princes and a prince who came to participate in the opening of the Shengteng group that day. This is impossible among the people. It is basically impossible for anyone to make the two princes take time to participate in the ceremony, and let the prince and the master let go of the prince and not teach, and come to participate in the ceremony. And he, Li Minutes, did it. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Li Minutes' true identity. I'm afraid no one will tell him. I hope you will be responsible for what you said today. Farewell. No, go away, Humphrey. Wang Yang walked out angrily. Li Minutes laughed. This guy is really funny. Want to fight with yourself? Can he fight? At the same time, he was not influenced by him and did his own thing. Until the next day, Cheng Yojin and Fang Xuanling came to visit again. They've been running a lot here lately. Of course, it's all because of interests. Chapter 128. Ugly to the depths of the soul. Today, the weather is still hot. The weather won't be hot for too long, and it will turn cooler once autumn enters. But right now, it's still very hot. Cheng Yojin was sweating profusely, and when he walked inside, he shouted directly, "Mr. Zilli. Is Mr. Zilli here?" "Here." "Stop screaming." Li Minutes rolled his eyes at him. People were just in front of him, and they kept calling. At this time, Li Minutes was leisurely eating ice sand in a pavilion beside a pond. Then I saw that Cheng Chubai, Fang Yi and Fang Xuanling were also here. Some people followed behind. "What are you doing?" Cheng Yojin said first. "We found two storefronts in the West Market, and Wai Guogong and I each one, and we have also arranged for it. Whence and everything are fine. It's only been so long. These two people really want to make money and want to go crazy." "Then what? And can you get each of us a Coke?" "I'm dying of thirst." Cheng Yojin said so. "Come on. Give each of them a Coke," Li Minutes said. Everyone was overjoyed. After a moment, Cheng Yojin breathed a sigh of relief. This ghost weather is really hot. Yes. It has become hotter these days. For fruit soup, cola, smoothies, etc. are also selling extremely hot. Even honey water is in short supply. In addition, there have been many new products recently. Everything that can be developed has been developed by Li Minutes, and it is completely done according to the future. I even made things like milk tea, and it was still iced. They have added a lot of turnover to Shengteng Group, and the tax paid in one day will exceed thousands of tals. You can see how much they earn a day. And they are good, but the Wang families follow suit is too late. Learning what is not like what makes them very passive. This money is not something that the Wang family and other aristocratic families can earn. Therefore, the Wang family started with wine. After all, this is the fastest industry they can reach, and it can threaten Li Minutes' existence. Then what? Uncle Cheng, what do you want to say? It's like this. We've installed the storefront and erected the plaque, so we call it the West Market branch of Shengteng wine industry. We're just waiting for Mr. Zilli to supply us. Cheng Yojin said so. Fang Xuanling also said, "Yes. We made it overnight. We will try to open it today." "Is this too anxious?" Li Minutes was stunned. Take your time. At least you have to let everyone know that you have opened a store there, right? Otherwise, if you open a business, it will be all cost. You must know how to maximize your benefits and advertise it. No publicity? What is that? Cheng Yojin asked. People are also puzzled. For example, on the day Shengteng Group opened, can you name a few ways to let people know that I'm about to open? Cheng Chubai said first. I know, Dragon and Lion Dance. Most of China know that Shengteng Group is about to open. Fang Yi went on to say, there is also word of mouth. I also heard people talk about this a few days ago. Cheng Yojin said, that day, we came over after receiving your notice. There are so many ways, as long as you can let people know. You can call it advertising, and also get people interested. Lee Minutes continued. Everyone listened very attentively, and this was teaching them to do things. This is Lee Minutes' business experience, and it is their honor to learn it. Come on, I'll make an opening plan for you. You can just follow the above. And the opening time is set in 3 days. Lee Minutes said so. Cheng Yojin and Fang Xuanling directly agreed. That's great. You say I will do it. Yes, I also ask Mr. Zilli to enlighten me. Okay. Bring a pen. When Cheng Yojin heard it, he ran to get a pen and paper. Put it in front of Lee Minutes. Come on, I'll grind ink for you. Then said again. Fang Xuanling was originally reserved, but now he has given up. He said, Mr. Zilli, I'll lay out the paper for you. If this matter spreads out, I am afraid it will become a good talk again. The dukes of the two kingdoms laid paper for Lee Minutes to grind ink and wait for him to write. Lee Minutes was very satisfied with the behavior of the two. Okay, I'll start. Then he began to dance like a phoenix, and the operation was as fierce as a tiger. Soon he wrote down a 1,000-word plan. Finally, he was done. Gergong Y, look, I don't read much. Cheng Yojin directly handed the paper to Fang Xuanling. Fang Xuanling watched. His expression gradually changed. Okay, great. If we continue in this way, after 3 days, our store will definitely sell well, he exclaimed. Really so amazing? Why go will teach me how to do it. When the time comes, I will tell you that Mr. Zilli's plan can simultaneously spread the fame of the Shengteng Group, making it difficult for the entire Chainan and even the surrounding areas to know. The more Fang Xuanling said, the more mysterious it became. Cheng Yojin was very excited. That's great. The two were very happy. Okay, this matter needs to be dealt with quickly, the sooner the better. Time is running out. As for things, I will let people prepare. That's great. By the way, Mr. Zilli, our glasses? Cheng Yojin asked again. Yes, yes. Here, Lee Minutes took out 2 glasses, one for each person. Cheng Yojin put it on impatiently. As soon as this guy put on his glasses, he was as ugly as he had expected. Makes people dare not look at him. But apart from Fang Xuanling and Lee Minutes, no one dared to call him ugly. On the contrary, Fang Xuanling looked more handsome. Even so, Cheng Yojin was still very happy. I even wanted to leave here and go back to show off. So I opened my mouth. Okay, let's go first. Cheng Yojin was about to leave, but was stopped by Fang Xuanling. Only then did he realize that there was still something to be done. That is to say, by the way, there is one more thing. After our consideration, I and Wei Guogong's children will help you here. They have nothing to do anyway, so it is better to learn something from you. These two are really shrewd. And Lee Minutes didn't want to reject them either. Since he was willing to let these 2 boys come over, that would be the best. Okay, I promise you. So, thank you. Who made us family? From now on, you are reading www.uukansu.com. They are all in the same boat. He has something to do. No one can escape. At the same time, Cheng Yojin and Fang Xuanling will cover him in the future to block those who attack him. Of course we are. Fang Xuanling also said. After all, Lee Minutes is not good, and everyone can't make money. Mr. Zilli, the food is here. At this time, Zushan shouted. Food? What food? Cheng Yojin and Fang Xuanling wondered, why did Lee Minutes stock up on food? Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the new one who scored full marks has found a beautiful wife at the end. The new version of the mobile station is upgraded and the address is. Data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. No advertisements. Fresh reading. Chapter 129, The World Surnamed Lee. The latest website. As soon as Zushan's words fell, Trucks and trucks of grain entered the group and went directly to the granary. This time everyone was puzzled. Is Lee Minutes stockpiling food? At this time, Zushan came over. Nod to the crowd. That is to say, Mr. Zilly, this time we purchased a total of 100,000 grains of grain. 1 stone of the Tang dynasty is about 130 pounds. 100,000 stones. More than 10 million catties of grain. What is so much food for? Very good. Inform you Aunt Dangang that we can start. Yes. Then it's time to make wine. It would be best to let you Aunt Dangang handle it, and it would be best for someone who liked to do it, because then there is no fear of being leaked out of the method. Hundreds of people have been recruited recently, and they have provided nearly 1,000 jobs for Tang, contributed to social stability. More to come. In this way, the right to speak to Li Shimin will be even greater in the future. Cheng Yojin and the others don't know about food. Cheng Yojin frowned and asked, what is Mr. Zilly doing? Do you need to eat so much grain? If you eat it, you won't be able to finish it. Fang Xuanling asked, could it be that Mr. Zilly predicted that there would be a famine in the future? Chainan has been free from famine for many years, and most of the people even have leftover food to sell. This literati just loves to think. All of a sudden, famine came to mind. Cheng Yojin actually believed it. What? Really? In that case, Tang is afraid that another crisis will be encountered. No way. I have to speak to your majesty. Li Minutes rolled his eyes at the two of them. Tang is doing well. He has checked. Chainan has had good weather in recent years. Don't get involved. Who said there was a famine? Nonsense. Then why are you stockpiling grain? I'm going to make wine. Making wine? Canned fruit wine? Why make it? Cheng Yojin asked back. Well, let me tell you, now that the price of fruit wine has risen tenfold, it is no longer suitable for us. Let's find a way. Moreover, there is a guarantee of quality. Don't buy fruit wine mixed with water. What are the people in the household department doing? They don't even care if such a big thing happens. Cheng Yojin shouted, obviously very angry. Isn't the price of this fruit wine usually good? Why did it suddenly rise? Fang Xuanling asked. The Wang family is in charge. Others control Chainan's wine and directly raise the price. As soon as the word Wang family came out, everyone became quiet. Wang's family? They have their eyes on us. These people are everywhere. What bastards. Fang Xuanling sighed. Don't worry about the Lu family of the Wang family. Let His Majesty know about this. We must take good care of these lawless people. Cheng Yojin doesn't care so much. Do we need to teach Wang Xi another lesson? To vent the hatred in our hearts. At this moment, Cheng Chubai suddenly spoke up. With that said, the whole place fell silent, because he used the word again. In other words, he once beat Wang Xi. What good did your boy do? Cheng Yojin shouted loudly. Cheng Chubai screamed in fright. No, I still hope there is. My Cheng family dares to admit anything they do. Regarding that incident, Cheng Chubai and Fang Yi were once warned by Li Minutes that they could not tell others to avoid unnecessary trouble. Therefore, Cheng Chubai did not tell the truth. Father, there is nothing. The child is just a quick talker. But if Mr. Zilly needs it, I will definitely do it. I support you. If you really maim or even kill people, I'm here. Don't worry, I'll take care of you. Cheng Yojin said so. Fang Xuanling also said, yes. The Wang family is too hateful. The last time the prince beat Wang Xi, he was rewarded by His Majesty. As soon as these words came out, Li Yan felt a little depressed. I wanted to stimulate their contradictions and punish Li Chengqian, but now it seems that Li Chengqian is a blessing in disguise. At the same time, it can be seen that Li Shimin hated the Wang family deeply. Okay, there's no need. Beating Wang Xi won't do you any good, and you'll make a mess. Everyone gave up the idea. Cheng Yojin asked again at this time, then, can these grains really offset the impact of the rise in fruit wine? Fang Xuanling said, will it affect our newly opened store? We mainly sell oil-free wine. His worries were justified. Without raw materials, the supply is very tight. Don't worry about this, I should give you nothing less. Because I have produced a lot of oil-free wine in advance, As long as I control the daily sales volume, after 15 days, I can release it for sale. According to his calculations, after 15 days, the first batch of grain and wine can be produced. Now that the weather is hot, the production of wine is only fast but not slow. 15 days is still his conservative approach. Cheng Yojin said, "That is the best, but this matter must be mentioned to His Majesty, and they cannot be allowed to do whatever they want. This world is still surnamed Li, not Wang. Don't think they have any strength. It will be able to climb on top of us and make a fortune." Fang Xuanling also expressed his views. "I agree with this. In a moment, General Cheng and I will enter the palace and talk to His Majesty about this. This matter, from a young age, has affected their interests, and from a large scale, it has affected the interests of the common people. They are too much, and they have to manage." Li Minutes looked at the two of them and said nothing in particular. "I just think it's right to let them in. Some things, they don't have to say it themselves. They will naturally help themselves to do it. In the future, the Shengton Group also has the shares of Guogong. Some people want to provoke themselves. They have to think about it. It's settled like this. Chu Bai, you and your wife will stay here. Help Mr. Zilli do things well. Don't be lazy, or I will break your legs." Cheng Chubai responded happily. "Yes, father." Originally, they would be confined at home and could not come out to mix with Li Minutes, but now it seems that they are wrong. At the same time, they saw Li Minutes becoming even more different. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. This person of the same age as himself did not expect to be so scheming, and directly deal with the two princes. "So, let's go back and make arrangements first, and hope that it will be a big sale in 3 days." As a result, Cheng Yojin was about to leave. Fang Xuanling was even more anxious. "Mr. Zilli, well, see you in 3 days. I hope you can come and guide the work at that time." "That's natural. He'll be there when the time comes. No matter how you say it, it's still a branch of the Shengton Group. If you don't go, you can't talk about it." "Okay, then let's go first." Cheng Yojin and Fang Xuanling were about to leave when they met an acquaintance. At this time, he was coming to the group with a carload of money. "Is Mr. Zilli here?" Chapter 130 He dare! The latest website, this person is Li Chunfeng, and he is shouting for a few people to unload the money from the car. He kept calling out, "Mr. Zilli, Mr. Zilli." Li Minutes thought to himself, this guy actually managed the Ministry of Household and prepared the money at noon. It can be seen that Li Shimin attaches great importance to this matter. His guess was absolutely right. He was a little regretful. He knew that he would shout tens of thousands more. But it's all like this, one must be honest, and it's also for the sake of Tang dynasty and oneself. After all, everyone is a community. Without Tang there would be no them. "Li Chunfeng, you are finally here." Everyone heard that Li Minutes was waiting for him. Cheng Yojin walked over, looked at the money on the ground and said, "The money is less than 10,000 kls, right?" "Li Chunfeng, what are you doing? Are you buying Yu wine? When did you become like this?" This question directly knocked Li Chunfeng down. "Liquor? Is that able to make Tang dynasty powerful?" "That's just something to pass the time." "This is tuition fees. It's for Mr. Zilli." He finally found the word to explain it. "That's tuition. Tuition fees? Why do you need so much tuition? What are you teaching?" Everyone is very curious. If so much money is delivered directly to the door, everyone will be curious. Li Chunfeng can only tell what happened yesterday. As soon as these words came out, I couldn't help but admire Li Minutes. I admire his ability to make money is very powerful, because that's basically the money you can make just by lip service. It can be said to be no business. At the same time, he is also wondering, when did Li Shimin become so generous? 10,002 were taken out. Little did they know that the money was also deducted from the taxes paid by Shengton Group. Take Li Shimin's temperament as an example. He believed that Shengton Group was an accident, and the tax was also an unexpected gain. Even if it was given, it would not hurt. There's nothing wrong with comforting yourself like that. So that's the case. Mr. Zilli is really talented, so Fang Mu is very impressed. Fang Xuanling said so immediately. It's an outpouring of truth. It seems that it's right to let the children come here. They can learn more things in the future, and it's still free. By the way, there is a young man in my family named Cheng Chumo. I don't know if I can. Cheng Yojin demanded shamelessly. Cheng Lumo was much older than them. My family has another Fang Zizi, who is about the same age as Chumo. These two shameless middle-aged men really have no fear. Inserting one's own people into the group is a dangerous behavior. Sorry, for now, there is no shortage. But not everyone can join the group. At least let him see it and be satisfied. Lee Minutes refused to add someone forcibly. Everything must be determined by him subjectively, not passively accepted. His direct refusal made the two feel very shameless. But what can be done? Lee Minutes ignored them. Instead, he said to Li Chunfeng, please provide the list of those who want to learn, so I can prepare the nameplate so that they can learn from the nameplate. Now the glazed nameplate has become standard. Li Chunfeng nodded and said yes. As for Cheng Yojin and Fang Xuanling, they were a little embarrassed. They were ignored, and honestly, it still hurts a bit. In the past, they rejected others, but now they are rejected. That feeling is as uncomfortable as eating a huge rock. It doesn't make sense here anymore. Well, let's go back and prepare first. Farewell. Cheng Yojin said so, and then left first with Fang Xuanling. As for Li Chunfeng, he stayed in the Shengton group, listed some lists, and checked them one by one. As for the afternoon, in the Taikai Palace, Li Shimin was sitting on the dragon chair with only Wang Gui under him. That Wang Gui said, Your Majesty, regarding Tang's digital training, I hope your majesty can take it back. Take back 10,000 tals. This money will be spent elsewhere, which may be better. Li Shimin said, I have already made a decision on this matter and entrusted it to Li Chunfeng. He thinks it is feasible, and it is feasible. And the Tang number will help promote the development of my Tang. Even if it costs 10,000 tals, it is still worth it. But this is the money that the sixth prince received, so you're not afraid that he doesn't have to teach me? He dares? Li Shimin suddenly said loudly. Knowing people, knowing faces, but not hearts, and he is a prince who lives in the people. If he has resentment in his heart, it is not a question of whether he dares, but a question of whether to do it or not. Maybe he wants to cheat some money, and then shout for such a high price. Wang Gui was probably prejudiced against Li Minutes. It really is the behavior of a gentleman with the heart of a villain. Saying this made Li Shimin a little unhappy, and at the same time, he stopped talking. Wang Gui still said, at this time, the Tang dynasty's economy is booming, and the money should be spent on agriculture. I don't want to say more on this issue. As for agriculture or commerce, Yuan Dangang said it very clearly that day. And I also think he is reasonable. The Tang dynasty must develop in an all-round way. Wang Gui stopped talking directly. It seems that in the matter of influencing Li Shimin, his fire is not enough. Your Majesty, Lu Guogong asks to see you. At this time, a eunuch came in and reported. At this time, what is Zaiji seeking me for? Xuan. After that, Cheng Yojin walked quickly into the Taikai Palace. When he arrived, he frowned and saw Wang Gui, who was actually here too. Meet your Majesty. He bowed to Li Shimin. Zaiji, why are you here at this time? Your Majesty, I have something important to report. Oh, what's the matter? Yesterday, the price of fruit wine in the entire city of Chainan increased tenfold. This has caused a very bad impact, making it impossible for the common people to buy wine. What? Who is it? Who controls the fruit wine? What are the households doing? Your Majesty, at this time, the Ministry of Household may not know. As far as I know, you reading www.uukanzu.com is the work of the Wang family. The Wang family accounts for 70% of the fruit wine business in Chainan City. And all their businesses have all gone up in price. Will also buy all the remaining 30% of the fruit wine in the line, or force them to increase the price. Cheng Yojin's remarks made Li Shimin, who hated the Wang family to the core, explode directly. This Wang family is too bold. Is this still my world? Wang Gui hurriedly said, Your Majesty, I'm afraid we need to investigate this matter. Can't you take the side words of General Cheng? I want to check. Come here. Let the people from the Ministry of Household enter the palace. I want to know what's going on. The Wang family probably did not expect that Li Shimin would have such an attitude on this matter. Since Li Shimin is about to intervene, the Wang family's price increase this time is likely to be yellow. In the end, when Wang Gui left the palace, he hurried to the Wang family to discuss the future. Chapter 131 I keep it for you. The latest website. When everything was done, Li Shimin breathed a sigh of relief. This royal family is really disturbing. Fortunately, the other four did not perform particularly well. Otherwise, Li Shimin is afraid that he will be depressed for a long time. He thought that it might be an unexpected and correct choice to let Li Minutes go out and entangle with the five great families. But how did he know that everything was Li Minutes' subjective behavior? Wang Gui also left the Tji Palace at this time. Li Shimin looked at Cheng Yojin with a grateful expression. If Cheng Yojin hadn't come out to talk about this time, I'm afraid I wouldn't find any reason to attack the Wang family. So, he said, Zaiji, how can I thank you this time? Without you, I want to attack the Wang family, but I can't find a reason to do so. Cheng Yojin owed his debts. Just as he was about to say something, his glasses popped out of his arms. Very obvious. Then watch the glasses fall off. He was caught in one hand. He breathed a sigh of relief, but luckily it didn't fall off, otherwise the glasses would have been broken. Li Minutes said that this thing is very delicate, and it will break if it is dropped. At the same time, he was afraid that Li Shimin would see it, so he quickly hid his glasses. Your Majesty, this is what the minister should do. If there is nothing else, then the minister will go down first. He wants to get out of here. But Li Shimin has seen it. What can Cheng Yojin own what he saw? What Cheng Yojin was afraid of still happened. Knowing festival? What is in your arms? Take it out. Let me see. Cheng Yojin was helpless and could only take it out. He presented it. Before he spoke, Li Shimin recognized it. Oh, glasses. They look good. Your Majesty knows this. Cheng Yojin was puzzled. The Emperor Chang also has a pair. Li Shimin played with his glasses and didn't mean to return Cheng Yojin. Cheng Yojin scratched his head and scratched his ears there. He wanted to say, give him the glasses back. But the other party is the Emperor. He can't say it. He could only stare at Li Shimin holding glasses. Well, the workmanship of these glasses is very good. Did you get them from Li Minutes? Li Shimin did not shy away from calling Li Minutes' name, because he surprised himself too much. It's just screaming, and they are still father and son, not a big enemy. Yes, Your Majesty. This kid, he actually came up with these things. If he doesn't do good things, what are he thinking about every day? While Li Shimin belittled Li Minutes, he was attracted by the glasses. Mouth also said, come on, let the Queen and Concubine Yang come over. Yes. What is Li Shimin going to do? Wouldn't it be showing off? It's delicious to say after belittling others. Cheng Yojin regretted it. He had known that he should not enter the court with glasses. It was all his fault, and he himself was too eager. If it's slower, put the glasses back in and come out again. But when you put it back, you are afraid that others will think about it. What is safer than putting it on yourself? But he had to come again. After all, this could be a preparation for the big sales in the store in the future. He and Fang Xuanling also agreed that Fang Xuanling would handle the widely publicized matter, and he naturally went to the palace to find Li Shimin to solve the problem. Now it's better to meet up to loving Li Shimin. Also love to show off. Let the Queen and Concubine Yang come to see it together. Only a while later, the Queen and Concubine Yang appeared. My concubine greets His Majesty. The two saluted and said at the same time. Cheng Yojin naturally bowed to the two of them. Come, Queen, Concubine Ai, come and have a look. Li Shimin did not know when another bronze mirror appeared in front of him. Empress Zhangsun and Concubine Yang were puzzled. What does Li Shimin want to do? What are you doing with the mirror? I saw Li Shimin put on his glasses and looked like a scholar. He was much more handsome when he wore glasses than Li Yuan. As a result, the two girls were pleasantly surprised. Your Majesty, what is this? Queen Chengsun asked. Concubine Yang said, Empress, these are glasses. After your Majesty wears these glasses, the spirit of the whole person is improved. Before, Concubine Yang had seen Kong Li Yuan wearing a pair. Li Shimin must have been very attentive since then, right? I finally saw glasses again today. Could it be that Li Shimin and Li Minutes took it? She thought to herself, but this is not his way of doing things, so where did the glasses come from? She didn't understand until she saw Cheng Yojin. It must be Cheng Yojin. This is not the first time this kind of thing happened. Another time it was a glass bottle. These glasses are amazing. I didn't expect a simple thing to have this function. Empress Chengsun sighed. Then he said, Your Majesty, where did these glasses come from? As far as I know, there seems to be no such thing in the Tang dynasty. Could it be from other places to pay tribute? Since Li Shimin likes to show off so much, Cheng Yojin said directly, His Royal Highness, this is made by the sixth prince. It turned out to be made by Li Minutes. She thought it was someone else's tribute. Yena, this kid is really smart. I haven't thanked him for the coke and cigo soup last time. Queen Chengsun said. Li Shimin didn't care. He said, These glasses are really a good thing. How about letting me play with this for a few days? Cheng Yojin regretted it. He knew that he would not say it. It's better now. The things are here with Li Shimin. Is there any possibility for him to go back? What happened to Liu Lai last time made him remember very deeply. If you don't want to come back, you still borrow flowers to offer Buddha. He said, actually, this is a gift from the sixth prince to His Majesty. And he also instructed the minister to hand it over to His Majesty. Concubine Yang took the opportunity to say, It's rare that you remembers His Majesty so much. It's really a good effort. Yes, this child is quite filial, and he knows how to bring glasses to His Majesty. Empress Chengsun even said. But how could Li Shimin believe Cheng Yojin? I really give it to myself. I have already taken it out, and I have to wait until I go to pick it up. Zaiji. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. I'll keep these glasses for you first, and you can pick them up later. Shameless, really shameless. Cheng Yojin was helpless to Li Shimin. No way, who made him the emperor? And he really looks better when he wears it. That feeling is something he can catch up with. After all, he doesn't want it anymore. So tell the truth. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. If your Majesty likes it, I will give it to your Majesty. I will be greedy for your things. If you say it is safe, it means safekeeping. By the way, I will study it. I will return the things to you. Li Shimin said sensitively. Your Majesty, I don't mean that. I think you are more suitable than me. That's a nice thing to say. Don't worry, I won't give you anything for nothing. Whatever you want, just say it. I just want your Majesty to solve the fruit wine issue as soon as possible. Don't worry, I have taken it to heart. After that, Cheng Yojin gave a reason, and then he withdrew. This time he went to find a house, Xu Anling, and prepare the shop with him. As for the fruit wine, Li Shimin will naturally deal with it. Chapter 132 Peeper Guitar. The latest website. For several days, Li Minutes purchased a large amount of food. During the period, Cheng Yojin also came over several times. Dao was talking to Li Shimin about the fruit wine. Li Shimin was very angry and said that he should take care of it, so that Li Minutes could relax. But Li Minutes didn't take it to heart at all. Li Shimin doesn't care. It has nothing to do with himself. It's because Li Shimin wants the Wang family to keep a low profile. Another point is that the fruit wine is limited. The distillation rate is too low, and it is used as a raw material, and it is in the hands of others, so it is as uncomfortable as being stabbed in the throat. In the past, he didn't have much money and could only make a temporary alternative. But now it's different. the fruit wine has been abandoned by him. And regarding the Ministry of Household's investigation into fruit wine, there has been no particularly rapid progress. On this day, Lee Minutes had just finished his rhythm class. Then Jiruxu found herself again. The two rested in a pavilion in the group. The method of rhythm taught by Mr. is something that has never existed in ancient times, and it is completely different from the rhythm that little girls are used to. Of course, if it is the same as the ancient method, then there is no need for me to teach. The methods taught by Lee Minutes are all methods of the future. They even taught them staves, as well as musical knowledge such as sharps and flats and chords. Also, taught them how to write words, even show his hands. That's right. By the way, sir, the little girl has a request. I wonder if I can grant it? Oh, please say it. The woman in front of her is truly heartwarming. Her frown and smile are fascinating. Everyone has a love for beauty. Everyone sees Jiruxu and is fascinated by him. Lee Minutes is a man, and so is of course. Therefore, when she mentioned it, Lee Minutes did not directly refuse. Can the song One Cut Plum be played again? The little girl liked it very much, but she couldn't remember the rhythm, especially that sentence, a kind of love sickness, two worries. Lee Minutes had reason to believe that this woman was deliberately teasing herself, although there was no evidence. Being molested by a woman, this may be the first time, but it does not matter. Who made him so popular? Anyway, if you are idle now, you are idle. Why don't you sing it again? Okay, then I'll sing it again. Sir, please. Jiruxu brought the paper. Lee Minutes did not answer. What? Sir, are you disgusting the little girl's paper? No, no, no. I have a better instrument. Zushan. Yes. Bring me my guitar. What is a guitar? A musical instrument. Just a while ago, Lee Minutes ordered a craftsman to build a guitar. After all, he still misses the guitar very much. Although the paper is good, it is not as easy to use as the guitar. This caught Jiruxu's attention. She said, musical instrument, that little girl wants to see it. After a while, Zushan appeared in front of the two with a guitar. Lee Minutes took over the guitar. Jiruxu looked at it for a while and then said, the shape of this guitar is completely different from that of the paper. And the strings are also different. 1 4 to 6. I don't know how it sounds. In her opinion, the shape of the lute is more like a scoop, while the guitar is like a gourd. Listen to me. Lee Minutes tapped the guitar lightly, and suddenly made a thud. The sound is a little thicker. When Lee Minutes bounced up, Jiruxu was even more shocked. If the lute is a girl, then the guitar is a mature man. No wonder Lee Minutes wanted to use the guitar to play this song. Because he is a man, he should use a mature musical instrument to play it. This can be regarded as a summary of Lee Minutes' previous horizontal playing of the paper. When the chords come together, the singing follows. Red lotus root fragrant residual jade matte autumn. Lightly untile Yuo Chang, go to Lanzu alone. Whoever sends a brocade book in the cloud, when the goose character returns, the moon fills the west building. Flowers float by themselves and water flows by themselves. A love sickness, two leisurely worries. There is no way to get rid of this feeling, so I lowered my brows, but raised my heart. Lee Minutes used to play in a band, and his timbre is excellent. Again, using a popular singing method, Lee Kingzou's One Cut Plum was sung very emotionally. Jiruxu's eyes turned red. Because this poem was written from a female perspective, Lee Minutes did not say that it was done by himself, only that it was done by the ancients. In fact, it is the work of the Song dynasty, which is the next dynasty of the Tang dynasty. After Lee Minutes sang One Cut Plum twice, with his chords stopped, the whole song is over. Sure enough, the guitar is more comfortable to use. This song looks so beautiful with the guitar. If the paper comes, it may rob the song itself. Lee Minutes put down his guitar. But he saw Jiruxu trying to cry. Jiruxu, what are you doing? Are you moved by yourself? Lee Minutes thought to himself. He was thinking too much. The little girl is very envious of the person who wrote the poem. She can bravely pursue what she loves and miss people far away. But the little girl does not have that blessing. This woman's mind is hard to understand. But at this time, Lee Minutes thought that Jiruxu's life experience might not be good. Sure enough, she said, When the little girl was young, because her family was poor, she was sold into a brothel. From childhood to adulthood, if there was anything unsatisfactory, she would be beaten and scolded, and she would even starve for 3 days without food. When she grew up, she was used as a tool to make money. Fortunately, she met her husband, otherwise the little girl would definitely be in the Yihong building at this time, accompanying the guests. But this is also temporary. After the little girl finishes her studies, she will still have to go back. It turns out that everyone has their own sad side. This is the meaning of Jiruxu wanting to listen to this song. Don't wait for Lee minutes to say something. Jiruxu had recovered to her normal state, and she could not see her shedding tears. Perhaps this was a skill that a brothel woman should possess. You can take it back and forth freely, laugh when you should laugh, and be unambiguous when you cry. Laughter, sir. Lee Minutes was thinking in his heart, if there were no brothels in this city of Chainan, if it were replaced by other forms, such as the entertainment industry, it might be good. People's entertainment is not only about going to a brothel, right? Sometimes you can also use music to solve the distress in your heart. Nothing. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Your background is so bad. Sir, let's not talk about this. Your guitar sound is outstanding. If you promote it, you will definitely make a lot of money. This Jiruxu changed really fast. From the last time, Lee Minutes found out that this woman is quite business-minded. So an idea came to my mind. Redeem her and let her make money for herself. Mr. Zilly, what about you? While Lee Minutes was in a daze, Jiruxu kept calling him but got no response. At this time, Shengtang Group had an uninvited guest. P.S. There will be no surprises on the weekend, and there will still be violent updates. The time is at noon on the weekend. Please make full reservations, monthly tickets, and spread. Thank you. Chapter 133. Earn more money. Mr. Zilly is really versatile. I can hear your singing outside. It's really moving. Lee Minutes saw that it was Sei Chunhua. What is this woman doing here? Then she shuffled in. He also said, you don't know, there are already many people gathered outside, listening to the singing outside. I also said that it was Mr. Zilly's voice and the song he sang. Are everyone still waiting outside? Aren't you going to sing another song? I never imagined that a song I sang could cause such a sensation. If it wasn't for Sei Chunhua, Lee Minutes would naturally not know. But then again, what is Sei Chunhua doing here? She didn't stay in Yihong Mansion. Why did she come here? To supervise Jiruxu's study? Or come to drop by? When Jiruxu saw Sei Chunhua, she bowed to her. On the other hand, Lee Minutes asked directly, Sei Chunhua, what kind of wind blows you here? I don't see you coming to my place at ordinary times. Today is really strange. Sei Chunhua said with a smile. What? It's strange that I came here. Isn't it strange that Miss Jin, the girl of the Kong family, came? This woman is amazing. Which pot is not open to mention which pot? Aren't you curious? You don't usually come here. Actually, I came here today to ask for something. Sure enough, there was still something to ask of Lee Minutes. Tell me, what's the matter? Lee Minutes sat down. Jiruxu was standing by the side, like a maid. Sei Chunhua was not polite and sat down directly. He even picked up the coke on the table and drank it directly. That was for Jiruxu. This woman is really not afraid of life. However, if she wants to drink, let her drink it. Anyway, she has more to do with it. After Sei Chunhua put down the glass bowl, she said, you don't know, it's not easy to open my Yihong mansion. Women always like to be roundabout when they talk. Do not explain directly. Lee Minutes didn't interrupt her and let her continue. Every day, the amount of fruit wine needed is also extremely large. Speaking of fruit wine, Lee Minutes probably understood something. Then what? The dreadful Wang family has raised the fruit wine 10 times, and our business in Yihonglu is about to fail. He raises the price, so we can trace it. And some time ago, didn't you put 10 bottles of free wine? I wondered if I could sell some Yu wine to me in Yihonglu. Sei Chunhua, my wine is not cheap, it is much more expensive than fruit wine. Sei Chunhua said, It's expensive. There is a reason for it to be expensive. Then the cost of fruit wine is low. How much can I make? But Yu wine is different. As long as you sell a few bottles, you can make 10 or 20 bottles of fruit wine. Sure enough, it's still a no-brainer. This woman's shrewdness far exceeded Lee Minut's imagination. Right in saying that. But my free wine is now on sale, and only 1,000 bottles are sold a day. I only want you 100 bottles a day, not more. And I can go out to buy this wine at 11 tals. If you don't know Sei Chunhua, you might think she's crazy. But now it seems that she is very shrewd. Jiruxu just watched and did not speak. But from her gaze, Lee Minute saw something clear. Jiruxu must know what Sei Chunhua wants to do. Anyway, I have a new wine to be released in more than 10 days, and this wine will be more. So Lee Minute said, you have already paid a high price. Why don't you pay more? 100 bottles. 1,500 tals. I will supply you every day. Since you are a businessman, I am also a businessman. You rape. I prefer money. You have come to beg me. I can't say I don't make your money, right? Sei Chunhua did not expect Lee Minutes to be such a person. Then he laughed. Mr. Zilli is really not an ordinary person. Well, I'm not a stingy person, I promise you. What does Lee Minutes think? Can this woman quickly earn back the extra 400 tals? He didn't think much of it. Called directly, Cheng Chubai. Cheng Chubai trotted over immediately. Mr. Zilli, what's the matter? You take someone to the warehouse to get 100 bottles of Yu wine and send them to Yihonglu, and collect them 1,500 tals by the way. Clear. Sei Chunhua succeeded. Then he said, so, then I'll say goodbye first. After finishing, he turned around, suddenly turned his head again, and consciously looked at Jiruxu. This kind of look made Jiruxu not dare to look at her. Lee Minutes knew that there must be something between the two, until Sei Chunhua left. He then asked, Jiruxu, do you know how Sei Chunhua sells Yu wine, right? Yes, she will blend the wine, about 10 times the amount. When Lee Minutes heard this, he was shocked. More than half of the people who go to Yihonglu don't just want to drink. So even if Sei Chunhua dilutes the wine and charges a high price, it will still make a lot of money. I have to admire how powerful this woman is. I didn't expect Sei Chunhua to be able to do business like this. Yeah, she has done the same with fruit wine before. This woman is really bad. After Lee Minutes finished speaking, he suddenly thought of where he had just said. He just kept staring at Jiruxu. She could see that her face was flushed. Mr. Zilli, is there something on my face? Oh, no, I'm sorry. Only then did Lee Minutes realize that he was being rude. It's all right. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Lee Minutes then said, Jiruxu, I see that you seem to be very good at doing business, and you are very smart. Jiruxu heard this. Then he frowned and said, Mr. Zilli, what do you mean by that? I want to redeem myself for you and let you help me do business. I wonder if you are willing. As soon as Jiruxu heard this, her whole body froze and did not move for a long time. She was very shocked. Why did Lee Minutes help her redeem her life? Then he shook his head again and said, Mr. Zilli, I am the Oiran of Yihong Mansion now. If not, you might redeem my life for me. You also know that Sei Chunhua is very shrewd, so this is impossible. Don't talk so much. People are always greedy. If they can't, it must be because they don't have enough chips. You said, are you willing to do business for me? Jiruxu felt firmness from Lee Minutes. She was so moved that she burst into tears soon after. If Mr. can redeem myself, then I, Jiruxu, will repay you even if I'm a bull and a horse. No matter what you do, even if it's... Jiruxu didn't say any more, even if it wasn't something a girl said. Okay, with your words, that's enough. You go back first, and in a few days, you will be able to leave the Yihonglu. Lee Minutes received a response, and the next step was to find a way to get Jiruxu out. He has his plans. Jiruxu couldn't stop nodding her head. She was very longing for it. The little girl goes back first. In the end, Lee Minutes sent it out. When he went out, he saw a scene that made him wonder. Still looking for free audio novels for the first treble of the Tang dynasty? Baidu direct search. Listening to audio novels is easy. Chapter 134. Don't need him to say, I know how to do it. The latest website, in minute size, a large number of people are pushing carts and cars, and some people are carrying burdens, and they are heading to the east of Dongxi. He went out and stopped a man to ask, Big brother, what are you doing? This is a big car and a small car. The man said, it turned out to be Mr. Zilli. You don't know? The Wang family is buying a lot of grain today, and the price is much higher than usual. I thought we had a lot of grain that we couldn't finish, so I pulled it and sold it to them. Exchange some money to subsidize the family. Minutes was even more puzzled. What the hell is the Wang family doing? Why so much food purchases? Did they know that they had received so much food? Look at the steady stream of people. This time the battle was really big. How tall is he? 20%. 20%, that's a lot. Minutes couldn't think of what the Wang family was going to do. The man said again, Mr. Zilli, if you have more food, you can sell them, and you can make more money. Thank you for reminding. Minutes replied politely. The man said again, if there is nothing else, then I will go to sell food first. Please. The man was pushing the car to the east. Mr. Zilli, you are here. I have been looking for you for a long time. At this time, Zushan trotted over. What's up? One thing. Might want to talk to you. What's up? We're in an embarrassing situation right now with the grain harvest. Oh? The Wang family suddenly bought a large amount of grain at a high price. As a result, we couldn't receive any grain at our price. It was interrupted. Minutes understood. The purpose of the Wang family doing this is to make themselves unable to buy food. They must think they have something big to do. And that's what they do. These people are so naive. They have to figure out a way to make them lose a lot of money. So he said to Zushan, Zushan, exist. How much food do we have now? About 110,000 stones. Okay, go and sell 80,000 stones. Just sell it to Wang Yang. But what we have worked hard to harvest, how can we? We have already started brewing, and we are afraid that there will be insufficient food. Don't worry. The price of food will drop after a while, and the Wang family is afraid it will be empty. Minutes said so. How did Zushan know what he wanted to do? It's not Minutes' style to put money aside and not make money. 20%, that's not a little bit of money. That's better than anything else. This is also speculative. Otherwise, let's just sell 10,000 to see? No, just 80,000. Trust me. Okay, I'll send someone to sell the food. As for Minutes, he went back. He said a few words to the people around him. Someone went to the palace. Until the afternoon, all 80,000 grains were sold. The Wang family is also rich and powerful. How much they receive? It's amazing to have money, how to toss and control the price at will. In the end, some people who want to buy food have to pay a higher price to receive it. For a while, the whole chain was full of public resentment. They are all blaming the imperial court for not coming out to solve it. In the Taikai Palace, Li Shimin frowned while wearing glasses. Next to him was Li Yuan. They are also wearing glasses. This pair of father and son is really interesting. One is worn only when needed, the other is purely for looks. You two look at me, I look at yours for a long time. Finally, Li Shimin spoke up. Emperor, is what you said true? Of course. The Wang family actually received a large amount of grain. This kind of behavior is very easy to cause panic among the people, and it will also raise the price of grain in the entire chain. And now some people can't even eat food, causing the prices of other things to be affected. The stability of the entire chain and may have a huge impact. A food matter directly causes price fluctuations because the volume is too large. The Wang family hasn't calmed down about the fruit wine last time, and this time it comes out again. It seems that they sincerely feel sorry for me. Li Shimin said bitterly, Your Majesty, it's better to do this, and order everyone not to increase the price of food, otherwise they will be severely punished. Pull the price of food to a low level, and only in this way can we be safe. Emperor Chang, I see that you usually don't care about state affairs. Why are you so concerned about state affairs recently? Li Shimin suddenly felt this way. How did he ask? It seemed that the food was not important, but he doubted Li Yuan. Li Yuan laughed dryly. That's because the Great Tang is our Great Tang, and everyone wants it to be safe. And we are facing the Wang family, aren't we? After saying this, Li Shimin closed his eyes. Li Shimin in glasses has become extraordinarily handsome. Did Li Minutes told you? Li Shimin asked directly. Yes. It was he who said it. His heart is on the Tang dynasty, and he doesn't want the Tang dynasty to become bad. It was only when he was told to the widow knew that it was not good, so he came. Li Yuan didn't hide anything. After all, this was really what Li Yan meant. And it's also because he owes Li Minutes. Otherwise he didn't enjoy the beautiful wine in the palace, and came here to see Li Shimin's face. It sure is him. Li Shimin muttered. Then he said, this kid, if he has the heart, I don't need him to say it, I will do it too. Li Shimin can't think of a better way. Only limit this way. Li Yuan wanted to understand people, and Li Shimin was his son. He knew better than anyone what Li Shimin's personality was like. He is hard-mouthed, even if he is wrong, he will not admit it. Not to mention forgiving Li Yan. In addition to Li Yan's initiative to ask to come back, he may also let Li Yan come back. I think so too. Li Yuan even said so. Okay, Chang Wang, you should not participate in the important affairs of the country in the future, and play more when you have time. Don't participate in state affairs all day long. When you are old, you should enjoy it. Li Shimin said this. On the surface, it was for Li Yuan's good. In fact, it was saying that Li Yuan should stop meddling. Enjoy staying in the palace. Li Yuan also understood what Li Shimin meant. There is nothing he can do about this, son. Well, who made you the emperor? That throne, the widow has also sat on it. If there is nothing else, the widow will go first. Not waiting for Li Shimin to respond, Li Yuan had already left. You are reading www.uukansu.com. Come here, pass on my will. An order went down. With this imperial decree, the entire city of Chainan became unstable. Some people couldn't sleep at all throughout the night. As for Li Minutes in the Shengton group, he is very comfortable. Let you go up. Now you know how bad it is, right? Things are still brewing. As soon as tomorrow arrives, he will purchase a large amount of food, which is equivalent to earning it for nothing. And earning other people's money is not as good as earning Wang's money. At the same time, the next day, the West City was already very lively. Chapter 135 Nizai, dare to use me, latest URL. The next day, it was almost noon. The entire Wang family was directly blown up. Wang Yang sat on the throne with a sad look on his face. Can the royal servant be allowed to enter the palace and persuade his majesty? He asks. Wang Gui is also in the middle of the king's attendant. I entered the palace early in the morning, and I haven't come back yet. I wanted Zili to not be able to receive food, but I didn't want to. But I encountered this situation. How can this be good? I'm afraid the food will be rotten in my hands. Wang Yang sighed. I don't know who came up with this matter, so they are now in a dilemma. What made him even more puzzled was still to come. Someone came quickly. 2 new Shengton wine and ice shops have opened in the West City, and the business is booming. Almost no one buys our fruit wine. It also benefits other shops. Their business is booming because of the flow of people. Also, these 2 stores are deliberately bypassing our site, so our bad business has become even worse. Wang Yang was trembling with anger. Completely intentional. This is just the beginning. In the future, it will be more obvious that the place where there is a prosperous Tang group is the center. East City is a special case. The status of the East City is not guaranteed, even the second-tier West City. Are we afraid that our Wang family will not be able to settle down in this Chainan city? Someone asked. Master, what should we do? What should I do? Just store the food. But there are too many. Recently, there have been many rats in Chainan city. If they have been trapped for a long time, I am afraid that there will be even more waste. Someone said so. Not only that, but people came from the palace, said that Wang Gui had failed, and Li Shimin was very determined to limit the price. Now Wang Yang is in a dilemma. Sell, sell, sell all at market price. The sooner the better. Wang Yang shouted. He was tired. No one dared to say anything. After all, he was defeated in this matter, because his opponent was Li Minutes. If it was someone else, his Wang family would still be the Wang family, but in front of Li Minutes, the Wang family was just a loser. When he decides, the implementation of the granary belonging to the Wang family in the entire East City began. At this time, Zhu Shan, who was lurking around the Wang family, was already gaining momentum. When the grain was released, they bought as much as they could with the money. One in and one out. The direct loss of hundreds of thousands of kls, or even more. Prices throughout China have also returned to normal. It was they who chose the wrong materials. If it was something else, Li Shimin might not have intervened. It's a pity. Such a situation made Wang Yang's heart bleed. But what can they do? There is no food for sale, only for the mice to eat. At the same time, the news of the buy and sell quickly reached Li Shimin's ears. In the Finalizing hall, both Li Shimin and Empress Chengsun were present. A eunuch was standing in front of them, telling the story. Then Shengteng group really swallowed all the food of the Wang family? Li Shimin asked in shock. Yes, Your Majesty. Buy as many as you want. Not only that, but yesterday Shengteng group sold all 80,000 shi of grain to the Wang family. Today, they got it back at a low price. Li Shimin took a deep breath, because he found out that he was being used as a gunman by Li Minutes. Nizai, you dare to take advantage of me? You are not too timid. When Li Yuan came over yesterday, he should have thought about it. It's a pity that I didn't think so much because of the family. Only now did the eunuch know that after a report, it turned out to be like this. That can make Li Shimin angry. Nizai, I'm so pissed off. Li Shimin slapped the table viciously. Your Majesty, perhaps this is a good thing, Empress Chengsun said. That kid took advantage of me, but you said it was a good thing? Are you on his side? Li Shimin was very puzzled and asked this question. No, Your Majesty must not do this. You have to think from a distance. Li Shimin was puzzled. Think about it. In the future, the Wang family will definitely be enemies with Yana, and Yana is very smart, and his Wang family will definitely not benefit from any benefits. In this way, over time, the forces that can be weakened are for the Tang dynasty. Clear the trouble. Empress Zhangsun's words made Li Shimin calm down and think. As Li Minutes, to be able to exist with Empress Zhangsun and Concubine Yang, it is simply his luck. It is also because of Empress Chengsun that Li Shimin's hostility will be less. And Your Majesty can favor one another. Last time Gainer made a mistake and returned the Wang family's child. If you didn't punish him, you rewarded him. Shouldn't this be the case with Yana? Empress Zhangsun's words touched Li Shimin's heart. Yes, the queen is right. This point is that I lacked consideration. Fortunately, you are here. Otherwise, I would have blamed Li Yan. Only then did Li Shimin recover a little. He used to be very angry, but now he is finally back to normal. Your Majesty is wise. What do you think the Queen will do next? Naturally, it's on the side of Yana, to help him suppress the Wang family's power. In this way, the Wang family is bound to be weak, followed by the other 4. 5 surnames and 7 looks can be described as pain in their hearts. Although they have mastered the machinery of the state, they still have to rely on them economically. Without them, it might be better, at least for some reforms, without too much trouble. The Queen is right, but I will inevitably feel uncomfortable in my heart. It doesn't feel good to be anyone, right? Then, Empress Zhangsun said again, it's just right. Why did Wang Gui come to find Your Majesty? It's just about lifting the restriction order. I didn't agree to him. After all, Li Minutes is right. For the sake of people's livelihood, I can't lift it. I'm afraid this Wang Gui also belongs to the Wang family. Empress Chengsun said so. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. It belongs to the Wang family, but I see his talent as a rare talent. This person is not reusable. Empress Zhangsun only said 6 words. Li Shimin didn't care. I believe that my sincerity can move him and do my best. Li Shimin thought that Wang Gui would work hard for himself. On this point, Empress Zhangsun said there was nothing she could do. Sometimes what Li Shimin decided, the 9-headed ox couldn't pull back. The concubine can't say anything. By the way, where is Li Minutes now? Li Shimin suddenly asked. Your Majesty. The 6th prince. What about him? He's heading to Yihong Mansion. This kid. Li Shimin was speechless. But what can he do? Li Minutes is now independent. He can't limit anything. Could it be that there is still a decree saying that Li Minutes is not allowed to step into the brothel? This is obviously unreasonable. Empress Zhangsun also said, he is still a little younger. How can he go to that kind of place casually? Don't pay attention to him. This kid is like this. Li Shimin also gave up. Your Majesty, the little one will retire. Okay, you go out. At this time, Li Minutes and Xrengai were standing outside the door of Yihong building. Latest URL. To download the latest TXT ebook of this book, please click mobile phone reading of this book, book review. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click on the favorites below to record this time chapter 135 Nizai, Dare to Use Me. The reading record, you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support! Chapter 136 Looking handsome is really annoying. Today's Li Minutes is still low and has not attracted special attention. But when he and Xrengai stayed in front of the Yihong building, they were still recognized. I don't know who called. Mr. Zilli is here. As soon as the girls in the Yihong building heard the word Zilli, they rushed out of every corner of the Yihong building like a madman. Some guests were inside, and they didn't know what was going on, but they were very puzzled. The girls who were still drinking with them just now ran away. More than 90% of the hundreds of girls in the Yihong building ran out. The rest did not know about Li Minutes' arrival. Looking at Li Minutes, some girls even cried out, Mr. Zilli, it's Mr. Zilli, he's really charming. The last time I saw you, I missed it so much. I'm in a good mood to see Mr. Zilli again today. What is Mr. Zilli here for this time? Isn't he looking for Jiruxu? Hopefully not. Someone said that, and some people's expressions turned envious, but no one could be favored by Li Minutes like Jiruxu. Facing such a battle, Li Minutes was a little scared. These girls rushed towards him like wild horses. Fortunately, Xrengai was there. Otherwise I would have been injured. Really injured. The entry for him in the history book may have to be rewritten in the future, the first person in history to be injured by 100 women at the same time. It's really annoying to be handsome. If handsome can be eaten, he won't have to eat for the rest of his life. Is Sei Chunhua here? Li Minutes directly called Sei Chunhua's name. Many girls suddenly realized that they were looking for Sei Chunhua instead of looking for Jiruxu. In fact, this time Li Minutes came here to fulfill his promise. I'm here, Mr. Zilli said inside. At this time, someone finally introduced Li Minutes into the Yihong building. Others let it out. After all, he was looking for the boss. As soon as he entered it, he heard a voice. What are you guys doing? If you don't accompany guests, they all come out. Believe it or not, I'll beat you. I'll punish you for not being able to eat at noon. This person is Sei Chunhua, she shouted, and the girls reluctantly dispersed. Finally let a sigh of relief. When Sei Chunhua came downstairs, she saw Li Minutes. His expression changed immediately. Yo, what wind brought you here? Mr. Zilli. Is it because Miss Ji didn't see enough and misses it so much that she came to see our girl Ji again? This woman's mouth is really cheap. But Li Minutes naturally hid away. No, I'm here to find you this time. Sei Chunhua frowned upon hearing this. With performance and flirtatious. Mr. Zilli, you know that if you put it 20 years ago, the old lady would have been considered a flower, but unfortunately now, the years are not forgiving. However, now I can still be considered a charm. If you point me, it's not impossible. It's okay to drink and chat, as if for other things. He. She smirked. Disgusting. 20 years ago, he wouldn't even look at her. She was poisonous. The old woman was afraid that she had misunderstood what she meant. Really drunk. Oh, old. Who wants it? But he still responded gracefully. Sei-chan-hua, I came to you this time to talk to you about something. But I didn't come to drink and hang out. I wonder if you have time. Let's talk. It was only then that Sei-chan-hua realized that she was not here to recite poetry for herself. Oh, what do you want to talk about, Mr. Zilly? Go up and talk. It's too noisy here. This matter cannot be known, and it has to be discussed in private. After all, it's still a trade secret. Sure, let's go upstairs. After Sei-chan-hua finished speaking, she went up to the second floor with a twist. Lee Minutes and Xrengai were together, and the two also followed behind. When they got to the second floor, Jiruxu came towards them. Mr. Zilly, are you here? As soon as she saw Lee Minutes, she said. At the same time, his eyes were a little hot. She also knew that Lee Minutes had arrived just now, and she didn't go down to greet her because of her restraint. At the same time, he probably knew Lee Minutes' purpose today. It must be because of the promise that day. I thought it would be slower, but I didn't expect it to come so quickly. At this moment, her heart was pounding like a deer. The whole face was also flushed. Such an attractive girl makes people want to cherish it. Mr. Zilly is not looking for you today. He is looking for me, Sei-chan-hua said. Lee Minutes only said, Sei-chan-hua, let's go. So Sei-chan-hua walked forward, and then did not forget to turn her head. Miss J, come with you too. Maybe what Mr. Zilly wants to talk about has something to do with you. This woman is really powerful. Just by meeting each other, you can know that the purpose of Lee Minutes' visit has something to do with Jiruxu. Did she also guess the real purpose of Lee Minutes' trip? I don't know how Sei-chan-hua will react when Lee Minutes speaks, but Lee Minutes believed that this time, he was bound to win. No matter what you say, you have to get Jiruxu. Yes. Jiruxu followed very obediently. The group and others took their seats. The environment here is very good. The following are people coming and going, very lively. You can also see the Shengteng group in the distance, and business is booming at this time. After Lee Minutes sat down, someone brought wine. He knew that this wine was Wai-free wine. Lee Minutes took a taste of the wine, and the smell of the Wai wine became much lighter. Everything was as Jiruxu said. After these blending, there is still a lot of water. This Yai Honglu is really a big bully, dare to do such a thing. But then again, none of the wine in Chainan City can compare to Wai wine, so the taste of wine mixed with water is still there. Sei-chan-hua, you really know how to do business. Is this wine 10 times as much water? Sei-chan-hua laughed twice. In his heart, he wondered, how did Lee Minutes know how much water was added to the wine? Are you familiar with this wine? Jiruxu was even more shocked. Such a skill is admirable. Sure enough, I can't escape Mr. Zilly's taste. Yes. It is exactly 10 times the water. Aren't you afraid that this wine will ruin the reputation of Yai Honglu? What are you afraid of? It's good to be able to make money. You are reading www.uukanzu.com and the girl in Yai Honglu is the best in Chainan. Those guests who come here to have fun are considered drunk not because of wine, but because of beauty. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to be quite open. Interesting. Sei-chan-hua bowed. Where is it? By the way, why did Mr. Zilly come here? It's not just to talk to me about this wine and water, right? No, I came here today for her. Lee Minutes pointed at Jiruxu. Jiruxu was pointed, very embarrassed. Her head was lowered. As for Sei-chan-hua, it is for people who understand. She laughed out loud. Man. But so. Chapter 137 Only 100,002? Sei-chan-hua glanced at Jiruxu. Glancing at Lee Minutes again, he had a plan in his heart. I wonder what Mr. Zilly is doing for Miss J. She understands but pretends to be puzzled. Lee Minutes knew that this woman understood better than anyone else. Then he'll open the skylight and say something bright. Go ahead. The conversation between Lee Minutes and Sei-chan-hua made Jiruxu listen carefully, for fear of missing something. At this time, There were several girls standing outside the door, and they were also very curious. What did Mr. Zilli do for Jiruxu? Wouldn't it be redemption? When someone thought of this, a look of envy appeared on their face. You know, you can get the favor of a future rich man. And this person is the #1 talent in Chainan. He is handsome and very rich. People like this are a rarity wherever they are placed. At this time, such a person was sitting in front of them and had to redeem Jiruxu. Not only are you envious and jealousy, I want to redeem myself for Jiruxu. Lee Minutes still said it. Speaking of this sentence, the girl outside the door exploded directly. Originally it was just speculation, but now it seems to be true. They envied Jiruxu, who had been nurtured since childhood, quickly became popular, and became a courtesan. Get the best resources and achieve the highest achievements. She may be free today, and they are still virgins. Unlike them, some people have long since lost their lives. At the same time, he can keep his virginity and is favored by the first genius. If they knew that this person was not only the first genius, but also the sixth prince, they would be even more shocked. Sei Chunhui was also very shocked at the same time. If someone else mentioned to her to redeem Jiruxu, she might not agree. But the person in front of him now is Mr. Zilli, who owns a group. Such a person is simply a goddess. She is shrewd, she has long thought of countermeasures, and she has to be tricked by anything. So he said, "Oh, which one of my Yihongla girls is not well educated? Which one is not the one who has exhausted my mother's efforts? I have cultivated them for so many years, and it is time for them to repay. In the future, I will depend on my old age. These girls, especially Miss J, she has worked hard for most of my life to get where I am today." 8. Opening parenthesis 1 closing parenthesis. The full text of the text is the fastest test. 8 opening parenthesis closing parenthesis z.go. Jiruxu frowned. She also knew that Lee Minutes would also be hindered this time, because she was not easy to deal with someone like Sei Chunhui. To have such a woman in a brothel is like a woman who doesn't have to struggle. Over here? She looked at Lee Minutes, but Lee Minutes showed no expression. He knew that Sei Chunhui was just trying to raise the price by saying so much. Lee Minutes saw through this person. The essence of the businessman is unmistakable. But businessmen are also the most reliable people. As long as there is interest, they will come over like flies. Therefore, he is not ready to talk nonsense with her. "Tell me, how much money can I redeem her for?" When it came to money, Sei Chunhui stopped. He added, "This person is priceless. When it comes to money, it hurts feelings. There are many rich people who offer high prices, but I didn't agree." Lee Minutes wanted to curse. "You talk so much. Isn't it just for the money?" Now that money hurts feelings again, hurt your beauty. Are you playing with me? How much is the price? I like direct people. I don't like beating around the bush. Lee Minutes said patiently. Sei Chunhui looked around. Playful expression on his face. It seemed that she already had the answer in her mind. On his mouth he said, "Since Mr. Zilli is so sincere, if I don't say a price today, I'm afraid there's nothing I can do." "You say it." Looking at Jiruxu's eyes, water was coming out. No one wants to know the low price more than she does. This involves knowing whether you can get out of here. If she expected it in her heart, she might take out her private money to make up the number together, for freedom. In order to be able to pursue the life you want like Li Qingzhao. Lee Minutes closed his eyes and stopped talking. Sei Chunhui looked at Lee Minutes' expression, trying to see clues. At this time, if she shouted loudly, Lee Minutes would not agree. If you call low, you will lose again. Jiruxu can indeed bring a lot of benefits to her, but this benefit will stay in the past few years of her youth. After a few years, her status is gone, and it is worthless. At the same time, how much money can be brought in this year? This is a good calculation. Everything flashed in Sei Chunhui's mind. Genius 1 second to remember Chinese MX-81's com. She pondered. Jiruxu was so anxious that her hands kept pulling at her clothes. And the girls outside are even more nervous, because Jiruxu's price means the price when they are redeemed one day. That is very important. Jiruxu is tall, they are naturally tall. When Jiruxu fell, So did they. The place became extremely quiet, until Sei Chanhua opened her mouth. Mr. Zilli, we are all honest people, so I won't say much. How about 100,000 tals? As soon as she opened her mouth, she was afraid that Sei Chanhua was going crazy. 100,000 tals to buy a woman? Only a lunatic would do that. Do you know how much 100,000 tals equals? Will Lee minutes do this? When Jiruxu heard the 100,000 tals, her eyes instantly became dull. Not to mention the other girls. Jiruxu is already 100,000. And they will not be less than 10,000. Even more. Smelly mother-in-law, why don't you go grab it? You really dare to call for a high price? At this time, Xrengai, who had been silent for a while, spoke up. He showed the Tang Dao. Is this afraid that he is going to be strong? That day, Xrengui's force was obvious to all. With just one move, the opponent's knife was cut in half. If the knife is placed on the neck, does it mean that the head is divided? He couldn't stand it anymore, so it was really too high. Sei Chanhua was taken aback and hurried to the side. Mr. Zilli, this is my reserve price. If you don't have money, let's not talk about it. When you have spare time, you can come and see Miss J. Why pay such a large price to redeem such a girl? It's not worth it. She was telling the truth. Not worth? Lee Minutes still didn't open his eyes. It made Sei Chanhua even more puzzled. It doesn't matter if you don't want to redeem. Let's make money with anger. Lee Minutes never said a word. Jiruxu was very anxious. In the end it was all hopeless. Mr. Zilli, I know it's a little embarrassing for you, but it doesn't matter. I'm very happy here. Don't take it to heart. Just now, she also wanted to make some money, but the amount was too much, and she couldn't do anything about it. Her money was just a drop in the bucket. Suddenly, Lee Minutes opened his eyes that were very divine. Just this price? That was the first sentence he spoke. The crowd was in an uproar. Lo, someone regrets it. Someone was surprised. Chapter 138. Deed of sale. Just this price? Do you think you heard it wrong? Listening to Lee Minutes' words, it seems to mean that the money is too little. Could it be that Jiruxu was priceless in Lee Minutes' heart? What is a mere 100,000 tals? Many girls were shocked by Lee Minutes. Really rich. The entire Chainan city can take out 100,000 tals at once, and Mr. Zilli can be regarded as one person. At the same time, Sei Chanhua was a little regretful. She seemed to shout low. It is impossible to change your mind. After all, the other party has a good reputation. If it makes him unhappy, then he may be affected, and there is no need to tear up the face with it. It is worthless. Jiruxu's expression was even more complicated. She never imagined that Lee Minutes would actually spend so much money to redeem her, and the money was still cheap in his opinion. At this time, she was even more conflicted. How can human life be measured by money? Why is human life linked to the smell of copper? But I want to get out quickly, even if it is a hook. So what? This ambivalence kept flashing in her mind. So, Mr. Zilli really has to spend 100,000 tals to redeem Miss J. Sei Chanhua asked. Regardless, you still have to ask. No. What? No? Everyone doesn't understand. What does Lee Minutes want to do? Jiruxu could only murmur, it's really embarrassing, Mr. Zilli, but it's okay. No one wants to take out so much money. Mr. Zilli, I'm sincere, aren't you joking? That's not fun. Sei Chanhua was a little unhappy, but she didn't dare to be too arrogant, just a little louder. After all, there is another Xrengai on the side. When he was unhappy, he killed her directly, and he won't get a penny by then. Isn't that a complete cuff? Sei Chanhua, I just said that I have something to look for you. Is it okay to redeem for Jiruxu? Is there anything more important? Redemption is just incidental, you said. Sichuan Flower Road. My Shengteng group has opened 2 branches in Xishi. Lee Minutes began to speak. I know this, it just opened this morning. I heard that the business is good. Sei Chanhua said so. Then he asked, Mr. Zilli, what are you trying to say? It seems that your business has nothing to do with us. All we can know is that it sells well. Collect free good books, follow the VX Book Club, recommend your favorite novels, and receive cash red envelopes. Lee Minutes smiled and said, "Then do you know how much was sold this morning?" "Why did you ask this?" "As far as I know, the two stores sold 1,000 tals in the morning." Jiruxu responded for Sei Chunhua. Everyone knows that. It can be said that these two stores have attracted everyone's attention. Or did someone announce it on purpose? Only 1,000 tals were sold on the first morning of opening. As for the afternoon, isn't that more? Although it is not as good as the Shengton group, it is not bad. Sei Chunhua was even more puzzled. "Mr. Zilli, what you want to say, just say it. Don't be like this, it makes people feel uncomfortable." They had a feeling that Lee Minutes was pretending to show off. But this kind of bragging does exist. "Don't worry. How much can Yi Honglu make in a day?" "This involves trade secrets." Sei Chunhua said nothing. Then he said, "This, I can't tell you. This is a secret." Sei Chunhua actually doesn't make a lot of money. Her cost is too high. The cost of the girl and the decoration of the joints is extremely high. She is not bad, and other brothels are higher. "Okay, let me tell you the annual income of the West City. If you count 1,000 tals a day, is it 30,000 tals a month, and 360,000 tals a year? Am I right?" "In fact, there may be more than one a day." 1,000 tals, or even 2 or 3 times. What is Lee Minutes doing? But everyone nodded. "Okay, then if I give you 10% of the shares in exchange for Jiruxu's freedom, would you be willing?" Lee Minutes was able to say his ultimate goal. When his words came out, Sei Chunhua fell into deep thought again. After all, she had to figure it out. In the process of her counting, Lee Minutes added, "Next, the products produced by Shengton Group will be available in the West Market. There will be a lot of revenue every day. And the income is only high or not low. In the future, if it becomes bigger, you can open more branches. If it comes out of the West Market, the 10% profit will still be." Lee Minutes' words moved Sei Chunhua's heart. Jiruxu only counted on one side. This year's business calculation, after deducting costs and the like, is about 200,000 tals, or even more. 10% is 20,000. If you say 5 years later, it will be 100,000. 10 years later, it's 200,000 yuan, and it's basically a surefire business. Jiruxu specifically said 100,000 for 5 years, which meant something. What Sei Chunhua said is that if Sei Chunhua agrees, the money after 5 years will be for nothing. Of course, this is just a perfect algorithm. Reality may be higher or lower. After the market really opens up, the cost will be lower, but the price will also be lower. But Sei Chunhua did not see this. She only knew that the money in the future would flow into her pocket like water. Think about it, and after you think about it, send someone to tell me. It'll be one step ahead. Lee Minutes stood up immediately, as if everything was under his control. This has to be admirable. Even the Redeemer is so rude. It feels like he's in charge. In fact, the purpose of his willingness to do so is very simple. Once the shares are given to Sei Chunhua will definitely try her best to make the store in the West City better. Judging by her shrewdness, West City's business had to be good. Even better. When the business is good, Lee Minutes naturally waits to count the money. It is equivalent to tying Sei Chunhua with shares to do things for herself. This is also a favorite practice of modern bosses. Moreover, they can also get Jiruxu as a right-hand man, so kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Why not? When Lee Minutes stood up, Sei Chunhua grabbed him and said, "Mr. Zilli, don't be in a hurry. Don't be in a hurry. Sit for a while." It is pouring wine again, and it is letting people bring food up. Then he shouted, "Come here, bring Jiruxu's life contract." Lee Minutes smiled. Jiruxu was also relieved. "I can finally get out of here." From then on, she is a free person, or someone from Lee Minutes. As a result, her heart was beating violently. She finally waited for this day. As for the girls outside the door, she was even more envious. When will they be like Jiruxu? After a while, someone came over with a piece of paper. This piece of paper was Jiruxu's contract of selling herself. Jiruxu had mixed feelings when she stared at this sale contract. As for Lee Minutes, he breathed a sigh of relief. This Sei Chanhua was really too difficult to deal with, but finally got it done. As long as the deed of prostitution is burned, everything is done. Mr. Zilli, this is a contract of sale. Sei Chanhua handed over the deed of prostitution. Chapter 139. The little girl has nothing to repay, only, P.S. Thanks to Kiddy and book friends and Mogsyun for the 500 reward. Since the starting point channel cannot send a thank you letter, I would like to thank you here. Another, today's big change, Lai asks for full order. Thank you all for your support. Lee Minutes was about to take the paper. Sei Chanhua shrank back, etc. How is this? Everyone wonders. Why did they take it back? Is there a certificate for the 10% profit? I can't give you this contract directly. What if you just talk about it? Sei Chanhua is very careful. If she doesn't have a certificate, she will not do it. This woman is so shrewd. How could he lie to her? So many people are watching, and it will be a loser. Even if she cheated, let her give it willingly. Of course there is. I have also drawn up the contract certificate. It turned out that everything had already been prepared, and Lee Minutes was really prepared in advance. At the beginning, he did not plan to give her money, just shares. Yes. I took out 2 pieces of paper from his arms and put them on the table. Sei Chanhua took it and looked at it word by word. Look very carefully. After all, this involves her interests, so she can't be careless. Finally he smiled. Mr. Zilli is really happy. I have seen many people, and they are not as good as you. Lee Minutes didn't want to talk nonsense with him, and said directly, press the handprint here, we each have 1 share, this is okay, and you can give me the contract of selling your life. Of course, but, Sei Chanhua's talk peaked. She has a lot going on. She added, I wonder if Mr. Zilli can still have girls. There are still many girls here who are virgins. We can talk about this. This woman is afraid that she is misunderstood. He doesn't care whether he is a virgin or not if he wants to have a subordinate. Of course, Jiruxu was a special case. After the girl outside heard it, it exploded again. This is a good thing. If Zilli can promise, they will have a fate in the second half of their lives, and they will not be abandoned when they are old and degenerate. They even squeezed into the room, scratching their heads and trying to express themselves. Lee Minutes was depressed, and at the same time he was upset. Is he that kind of person? It's not for Jiruxu's body, but her talent. If you want to do well in your business empire, you must not lose talents. Jiruxu happens to have such a talent, and also very powerful. He didn't want this woman to be tortured. That's why he wanted to use her to achieve all this for himself. Just like he recruited Yuan Dangang at that time, just to let them do things for him. Of course, this rate of return is also extremely high. He searched and found that Jiruxu's future matters accounted for more than 30%. Sei Chanhua, who do you think of me? Sei Chanhua is puzzled, isn't she? Isn't this man just for that? Even if it is, not now. How old is Lee Minutes? Some signs are not yet mature. Talk too far. Sorry, I thought you were in need. It seems that I thought too much. However, what do you think of my Yaihonglu? If possible, I can sell you, as long as I take more shares. It turned out that Sei Chanhua was thinking about this, because she wanted to take more shares, and then she wanted to sell all the girls in this building to Lee Minutes. This woman is really smart. After all, it is naturally better that they can exchange for benefits. Lee Minutes said, I don't want these. Sei Chanhua, you are still a shrewd businessman. How? Sei Chanhua was puzzled. This book is organized and produced by the public account. Pay attention to VX Book Friends Base Camp, read books and receive cash red envelopes. If you have a stake, you can transform your Yaihong building into a 3rd branch. Wouldn't it be better? Lee Minutes' words awakened Sei Chanhua. But in Lee Minutes' view, no matter how big Sei Chanhua is, the biggest benefit is still himself. Therefore, he also hopes that Sei Chanhua will be bigger. That's right, I didn't understand it for a while. Come on, I'll put my handprint on it first. When she was done, she put her handprint on it. In duplicate, she takes 1. A contract of sale. Lee Minutes stretched out his hand. Give. give. That betrayal contract went directly into Lee Minutes' hands. You can see that Jiruxu is a little relieved. This piece of paper has trapped her for many years, and today, she finally doesn't need to be here. I saw Lee Minutes put the piece of paper in front of the fire and it burned directly. The burning caused Sei Chanhua to shout, "Mr. Zilli, what are you doing? How can you burn this contract? You paid the price." From the tone of her voice, you can feel very pity. But in Lee Minutes' opinion, if you want to win people's hearts, what can you do if you don't have any means? For some people, a piece of paper of yours may not necessarily bind a heart that wants to leave. But if he does this, on the contrary, it can bind people's hearts. So Jiruxu's expression changed again. That is gratitude. That is trust. It's a very complex emotion. Okay, this matter is over. Jiruxu, you are free. Lee Minutes got up. Then, I'm leaving. Just about to leave. Jiruxu trotted forward. Mr. Zilli, wait a moment. Lee Minutes turned around. I saw Jiruxu kneeling directly on the ground. Mr. Zilli's great kindness and great virtue, the little girl has nothing to repay. Only. Jiruxu has been unable to speak. But Lee Minutes said, you are free, go wherever you want. It's called trying to get hold of it. Jiruxu did not get up. Then he said, the little girl will serve Mr. Zilli for the rest of her life, even if she is a slave or a maid. The little girl swears here that she will never change. This is a statement of determination. Mr. Zilli, besides you, the little girl has nowhere to go. Do you have the heart to watch me live alone? She was so pitiful. Xrengai on the side was about to be moved. As for Sei Chanhua on the side, she put away the contract and said, Mr. Zilli, this girl only knows poetry and songs, and can't make a living. If you let her live in the folk, I'm afraid she will starve to death on the street. You have accepted her, so there is no reason not to keep her. Lee Minutes helped him up. Jiruxu, get up. So, from now on, you will take care of the group's affairs for me and be my secretary. Really answering that sentence, the secretary has something to do, but he can rest with his feet up. Secretary? Everyone is puzzled. In ancient times, this word was an official in charge of documents. Only then did Lee Minutes realize that he was wrong. He said, that's the person who handles communications and daily affairs and chores. You are reading www.uukanzu.com non-official name. Now everyone understands something. If others say it, it may not be understood. But what Lee Minutes said was different. What happened now? He was also a great genius, and what he said was naturally credible. The word actually has this meaning. Yes, from now on, the little girl will be Mr. Zilli's secretary. Okay, let's go back. Lee Minutes then went downstairs, while Jiruxu followed him all the way to the south. The news about Jiruxu's redemption went away that afternoon, and the news also spread to the Confucius mansion. When Kong Jingting heard this, her whole person felt bad. That is, to pester Kong Yingda, he must go to Shengteng Group to find Lee Minutes. Chapter 140. It's really cool to be served. On the same day, Jiruxu entered the prosperous Tang group. Lee Minutes also explained all the safety matters in the group to her. Let her be careful about everything, and don't stray into the agency. At that time, she won't be able to save her. That terrified her. It turned out that the situation in the group was so tight that it even had high standards in the palace. In Lee Minutes' words, there are too many people out there trying to kill me, and I just want to sleep peacefully. I have to say, this woman is very smart. What Lee Minutes said, she completely remembered after listening to it once. During this time, she also asked, in the future, can you still listen to Mr. Zilli's class? Lee Minutes replied yes. Of course it is possible, the money is not paid in vain, and every class is still there. But what I have explained must be done. Jiruxu naturally nodded in agreement, and said that she would not sleep until it was finished. Regarding that class, it was like cultivating Jiruxu. Even she could listen to the Datang numbers class. After all, that class was still helpful to Jiruxu. And just yesterday, Li Chunfeng sent over 200 people here. In the future, they will come here to listen to Lee Minutes' lectures. Just as Jiruxu was recruited, Lee Minutes deliberately let her study together. So it's been a night. Nothing. Until the next morning. Lee Minutes was still sleeping. I slept a little late because I watched too many movies yesterday. Before he got up, the door was opened. Then, a woman in white came in. She said softly, "Mr. Zilli, the water is ready. Please change your clothes." Afterwards, he went to open the window and said, "You still have a lot to deal with today. It's getting late." Lee Minutes opened his eyes and saw that it was Jiruxu. Why did this woman get up so early? He also entered his room and prepared water to wash his face. "Want to change clothes for yourself? That makes me a little flattered." But he didn't refuse either. Since she wants to serve, then serve. In the palace, he was also used to this kind of life, and he had no one to take care of him after he came out. Right now there is Jiruxu, and everything is fine. Jiruxu really was ingenious and served Lee Minutes well. Every step is very skillful and careful. The maids in the palace are worse than her. Finally, she did not forget to say, "I heard that General Cheng and Duke Huai are coming to the group this morning." Lee Minutes was quite surprised by her casual mention. "What are these two going to do?" he murmured. "It just sold out just yesterday. Shouldn't I be watching it in the West Market? Why do I want to come here?" Hello everyone, our public account will find gold and coin red packets every day. As long as you pay attention, you can get it. The last benefit at the end of the year. Please seize the opportunity. The public. Maybe it's to thank you, but not. Be grateful. Okay? Don't say it. This woman is very reasonable. 80% of them are. As far as he knew, 3,000 tools were sold yesterday. Profits are very high, and some of the money they put in comes back. This is one day, and in the future, it must be a very considerable income. Mr. Zilli, am I right? No, that's it. These two are my old friends. Let's see what they will bring. After finishing, Jiruxu held another plate and said, "It's ready earlier, please have a meal." The breakfast above is really rich. This woman is really well trained by Yi Honglu. It was 100 times better than his maidservant before. The key is that people are beautiful. Sometimes I look full. After Lee Minutes left the palace, it was the first time he was served like this. Enjoyed it a lot. He took a bite of breakfast. Yeah, it's delicious. Mr. really knows how to cook. Mr. Zilli, just call me Yuxu. Okay. Come, Yuxu, you can eat together. I'm really boring to eat alone. How about that? I said it's okay. So the two had breakfast together. Halfway through the meal, Zushan hurried over. "Zilli, oops, I didn't see anything," he said again. This man is really... What's the matter? Tell me. Lee Minutes didn't feel anything. It's just that Jiruxu's face turned red. General Cheng and Duke Huai are heading towards us with a group of troops. A team of people? Interesting. Go out and have a look. The group waited and went outside. In addition, Cheng Chubai and Fang Yi also got up. They have been living here recently because they have a lot to learn. As soon as they got outside the door, they saw Cheng Yojin and Fang Xuanling standing at the door, commanding a group of people, most of whom were women. There are also some people who carry big and small burdens. What are they doing? Lee Minutes' appearance attracted the attention of some people. Cheng Yojin saw him first. "Mr. Zilli, morning. Uncle Cheng. What are you doing? Let's go. Let's talk inside." Cheng Yojin was about to pull Lee Minutes to go inside. But when he saw Jiruxu, but wondering, "Miss Jiz the two?" The little girl sees General Cheng and Duke Huai. Being so polite made the two of them very happy. You must know that they had also heard of Jiruxu's name. "Okay, why are you here?" Fang Xuanling asked. The little girl is now Mr. Zilli's person. In the future, Mr. Zilli will be in charge of everything. This is a bit misleading. "Mr. Zilli, what's going on?" Cheng Yojin asked in confusion. At this time, Cheng Chubai said, "Father, Mr. Zilli redeemed his body for Miss Ji yesterday, and now Miss Ji is Mr. Zilli's personal secretary." Secretary? This word is confusing. In the end, it was Fang Yi who explained it clearly. It was only then that everyone realized that this was what it meant. "I thought it was Mr. Zilli who got married." Misunderstanding. Anyone can misunderstand. Jiruxu looked at Lee Minutes. In fact, she might think so too, right? It is the dream of every Chainan woman to marry such a talented person, isn't it? But no matter how good Jiruxu is, it's still beyond his reach. No. I really got a wife. If I didn't notify you, it would be too boring. Lee Minutes was depressed for a while. What are you thinking? If you really want to marry a wife, you are reading www.uukanzu.com. It has to be beautiful, and it can't be because of Sumion's background in a brothel. Okay. Don't talk nonsense. What are you doing here so early? The two deliberately made fun of him, which made him a little upset. Directly with a sullen face. Only then did the two middle-aged men realize that this joke should not be made too big, otherwise it would be difficult to offend the rich man. Yeah, the marketing did a great job yesterday. So, Lee Minutes asked. So, look. Cheng Yojin pointed to everything behind him. The back was already crowded with people. Chapter 141. Seeing Lee Minutes and going to line up. Looking in the direction Cheng Yojin pointed, there were about 30 girls standing in rows. They were all holding silk-like existences, and the man beside them was carrying some gifts. And the people in the back are coming and going, pointing and pointing. They wondered what the purpose of Cheng Yojin was. They all came out, and they brought their daughters, or to propose a kiss? No. Shouldn't the marriage proposal go to the woman's house? Could it be Jiruxu, who was redeemed just yesterday? People are talking and speculating. Not only Cheng Yojin came here, but another person was Fang Xuanling. But this marriage proposal doesn't need the two princes together, right? What kind of medicine are these two people selling in their gourds? Jiruxu was also very curious. What kind of existence is this, Mr. Zilli? Why meet two such important people? They are all princes. Cheng Yojin is still a general. Uncle Cheng, what are you doing? Are you making such a big battle? Are you going to welcome your relatives? I'm not going to marry my daughter here. Lee Minutes didn't understand what the two were going to do, so he came to his door early in the morning. Fang Xuanling said, Mr. Zilli misunderstood. We are not welcoming relatives. Let Zaiji talk about this. Cheng Yojin has a thick skin and can say anything. Then he whispered, Mr. Zilli, it is you who provided us with goods for the sale of the West Market. This is a favor to us. We made a lot of money yesterday, and we are very happy. In the past few days, we have been begging you and seeing that there are no female relatives in the residence of your large group. So after discussing with Duke Y, we decided to send 30 maids, dozens of silk and satin, and some gifts to show our gratitude. It turns out that this is the case. The two really have a heart. Thank you so much for that. Lee Minutes didn't even shirk, and agree directly. Not to mention, he really lacks these maids. Among the huge group, Jiruxu may be the first woman to live here. Exactly, there are 30 handmaids who can be used. He agreed too quickly. Cheng Yojin and the two did not expect it. At this time, about this matter, I am afraid that it will soon spread to Lier. It's all here. So just accept it. Zushan, put them in place, and put other things in the group. Yes, etc. Cheng Yojin stopped him. So what? Lee Minutes saw that Cheng Yojin and the two were hesitant to speak. You know what's going on with these two. Do you have anything else? There are some. Let's talk inside. Cheng Yojin said immediately. He was more active, and Fang Xuanling seemed a little uncomfortable. It seems that there is something important to talk about inside. After all, there are too many people here, it's too noisy and annoying, and there are some things that people can't hear. Please, let's talk inside then. Lee Minutes led the two into it. At this time, another old man came in the distance, walking like flying. Lee Minutes frowned. Kong Yingda, why is he here? He didn't understand what the old man was doing here. People also moved out of the way, still saying, Master Kong. Then Kong Yingda walked over from the crowd. At this time, Jiruxu was even more shocked. She knew who this man was. The prince and the master even came. You know, he is the closest person to the future emperor. The prince's teacher, in the future when the prince ascends to the throne. His status will be even higher. She didn't show up on the opening day, otherwise she would have known all about these things a long time ago. Scholar Kong, why are you here? The prince doesn't teach. So what are you doing here? Cheng Yojin asked in confusion. Maybe to buy wine. Fang Xuanling responded. Until Kong Yingde walked towards them. Ki said, Mr. Zili, General Cheng, and Duke Y, how are you? This simple greeting has attracted people's reverie. After all, in terms of status, Cheng Yojin and Fang Xuanling are definitely higher than Mr. Zili. Why is Mr. Zili in front and the other two behind? Could it be that Mr. Zili's status is higher? That's impossible, he's just a folk person. If they knew that Mr. Zili was the sixth prince, they probably wouldn't think so. Master Kong, what kind of wind brought you here? It has been many days since he was invited to participate after the last opening. In normal times, Kong Yingde rarely does this. Collect free good books, follow the VX Book Club, recommend your favorite novels, and receive cash red envelopes. How come today? The people on the outside were shocked again. Could it be that something is going to happen today? The prince, the general, and the teacher of the prince, all came. And the generals and princes came with gifts. Oh, I have something to do today. I want to find Mr. Zili. I wonder if you are free? Talk to the old man now. Kong Yingde said so. Scholar Confucius, we also have something to do with Mr. Zili. Your business needs to be a little later. Come back when we finish talking. Cheng Yojin was upset. You have business, we have business, and we have come with gifts. Why should I let you speak first? People were shocked. Seeing that Mr. Zili is now lined up on a first-come first-served basis, are all people with heads and faces? Why are you still grabbing it? It's not over yet. Kong Yingde frowned and said, you too, my business is quick. It won't take long. That doesn't work either. Go and go. You wait outside for a while. After we have discussed it with Mr. Zili, you can come in again. Cheng Yojin said so. It made Li Minutes feel that this guy really has something important to say. Otherwise, Kong Yingde will not be excluded. Kong Yingde sighed. Yeah, Master Kong, we have a first-come first-served arrival. You can wait outside. Maybe you can buy some coke or something to drink. Zaiji and I have important things to discuss with Mr. Zili. People listened, and it felt like the two of them were begging Mr. Zili. That must be the case. Kong Yingde listened, said directly, I will leave after I finish speaking. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince in the East Palace is still waiting for me to go back to teaching. When it comes to His Royal Highness, the people around think that this is a good reason. People still have important things. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Let him say no first. Unexpectedly, Cheng Yojin said, that won't work either. If really in a hurry, you can go back and teach His Royal Highness the Prince first, and come out later. Zaiji is right. Fang Xuanling also added a sentence. Kong Yingde was helpless and could only say, okay, I'll just wait here. And then, he stepped aside. At the same time, a woman with heavy makeup appeared. As soon as he came, he shouted, what's the matter today? All the dignitaries are here. Li Minutes' head grew bigger. Why is she here? How are you all today? Are you all dating? Chapter 142 touched the heart of compassion. When this woman appeared, everyone frowned. Even Jiruxu was like this. People also keep a distance from her. Cheng Yojin hides aside. As for Fang Xuanling looking at the visitor, he didn't understand who it was. People like him rarely go to that kind of place, so naturally they won't run into her. Kong Yingde was even more puzzled. How could there be such an ugly woman? Sei Chunhua, what are you doing here? Li Minutes asked. How is it today? All come to him. People outside are also very lively. It turns out that this person is Sei Chunhua. Sei Chunhua swayed her body and walked towards the crowd. She recognized Cheng Yojin at a glance. He's a regular customer. Yesterday, the two had a quarrel, and finally Cheng Yojin was defeated. But she is shrewd and knows that some people can't be provoked, so they won't expose it. So they pretended not to know. Instead, he walked in front of Li Minutes. Is there nothing to come to you? What? Not welcome? People who were redeemed yesterday are not welcome today? As soon as she said that, everyone started pointing at Jiruxu and talking. A big event happened in the whole city of Chainan yesterday. The first genius redeemed Jiruxu, the Oiran of Yaihonglu. Now Jiruxu is in front of her. Li Minutes has not responded yet. After all, if Sei Chanhua wants to see herself, she has to ask Cheng Yojin and others, right? It seems that everyone has something to look for Li Minutes. But there is always one that comes first. But now Cheng Yojin hides aside like a mouse seeing a cat. Fang Xuanling was very puzzled. How could a big man be so frightened? Li Minutes knew why. He didn't say either, until Kong Yingda spoke. This aunt, we all have something to do with Mr. Zilli. This matter will come first, then General Cheng and the others, then the old man, and finally you. Just wait here and buy some coke. Is it not good? The old man returned all of Cheng Yojin's words to Sei Chanhua. Sei Chanhua was puzzled. How can I become an aunt, no matter how I say I am younger than you, Kong Yingda? But for the sake of being an old man, she ignored his name. I can't control this, I have to come first anyway. After he finished speaking, he went inside. Kong Yingda jumped on the side. Why are you unreasonable, woman? How can there be such a shrew in the world? Sei Chanhua didn't care about him either, letting him scold him. Anyway, they have a thick face for doing their job. General Cheng, don't you talk about it? Cheng Yojin waved his hands again and again. Let her go first. Let her go first. If Sei Chanhua says that he often goes to drink flower wine during this period of time, I am afraid that everyone present will know. They know. His wife Kui Shi will naturally know that at that time, it will be him who suffers. In desperation, he did not want to provoke this woman. Zaiji, what are you doing? Fang Xuanling was very puzzled. He was arguing with Kong Yingda just now, but now he has let this woman go first. This is not like his principle, and it was promised when he first arrived. So why has it become like this now? Where did the ruthlessness that used to kill the enemy go? Harmony is the most important thing. Good men don't fight with women. Let her go. That's all he had to say. Li Minutes ignored everyone, and everyone who saw him had to line up and come one by one. He also went inside. As for the three people left outside, you look at me, and I look at yours. Sei Chanhua walked ahead, and she was very familiar here. Also not polite. It even felt like it was my own home. Sei Chanhua, why are you looking for me? Li Minutes asked directly. Sei Chanhua sat and played with the glass on the table. Yesterday, the turnover of the West City exceeded 3,000 tals. Then what? Everyone knows this. I want to transform the Yaihong building into a restaurant, and I can also sell some other things, so that the girls will be good. Sei Chanhua's idea is very great. This undoubtedly changed her line of work. She actually did such a daring thing. This may be that she was influenced by the West City. Otherwise it won't be. Selling things is more noble than selling laughter, and at the same time, money comes faster. Send red envelopes to read the benefits. You have up to 888 cash red envelopes to be drawn. Pay attention to the WXIN official account book Friends Base Camp to draw red envelopes. Just the number of girls the brothel needs to train in 1 year is too many. But if it was changed to a restaurant, then everything would be different. If you really want to sell something full-time. Moreover, the location of Yaihonglu is very good, even better than that of Shangtan Group. Sei Chanhua will think about it all night. Jiruxu agrees with this point. That's a good idea, she said directly, because she felt the same way. Life in the brothel was not easy. What do you think, Mr. Zilli? Sei Chanhua ignored her and asked Li Minutes directly. It's up to you, of course I won't object. This kind of thing, Sei Chanhua can decide by herself, and tell herself. I came to you today, just to ask you, can your supplely method be the same as that of General Cheng and the others? Sei Chanhua is too naive. How is that possible? Cheng Yojin did this because it was helpful to himself. No, I can't promise you this. So, he refused. Sei Chanhua is very disappointed. But, Li Minutes' words changed. Sei Chanhua seemed to see hope again. But what? However, the supply of my wine can give you 20%. This is equivalent to letting Sei Chanhua take 20% of the profit. As for how much to sell, that's up to Sei Chanhua. It's like in the future, drinks are sold at par in the outside world, but they can be sold at several times the price in places such as KTV. Such a good thing. Sei Chanhua will naturally not let it go. Really? You are so nice. I'm just doing it for your greatness. It may be unprecedented to make those girls good. I totally agree with that. Sei Chanhua smiled. I made you laugh. Since you promised me this 20% profit, there is one more thing I should ask you. What else? About the good things about those girls. Can you take them in? As soon as Sei Chanhua's words came out, you reading www.uukanzu.com stopped Lee minutes. Yes. The whereabouts of so many girls in Yaihonglu is a problem. Like Jiruxu, they have almost no skills to make a living. After they recover, how will they survive? This is a big question. And the girls there are all very good looking. Regarding this point, Jiruxu moved with compassion. Mr. Zilli, Jiruxu implore you to take in my sisters. Lee minutes looked at Jiruxu and did not speak for a long time. It made Jiruxu anxious. Sei Chanhua was fine, she didn't feel anything special. After all, these girls have nothing to do with themselves. At this time, Lee minutes' answer is particularly important, as it concerns the whereabouts of these girls. Chapter 143. The old lady is really blushing for you. Mr. Zilli, please take them in. If they leave the Yaihong mansion, they will have nowhere to make a living. Seeing that Lee minutes did not respond, Jiruxu continued. She didn't know that Lee minutes was thinking about the future at this time. Even began to search what the future will be like in the future. If he agrees, what will the future be like? But he couldn't find it. Why? Because he hadn't agreed yet. Why don't you agree to search first? So, he said, okay. This promise surprised Sei Chanhua. She probably thought that Lee minutes would shirk it. After all, these girls might become a burden. As for Jiruxu, she fell to her knees. Thank you, Mr. Zilli. Lee minutes did not help her up. Because this Jin he is searching for what the result of doing this is. Until 3 words appeared in the future. He just calmed down a little. That is the women's army. There is a kind of who says that women are not as motivated as men. Lee minutes also thought of it, and let them do things with Jiruxu. But some of this group of women are not good people. If they accept all of them, I am afraid that they will not be able to play their role better. So he said again, but Jiruxu knelt, raised her head, and watched Lee minutes, for fear that he would say something unforeseen. Sei Chanhua doesn't care. Anyway, you have accepted everyone, and I have achieved my goal. But what? I don't care. But what? Mr. Zilli, please say it. Jiruxu asked. But I, the Shengton group, didn't accept them for nothing. These people need to pass the assessment before they can stay. Assessment? There is nothing wrong, it is the assessment. At that time, someone will conduct a series of assessments on them. If they pass, they can stay and be reused. If they fail, they can choose to leave or stay as a maid. Lee minutes said so. He is an entrepreneur, not a poverty alleviation organization, and the other party is a brothel woman. If this is spread out, I am afraid that some people will die. Then it depends on their creation. As we all know, Sei Chanhua will not give them any money if they are good, and the money they have earned in the past few years is estimated to be enough to live a few days, and then they will have to find a job or marry women, but their reputation is not good. Marrying, they may not be able to get love. That's good. Jiruxu, get up, and I'll let all your sisters in. Sei Chanhua said so. As soon as these words were spoken, the man walked out, directly shouted, girls, come on. She waved her hand, causing the people to be very puzzled. What does this old woman want to do? But just as she was shouting, after a while, a large number of girls came over dressed in fancy dress. Such a battle made Cheng Yojin and Fang Xuanling puzzled. What's going on here? Why is this the result? Is this what Sei Chanhua and Lee minutes were talking about? Or the girl called Lee minutes? Is his small body okay? Kong Yingda couldn't help sighing. A sin. How can you be so sinful? What kind of formality is this? What does Mr. Zilli mean? Has the Shengtang group been regarded as a brothel, or did Mr. Zilli deliberately let them come? Absolutely impossible. At the same time, he had the urge to go back. But entrusted by his granddaughter, how could he just go back like this? The crowd is getting more and more crowded, and some people are still talking coldly. The maid that General Cheng just got can't satisfy Mr. Zilli and let all the women in the brothel come over. As for the truth, I am afraid only the people inside know. What are you thinking? All of you men are impure. Mr. Zilli sees them as pitiful and takes them in. But when you say it so badly, the old lady really blushes for you. The old lady left her words here. These girls are all good. In the future, the Yihong building will not be opened, and it will be opened as a restaurant. In the future, everyone who wants to drink can come here. And the wine sold is still free wine, produced by Shengtang Group. After Sei Chunhua, a shrewd woman, explained, she did not forget to make an advertisement for herself. It's not her personality not to seize such a good opportunity. Therefore, after what she said, everyone understood what was going on. Kong Yingda also breathed a sigh of relief. I just said that Mr. Zilli has a high moral character. How could he do such a thing? The old man thought too much. Cheng Yojin didn't dare to say a word. This is one thing falling into another. He was so arrogant just now, but now he has become so docile. But some people think that they are all good, but they are not dressed well, and they are all dressed up. Who is it that seduces them? Discussion for people. Sei Chunhua did not refute, because those things are not important. She went in. Hundreds of these girls stood in a row, just standing in front of Lee Minutes. It's like a talent show. It's just that Lee Minutes has absolute power, and he alone has the final say on who to stay and who to leave. He looked at these women, as well as Jiruxu, who stood tall and low. Jiruxu's dress got full marks, but some of them got negative marks. Today, you can stand here because of the opportunity that Sei Chunhua gave you. In the past, I didn't care how good you were in Yihong Mansion. In my place, everyone is the same and must abide by the rules here, especially when it comes to dressing. Who are you dressed so coquettishly for? He said that everyone was quiet. Indeed, it is really inappropriate to dress like this on this occasion. I won't talk about you too much, just pay attention in the future. In the prosperous Tang group, each person has 10 taels of silver per month, and they manage their meals, and their income may be very different from what you used to do. The result of your hard work, this money is solidly earned. Well, here is what I said: if you want to stay, stay; if you want to leave, go straight out, and I will not keep it. As soon as Lee Minutes finished speaking, no one left. This surprised him a bit. Very well, since you all choose to be here, we will be a family from now on. You aren't Dangang. Yes, Mr. Zilli. Read books to receive red envelopes and pay attention to the public. The base camp of book friends. Reading books to draw up to 888 cash red envelopes. Then it's up to you to check and assign them. You aren't Dangang immediately understood. You reading www.uyukanzu.com. He will use his physiognomy to find loyal people among the people here, and teach them more secret things. For others, it is casual, and he will not give them too secret things. You aren't Dangang shouted, okay, you come with me, and I will register. Jiruxu was not at ease, and said, Mr. Zilli, shall I go and have a look? Lee Minutes nodded and said, all right, you can go. Jiruxu followed. As for Sei Chunhua, she breathed a sigh of relief. In this way, it's one thing, they finally have a good place to go, so I'll go first. Mr. Zilli, don't forget about us. That's natural, I'd say no. Sei Chunhua left with a smile, and then Cheng Yojin, Fang Xuanling, and the maids walked in together. Chapter 144. We can't resist. When Cheng Yojin and Fang Xuanling walked into it, it can be seen that Cheng Yojin was relieved. The woman finally left. Lee Minutes asked with a smile, Uncle Cheng, are you so afraid of Sei Chunhua? Afraid? That's not called fear, that's called worry. Some people can't be provoked. Isn't it bad to live? If you want to say afraid, you may have to say that you are afraid of your wife. Cheng Yojin was a little embarrassed. but said nothing. Fang Xuanling said with a smile, Zaiji is afraid that his romantic deeds will be exposed to the world. And Sei Chunhui is one of the people who knows about him. Since yesterday, he has not behaved like there's Zaiji. I know. There is no promise everywhere. People despise. Cheng Yojin was not happy. What did Du Kuai say? Didn't you say nothing yesterday? It's not the same when you meet Sei Chunhui. Yesterday afternoon, Sei Chunhui went directly to the West Market and intervened in their business. Not to mention, this woman really has a knack for doing business. Business is also booming. The two were tamed by him very obediently, so that when Sei Chunhui came today, the two of them were much quieter. No one was willing to say two more words. That's right, sixth prince. Cheng Yojin called directly. He looked around, but no one dared to call him that. But Li Minutes said, in the future, just call me Mr. Zilli. There are many people now. If you call me the sixth prince again, I'm afraid there will be trouble. Cheng Yojin expressed his understanding. By the way, Mr. Zilli, the two of us came here today. Actually, there are a few things. Can you transfer Sei Chunhui away? I was very angry with her yesterday. This woman is too much. It's brutal, and we can't stand it. Cheng Yojin had never been afraid of anyone, but he was afraid of such a woman. Blame this woman for being too strong. Li Minutes laughed. General Cheng, I think it's much better than you to let her preside over. These words made both of them feel very uncomfortable. What does it mean to be much better than them? Does it give them no face at all? Fang Xuanling, why does Mr. Zilli say that? How can a good shop be hosted by a woman? Yeah, how can we compare to her? That woman is just a little bit more aggressive. How is she better? What's good? It can be seen from yesterday's performance. And the main reason is that the two of you will still handle official business in the palace in the future, and she will handle the external affairs. I can guarantee that she will want to make more money than you two. You'll make more. After Li Minutes said this, the two fell silent, because what he said was very reasonable. The two of them couldn't stay here forever. Moreover, Sei Chunhui is very good at making money. She can make Yi Honglu so big as a proof. But, don't be so, she's more utilitarian than anyone else. She doesn't make money, unless she's stupid. She will make your shop the best. The better it sells, isn't it more beneficial to you? Hello everyone, our public account will find gold and coin red packets every day. As long as you pay attention, you can get it. The last benefit at the end of the year. Please seize the opportunity. The public. Li Minutes' last words touched their hearts. That's right, why didn't I think of it? If you say that, it doesn't seem to matter. Yeah, we don't have much time to deal with these things, and the legacy is in the Shengton group. This may be a good way. Fang Xuanling also agreed. Now that both of them have agreed, this is the end of the matter. What else? Go on. Don't let Master Kong wait too long. He's so old, and he's going to torture Li Chenqian. Li Minutes is also not taboo. Calling the prince's name directly, especially the torture in the back, makes people feel very cool. The same is true of real history. Kong Yingda likes to toss Li Chenqian very much. If he doesn't like him, he will go to Li Shimin to sue and let Li Chenqian be punished. Cheng Yojin and Fang Xuanling were a little stunned, but they still slowed down. Cheng Yojin said, that's right, I and Wei Guogong agree that there are so many glazes in the Shengton group. Should they consider starting to sell them to expand business? What do you think? It was this thing. At this time, the Liu Lai factory had already been built, and it was set up in the Shengton group. In charge of Yuan Dangang and Zushan, the recruited people also began to manufacture a large amount of colored glaze according to his drawings, but it has not yet reached the time of sale. After all, the production capacity has not been able to keep up. When he catches up on that day, he will definitely take it out and sell it. By that time, the 100 pieces of colored glass in Wang Yang's hands will really become garbage. Regarding Liu Lai, I haven't planned to do it yet. You should sell Yu wine first. After a few days, I will release another wine that is suitable for all people to drink. For a while now, he has been researching cocktails, and he wants fruity ones, like the same existence. The color is clear and wonderful, and paired with a clear glass bottle, it couldn't be more beautiful. Fruit-flavored wine is 100 times better than ordinary fruit wine. The key point is that it can be blended with a large amount of water, so that the alcohol will not be too high, and it is delicious. This way, you can make more money. How did Cheng Yojin and the two know about his thoughts? They only know the immediate interests. This is only the first day of opening, and I want to become bigger and stronger. This kind of thinking is no longer there. The wine that the whole people drink? What kind of existence is that? Cheng Yojin asked. It's like Coke, but it tastes purer and more memorable. Lee Minutes had no choice but to explain. Mr. Zilli must produce good things. Fang Xuanling responded immediately, and hold Cheng Yojin, not let him say anything. At the same time, he also said, Zaiji, our store has just opened, so don't be in a hurry. Take back the money first. Isn't it all for nothing if you want to sell it in the future? Cheng Yojin thought for a while and nodded. Then we'll wait and see. By the way, these women, you can arrange it. I have something to do with Wagyu Ogong. Let's go ahead and let Kong Yingda come in. By the way, I think his legs will not work. Cheng Yojin laughed. Everyone is so old. He still laughs at others. Is he not afraid that he will be old one day? Farewell. Finally. You are reading www.uukansu.com. He clasped his fists and left with Fang Xuanling. And Lee Minutes frowned as he looked at the 30 maids. Chubai's legacy, come over here. Cheng Chubai and Fang Yi walked in. What are your orders, Mr. Zilli? These people are up to you to get acquainted with them, and arrange things for them to do. Next, there will be more than 100 people to eat, and there will be more chores. None of these people will be idle at that time. Yes, the two of them brought the girls to the rear. At this time, Kong Yingda walked in. Chapter 145. Don't let the old face. I have seen the sixth prince. Another one called the sixth prince came. Fortunately, there was no one here. Scholar Confucius. Just call me Zilli in the future. Lee Minutes said. This is a bit of a hassle, and I have to talk about it one by one. Yes, I see. Although Kong Yingda didn't know why, he still agreed. I don't know why you came here today, Lee Minutes asked directly. This old man doesn't come on weekdays, so why did he come today? The so-called Three Treasures Hall without incident. Kong Yingda will not come to find himself without incident. Kong Yingda laughed. Actually, before he could speak, Jiruxu appeared. Apparently, she is done with her sisters. Master Kong. The little girl is polite. Although Kong Yingda also knew Jiruxu's true identity, but she was so polite, she couldn't be rude. Girl Ji, don't be too polite. Mr. Zilli, what are you talking about? She asked. The conversation between the two was very intimate. At this time, Kong Yingda was a little speechless. After all, there is one more outsider here. And what he wants to say is also about Lee Minutes. Scholar Kong has something to say just now. By the way, what do you want to say? Kong Yingda looked at Jiruxu, but was speechless again. Lee Minutes also saw that he seemed to have some scruples, and said, Scholar Confucius, don't be rigid, she is her own. This said, let him have a fantasy. It made Jiruxu even more imaginative. Kong Yingda seems to have made a major decision. That is to say, well, I will say it. Lee Minutes held a drink in his hand and looked at Kong Yingda in wonder. What does this old man want to do? Unexpectedly, the little old man opened his mouth. Mr. Zilli is not too young, isn't he? Okay. Lee Minutes seemed to know what this guy was going to say. Not small, but not big either. But in ancient times, it was a matter of marriage. Jiruxu's heart beat even more. At the same time, his face was pale. After all, Kong Yingda couldn't say kiss for himself. And it is very likely to be someone else. As for which other person, no one knows. At the same time, Jiruxu spoke up. Mr. Zilli is so excellent, and if he can match his woman, I'm afraid there will be no one in the entire Chainan city. This made Kong Yingda a little embarrassed. But who is he? Thick-skinned. Mr. Zilli is very good, but there are many ladies in Chainan city. I dare not say that they are a perfect match, but there are also many categories that can be touched. Kong Yingda is really old, and one sentence directly changes the disadvantage. Jiruxu was silent. She also wanted to know what Kong Yingda wanted to say. Scholar Kong, if you have something to say, I don't like Rao Wanzi. Yes, yes, I said it. Kong Yingda swallowed. He continued, my granddaughter, Kong Jingting, was born to be down-to-earth and is very lovely. Before, many people came to the door to talk about matchmaking, but she had already made a promise, but she shied away one by one. Today, for my granddaughter, this old man will lose this old face. Just to explain, after going around such a big circle, it turned out to be for her to say kiss. This seems to be the opposite, doesn't it? Didn't the man go to the woman's house to say kiss? How did you come to talk about yourself here? This made Lee Minutes very puzzled. But it's no one's fault, it's just that I'm too good. Ordinary people can't let so many girls chase. He also saw admiration from the faces of the 100 or so women in the brothel just now, which is why they didn't leave. After all, 12 or 2 a month is very rare for them. But what can they do after they come out? Even if you can turn a single penny, you may post it backwards. Kong Yingda saw that Lee Minutes did not speak. It is urgent. Mr. Zilli. Jiruxu called out his name at the same time. Mr. Zilli. The two were in unison. Lee Minutes thought to himself, am I too difficult? Is it wrong to be handsome? So am I dead wrong? His place in his heart was not occupied. He also has no interest in the granddaughter of the Kong family. No money to read novels. Send you cash or coins, within 1 day to receive. Pay attention to the public middle book friend base camp, get it for free. Scholar Confucius. He opened his mouth. Jiruxu was quiet. Kong Yingda was even more quiet. Both of them want to know, what does Lee Minutes want to say next? How do you think I have Shengteng group? The two fainted. Which pot can't be opened and lifted? Just now I said that I don't like to forgive Wanzi, but now I am directly forgiving. Very good. One of the most growing shops in Chainan. Kong Yingda can't use the best words to describe it. That's all he can say. Then do you think I have time to fall in love? This is very clear. Kong Yingda understood. Then you should need a wise helper. Help you take care of the Shengteng group together. This old man really didn't give up. Unexpectedly, Jiruxu said directly, looking at the matter, I am here, and I can still serve Mr. Ho Zilli. It sounds a bit like a fight for favor. Lee Minutes didn't say anything. Mr. Zilli, listen to this old man. Scholar Confucius, Mr. Zilli is so good. Why did you rob him of his right to choose? Jiruxu was really eloquent. Lee Minutes didn't even need to speak. She helped herself. Fair enough. Kong Yingda was speechless. After all, I am a bachelor, yet I couldn't respond to a single word from a girl. This time he lost. Yeah. His behavior is kind of like an imposed feeling. Think about it from another perspective. If you encounter this kind of thing, I am afraid it will be uncomfortable. Is that what Mr. Zilli meant? Lee Minutes said, Scholar Kong, my future is unknown, whether it is my right to choose or the happiness of others. It is not worth it. You should go back. If he doesn't understand, I'm afraid he will kick the old man out. Then don't blame him for being rude. Yes, yes. The old man was abrupt. I will come over and talk to you later when I have time. This is my farewell. Kong Yingda glanced at Jiruxu with a deep meaning, finally sighed, turned and left. As for Lee Minutes, he said, Rugs, you are reading www.uukanzu.com. I didn't expect you to speak in such a way. Where can I compare to Mr. Zilli? The little girl knows that there are some things that you are inconvenient to say. I just say it on your behalf. Ha ha ha, good good. This is good. Do you want to talk more in the future? Yes, as long as you need it. The little girl will say it. Very well. You can go down and accompany your sisters. I hope you can choose some capable ones from them. I have a business to be handled by them in the future. Real. Jiruxu was overjoyed. Then I'll go. It's time to launch soap. Lee Minutes murmured. He didn't know that at this time, the matter about him in the Taikai Palace was discussed again. Chapter 146. Wai Zheng bluntly admonishes Li Shimin. In the imperial study, Li Shimin put on his glasses. He has been wearing this pair of glasses for many days, and he still doesn't get bored. Because of what? Wherever he goes, some people say he is handsome. This guy especially likes to be complimented. But sometimes there will be some thorns that have to stop him. For example, Wei Zheng, one of the two, was standing in the study. He opened his mouth and said, "Your Majesty, these glasses are just something outside the body. At most, they can only make one's face more handsome, but can being handsome make the people rich? Obviously not. Please don't play with things and be discouraged. Take care of your heart and do it for the people. Think more about future plans. Is it not good?" Wei Zheng, Prime Minister of the Tang dynasty, outstanding statesman, thinker, historian and historian. He speaks bluntly and advises, and implements the kingly way. Because of his straight temper, he speaks very unpleasantly, but he speaks the truth. He is probably one of the few people who dares to talk to Li Shimin like that. Even Empress Chengsun would not dare to talk to Li Shimin like that. Sometimes Li Shimin doesn't like him very much, but more time, his advice is still effective. Therefore, he had to listen to what he said. Regarding glasses, Li Shimin did something wrong. After all, there is only so much time in a day, and he has been in glasses for a very long time. One trade-off: one spends more time on glasses, and less time on national affairs. It made Wei Zheng very distressed, so he said the above. The other person, Wang Gui, said, "Wei Zheng, talking too much. Your Majesty always thinks about the people. You just need to get your glasses off when resting. You don't have to be so nervous. And don't you just leave everything alone." Faithful words are hard to listen to. Since ancient times, good words are always bad. I only talk about you for your own good, and don't care about you if you are blinded. Li Shimin could not listen. He can be a little petty sometimes. The more you don't let me do, the more I do. And he likes the glasses very much. Besides, Li Yuan dangled in front of him wearing glasses every day. He thought too. So, he just said, "I will pay attention to one thing in the future." By the way, why did you come to find me today? Usually, the two do not appear at the same time. It happened at the same time today. Wei Zhengxian said, "This minister is here for His Majesty's glasses. This thing is of no practical use. So, come here and persuade His Majesty to calm down." Li Shimin ignored him. He turned his head and asked Wang Gui, "How about you?" Wei Zheng was a little upset. "Don't let people say it." I feel like him looking down on Wei Zheng. Wang Gui immediately said, "Your Majesty, I have received an important message." "Oh, what's the news?" "Let's hear it." "About the sixth prince." When Li Shimin heard this, he put down his glasses. "I'm upset. Why is it Li minutes again?" These 3 days and 2 ends were all about him. After letting him go out, like a free bird, he knew that he would be locked into the cold palace. But now it is too late. The decision has been made, and there is no room for repentance. What's the matter with that kid? How can it be called provocation? Holding Li Minutes bonus, he said that he was provoking something. After he went to the Yihong mansion, he redeemed the Oiran there. I heard that it cost a lot, so he didn't take money as money. Wang Gui refueled and said, "Li Minutes obviously took Jiruxu without spending a penny, and he didn't spend money from the imperial court. This man really likes to be nosy." Li Shimin frowned after hearing this. This kid, it seems that he still has no concept of money. What's the use of making money? He won't use the money for practical purposes. I want to see if he can keep the money he earns. Wei Zheng said, "I heard that the Huaqiu's name is Jiruxu. He was born very nice, and he was a virgin. With such a character, the sixth prince must have moved his heart, and the hero's anger turned into a beauty. I think the sixth prince can do this, too." Thought about it. Li Shimin was upset. Why was this Wei Zheng still speaking for Li Minutes? It felt like I was fighting against myself. Wang Gui said, "I don't know, but this woman is not a mortal. I'm afraid she will lose all the wealth of the sixth prince, right? Besides, as a prince, he went to redeem the body of a woman in the brothel. What is the face of the royal family?" Wang Gui, what you said is wrong. Should brothel women be inferior to others? I, the Tang dynasty, advocated equality for all, and did not distinguish between high and low based on occupation. You are obviously looking down on people by saying that. The two quarreled. Li Shimin was surprisingly quiet. That Nizai is no longer a member of the royal family. What does he want to do? It's his business. What does it have to do with me? Send 888 cash hongbao follow the VX. Official account book friends base camp, watch popular masterpieces, and draw 888 cash red envelopes. Li Shimin is still a dead duck, and he clearly cares a lot. He even sent someone to protect Li Minutes. But now he says what to do with him? Duplicit to sky. Everyone also sees through and does not say through. Your Majesty. There is one more important thing. Wang Gui said again. What's up? The sixth prince also accepted 100 women from Yihonglu, all of whom were absorbed into the prosperous Tang group. As soon as Wang Gi's words came out, Li Shimin stood up directly. What? That is simply sin. I didn't expect Li Minutes to do such a thing. Wasn't it intended to be against it? No matter what, the blood flowing in him is also the royal blood. He even took in 100 or so brothel women all at once. He didn't care about Jiruxu's affairs, but he had to take care of it. Fortunately, Wei Zheng was there. He directly said to Wang Gui, Wang Gui, how could I have heard otherwise? It is said that the shopkeeper of Yihong didn't want to open a brothel, and let the women under her go to the good side, and they had nowhere to go, so they had to be placed there. Go to the sixth prince. The sixth prince has subdued them, and he has to cultivate their abilities so that they can be independent and make money for the Shengton group. As far as I know, the sixth prince is going to call them the women's army. Wei Zheng is simply an existence that opposes Wang Gui. These words made Li Shimin feel ashamed. What kind of mind is this, to accommodate so many women, and turn it into a money maker? But he wouldn't admit to being ashamed. You are reading www.uukansu.com. Instead, he said, what can a group of women do? The detachment of women? He doesn't know what kind of people they are. Apart from some poetry and music, what else do they do for a living? Li Minutes must have made a mistake. I want to see what tricks they can come up with. Obviously, Li Shimin did not trust these women very much. After all, what they are students does not include survival, only catering. All of this, I am afraid that only in the future can we know what will happen. It was Li Minutes who hit Li Shimin in the face, or Li Shimin's judgment was right. Wang Gui stepped forward at this time and said, Your Majesty is wise, your thoughts are the same as those of your ministers. Then, he said again, the subjects have a third thing to do. Li Shimin was very happy to be flattered and responded directly. What's the third thing? Chapter 147 Black Heart Li Shimin. Suji. What is the third thing? Come and listen to me. Li Shimin completely ignored what Wei Zheng said. Although he knew that some of the words were ugly, they were all sincere. But he couldn't control himself. Sometimes, people are like this too. They clearly know that it is wrong to do it, but the reaction they make makes people wonder, and they regret it in the end. I would have known who to listen to. For Li Minutes, he had a lot of unhappiness and a lot of shock. Li Minutes kept creating, while Li Shimin kept lying down. Therefore, even if Wei Zheng came forward to speak for Li Minutes, he still held a negative attitude about the Turkic merchants coming to Tang. The Turks were divided into Eastern Turks and Western Turks. The Eastern Turks were destroyed by the Tang dynasty 3 years ago. Only the Western Turks are left, and the Turks below refer to the Western Turks. The trade between the Turks and the Tang dynasty was very smooth in a later period. Everyone was happy to get what they needed and develop themselves. Li Shimin wondered, what did this Turkic businessman come to Tang for? What can be the business between our two countries? I heard that they want to buy a large amount of porcelain back, and I heard that they want to exchange sheep. I thought, why not mobilize the merchants in Chainan City to start mass production of porcelain, and then exchange for sheep? That's what Wang Gui wanted to say. Li Shimin didn't feel anything. Wei Zheng said, there are not many merchants who can make porcelain in Chainan City. I heard that the Wang family is very proficient in this industry, and there are a series of procedures. By the way, It seems that the three families of Lu, Kui and Zheng are also among them. Why Zheng has something to say. Picked out directly. How could Li Shimin not understand it? But the Turks asked for porcelain by name, and I am afraid that only the four of them can produce the most, among which the Wang family is the leader. The meaning of what Wang Gui said was very clear. He wanted Li Shimin to nod his head and let the Wang family do this business, and Li Shimin will definitely get some benefits. Otherwise, how could this be given to you? Although it is said to be a trade between countries, once Li Shimin said no, everything would be over. This is also something Wang Gui is afraid of. I know this, Li Shimin said. Wang Gui said, in Chainan City, these four are of the best quality, and there is no reason to give them the worst of the porcelain as an exchange. I'm afraid this kind of business will only happen once, and they need too many varieties. Some daily necessities, such as its bowls and plates, all of them are not needed. There are so many styles, and naturally there are not many people who can make them all. This is a clear plan, and the business has to be called for them. Wang Gui just said hello. At this time, Li Shimin felt that he knew it earlier, and he would not listen to Wang Gui. What's next? Take some sheep. Instead, Wei Zheng came forward and said, Your Majesty, the exchange of porcelain for sheep can be done by the people, but the tax can be charged a little higher. After all, the Turks don't have porcelain, so we can exchange more sheep. In the end, Wei Zheng is reliable. Li Shimin is very happy that he can make such a suggestion. This time, following his heart, he will naturally agree. You can see that Wang Gi's face is dark. Therefore, Li Shimin wanted to know what Wei Zheng was going to do. What do you think about Wei Zheng? Your Majesty, we can extract 2/10 of the tax, or buy sheep at a low price. No matter who trades with the Turks, this principle remains the same. No matter what tricks Wang Gui comes up with, the court will benefit. This is very consistent with the current Tang dynasty. This is good. I think it is feasible to buy sheep at a low price. No matter who trades, they must sell the sheep to the imperial court, and a sheep will be worth 500 yuan at first. In the Tang dynasty at that time, a sheep cost about 1 TL of silver, and Li Shimin even cut it in half. It can be said to be very dark. Wang Gui had no choice. The emperor said so. What can one of his servants do? Can only say, Your Majesty is wise. Ha ha ha. Good good. Li Shimin was very happy. Fortunately, I didn't let Wei Zheng go out just now, otherwise it would be bad. When did the Turks start buying? Where did they buy? It is expected that in the next few days, it will be acquired in the East City. Is it too late? Li Shimin questioned. Please rest assured, Your Majesty, the folks got the news in advance and production has already started. Wang Gui missed his mouth, that is to say, he already knew about this matter, and asked the Wang family and other big families to prepare together. This guy is really smart. Li Shimin saw through this person. But what can be done? Anyway, I made a lot of sheep in vain, and when the time comes, I will stay as food for the winter. He can even sell it, buy and sell. He makes a lot of money again, and the national treasury has income again. Wang Gui, you are very good, Li Shimin said directly. This is also for Tang. It is what we should do to facilitate such a business. Wang Gui responded shamelessly. Not for the Wang family. At this time, it is clear at a glance who is better and who is worse. Okay, I don't want to say anything more. This order must be issued. Anyone who trades with the Turks to obtain sheep will be paid by the court with 500 yuan. There must be no mistake. This is obviously to pull the hair out of the family. Let the family not have much profit. After all, it takes a lot of effort to make the porcelain beautifully. But after all, the number is too large, the profit is not much, but the number is large. Accumulated, also have a lot of money. Unlike Li Minitzel Yulicheng, it is produced directly on the assembly line, which is good and fast. After receiving it, Wei Zheng and Wang Gui left the Qi palace. The two walked together without saying a word. It looks like it's on the bar. As for this time, a figure appeared behind them. It's an old man with glasses. It was Li Yuan. #send 888 #follow the VX. Official account book Friends Base Camp, watch popular masterpieces, and draw 888 cash red envelopes. He murmured, let Lee Minutes know about this matter. Regarding the porcelain, Lee Minutes had to know, and this is what Lee Yuan is doing now. As Lee Minutes eyeliner, he was able to know what was going on in the palace even at home and prepare in advance. The news quickly reached Lee Minutes' ears. You were reading www.uukanzu.com. When he knew all this, a smile appeared on his face. So, we are going to develop again, he said. Jiruxu wondered why Lee Minutes laughed like this. It seemed that something great was coming, and she didn't ask much. Lee Minutes then asked, where are the Turkic merchants? Zushan trotted out. Mr. Zilli, I'll go check it out. With Zushan going out, next, something big is going to happen in Chainan City. Today's last update, by the way, ask for the full order, so that Lao Yi has the motivation to write more, and strive for another update tomorrow. Chapter 148, The Turkic Nobles. P.S. Thank you for the book friends who ordered all yesterday, and today I will continue to update. Please complete the order, and please spread the support. As soon as Zushan went out, Jiruxu came to look for Lee Minutes. She came with questions. Mr. Zilli, what are you preparing for so much plant ash and lard? She looked at the things on the ground and some unknown bottles on the table, and asked very puzzled. He even said, what do these things have to do with our sisters? How did she know that Lee Minutes would teach them to make soap next? In ancient times, things like soap were in high demand. It would be better to have 100 or so girls make soap together. At the same time, some core knowledge is only taught to those selected by Yuan Dangang. In the eyes of outsiders, these things are ordinary, but they are irrelevant. Since Jiruxu wanted to ask, he told her, and it happened that he was free now. After teaching it to her, you can still get these girls to start giving birth. Come on, I'll tell you the answer. Lee Minutes smiled and said. Then she walked to the front. As for Jiruxu, she was a little puzzled. Receive red envelopes in cashier point coins. Red envelopes have been distributed to your account. WeChat pays attention to the public.zong.book base camp to get it. Answer? What is the answer? But still followed. I saw that they came to a closed place. It was an independent house, and Jiruxu looked around and controlled it so that not even flies could come in. Just know that what Lee Minutes will do next is very important, and he can't even let others know. She was watching. Seeing Lee Minutes busy there, Lee Minutes poured the plant ash into more water than it had, and started stirring. Don't forget to introduce the steps. Then, he filtered it with a cloth, and some white liquid came out. Repeatedly. Jiruxu was still puzzled. What's this? Mr. Zilli, you can just let the people do the work, are you? She thought that Lee Minutes was doing rough work. How could she know that Lee Minutes was teaching her to do an earth-shattering thing? Lee Minutes ignored it and said, look, it's up to you to preside over this work in the future. You can learn well, the amount of water you put in, and all the steps must be remembered. Every step is indispensable. Jiruxu exclaimed, it's that simple. Every step here is searched out by him, and every step is very important. Once there is more or less, the result will be different. No, just look at it and you'll know. Then he evaporated and concentrated the filtered solution to increase the concentration of the solution. This step is very important and involves the degree of curing of the finished product. At the same time, it is also prepared for the next step. Furthermore, let the maids bring the previously boiled lard and add it to the concentrated water. Jiruxu felt nauseated and almost vomited. Put this lard in that water. It looks very greasy. She never thought that Lee Minutes would let her do these things. But she said that no matter what happens in the future, she will follow Lee Minutes. So, she has to do this job too. But often some things are superficial phenomena, and if they are fundamental, they will definitely be shocking. Mr. Zilli, can you tell me what's going on? I really have a clue. It's really hard to explain things like soap. Everything is verified by the function of the finished product. Don't worry, you'll know in a while. Lee Minutes told her not to worry. In the meantime, He added some spice concentrated essential oils and some powders. Then put it into the pot and bring to a boil, stirring constantly. A burst of scent spreads out. If you put the lard aside, this might be a wonderful aroma. It's a pity that lard is really disgusting. No matter how fragrant something is, there will inevitably be lumps in my heart. Next, those transparent lard suddenly lost its form. If they didn't say it, no one would know that it was lard. And just like that, the mixture was cooked until it was very thick. Lee Minutes knew that the saponification was now complete. Next, just wait for it to cool before forming. Come on, put on the mold. The maids brought over the molds that were prepared earlier, and he poured the boiled soap into the mold. This can be, wait a little longer. After he was done, he sat down and drank Coke, looking casual. But Jiruxu didn't know why. What is he going to do? But, do you remember everything I did just now? Lee Minutes asked. Remember. Alright then, sit down and you'll know the result in a while. Jiruxu did not say a word and could only wait. This is a long process. I'm afraid it won't be good in the short term. Until Zushan returned. Mr. Zilly, I'm back. Huh? What was the result? Zushan stepped forward and whispered. The Wang family asked Wangxi to take the Turks around, and they have already agreed on the next porcelain sales plan. That Wang family is also enough to fight, and the porcelain alone has produced hundreds of thousands of sets. The deal with the Turks was a set in exchange for a sheep. I heard that His Majesty also gave a plan to buy sheep. Each sheep received 500 wen and must be sold to the imperial court. Zushan said it very clearly. It seems that Li Shimin is going to be involved in these things. That's even better. Who's making money is not making it. If he can get the order from the Wang family, then he will have at least tens of thousands of income this time. Lee Minutes had an idea in his mind. What's the name of the Turks? My name is Ashina. I heard that he is still a noble. Where are they now? In the brothel. Very good. Pay close attention, and when they come out, let Fang Yi beat Wangxi again, and say that it was the surname Xi who did it. Do you know? Zushan understands. This is not the first time they have done this. Also, invite Ashina to the Shengton group. I have something to talk to him about. Clear. Wait, you find someone who understands Turkic language. I need an interpreter. At this time, Jiruxu said, Mr. Zilly, I can speak Turkic language. Why don't I come? Okay. Lee Minutes underestimated Jiruxu. He thought about it. It seems that most of the women who can mix in the brothel can speak the languages of 2 or 3 countries. After all, Shainan is a metropolis for a generation, attracting people from various countries to come to do business. They generally have nowhere to go, except for the brothel. In order to please them, more than half of these brothel women will learn the language of their country, and some even act as tour guides, taking these foreigners around. So Jiruxu knew the Turkic language, and that was normal. Okay, then it'll be fortunate for you in a while. No, Mr. Zilly. Then he'll go out and make arrangements. Zushan went out to make arrangements. The two waited for a while. Lee Minutes went to open the mold. Jiruxu's eyes lit up, but could not speak. Chapter 149. Opening up the relationship. In front of Jiruxu's eyes, white solid objects appeared one after another, as white and tender as condensed fat, and they looked beautiful like jade. There is absolutely no greasy lard. There is also no stickiness that the pot had just started. These things and the things just now are completely different things. She took a closer look and gently picked up one with her hand. Was taken aback by the pattern above. Unexpectedly, the mold can make these patterns. Exquisite. It is simply too exquisite. Such a small object can even be engraved with such a beautiful pattern. She looked up, and then saw something. Among the patterns, there is also the existence of words. This is. She looked to the other side. 8 characters are written on it. She read it out involuntarily. Shengteng soap is as beautiful as it comes. Okay, this word has a distant meaning. But what is this beauty? What is soap? Lee Minutes knows. She must not know. What is soap? Everyone knows that in the prosperous Tang dynasty, it refers to the prosperous Tang group. So Lee Minutes said, This is a soap for washing your face and bathing. Its function can whiten and remove dirt. After using this, beauty comes. It is as beautiful as it comes. I see, but is this thing really what you said? Can it be used? Of course, come here. Lee Minutes looked around, and there was a maid whose face was black and very dirty. The girl was a little flattered. Mr. Zilly, are you calling me? That's right, it's you. Yes. She came over. He asked her to stretch out his hands. I saw that her hands were covered with black ashes, with some grease on them. If these hands are washed with water, it will take a long time to wash them. But with Shengteng soap, it is different. Put your hands in the basin. Yes. Exchange good books. Pay attention to the VX public number. Book friends base camp. Follow now and get cash red envelopes. The girl put her hands in the basin, and Lee Minutes handed her a piece of Shengteng soap. Wash your hands with it. The girl did as she did, and after washing her hands, bubbles began to form. There are still some bubbles in the water. Surprise everyone, especially Jiruxu. That little expression became very shocked. She walks over. That bubble is beautiful in the sun. Lee Minutes was used to this kind of change, so he didn't feel anything special. Put your hand out after washing. The girl did so. Those hands felt very wet, and it seems to have turned a little whiter. In the sun, it looks extraordinarily beautiful. Jiruxu was moved. Such a good thing, but I didn't expect it to be made with lard and some plant ash. Mr. Zilly, that really turns corruption into magic. How did you know? She asked again. The expression was very excited. Lee Minutes couldn't tell him, I found it, let alone tell him that this thing will be very common in the future. And he didn't know that there was one more title about him in future entries. The father of washing. Although the title is not very pleasant, but make do with it. Since it can't be said that it came from a search, he can only say, you don't have to worry about this. Anyway, in the future, your little sisters have something to do. I want them to make a lot of Shengteng soap, and then pack them and put them in a warehouse. Yes, I will do it. Jiruxu nodded and said. Then, she said again, can you give me one of these Shengteng soaps? I want to use them. Speaking of sending, her eyes were full of longing. Everyone has the love of beauty, especially women. Especially Jiruxu. In front of her is the person she hides in her heart, and she must give her the best side. She no longer had the fear just now, and even forgot the greasy feeling brought by the lard just now. Deliver? Lee Minutes asked. Can't it? If it doesn't work, then forget it. I just said it casually. No, you remind me of one thing. Lee Minutes remembered Leer's harem. If you use this soap to send Leer's harem, the result must be very fun. After all, these things are consumables, and they will be gone after a long time. At that time, he will increase the price to sell it, and the business of the people in the palace is enough for him to make a fortune. As a product with low production volume, he still took the high-end line in the early stage. You can even make no money up front. If he gets through the relationship between everyone in Leer's harem, and even the ministers' wives, is it a better way for him to go forward? Lee Minutes thought about it a lot. Jiruxu on the side didn't know anything. She asked, what's the matter? Can you tell me? What's up? Lee Minutes couldn't say anything. After all, his identity is now the sixth prince, and he has not been known by more people. Jiruxu didn't even know. It's okay, you will make these things from now on, not to mention whether you can give them away or not. Everything here can be yours. You can use them however you want, but you can take them out and give them away. Other than that, there are no restrictions. By the way, you can do it yourself in the future. The same is true. It's different, because they were made by you, and they mean a lot. This may be the most heartwarming thing Lee Minutes has heard. Really? Then you can take a few more. There were 100 or so soaps in front of him, so it was not impossible for Jiruxu to take some more. What if I want them all? Use them all as souvenirs. All? Why? Lee Minutes can't do it. I want to keep it as a souvenir. This woman is really, I don't know what to say. That won't work. The rest, I still have a roll. You can take some more. Yes. Jiruxu is just joking, Mr. Zilly. Don't get excited. Lee minutes. What am I excited about? Obviously not okay. I can't stand the enthusiasm of this woman. Got to do the right thing. So he said, you put them all in boxes. Yes, the maids did so. And he called Cheng Chubai again. Cheng Chubai. What are your orders, Mr. Zilli? Take these things back to your home, and have your mother send them into the palace for Concubine Yang and the others. And give this paper to Concubine Yang. You know, Cheng Chubai knew that Concubine Yang was Lee Minutes' mother and wanted to connect the two through the Kui family. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. He didn't ask any further questions, just answered yes, and let people take these things out of the group. On the other hand, Jiruxu stared at Lee Minutes in a stunned manner. It turned out that Lee Minutes just wanted to use these soaps to open up some relationships and make the group better. She hadn't thought about this. At the same time, it is worship. It turns out that Lee Minutes' social network is so wide. As soon as the soap entered the palace, it caused a huge sensation. Leah's concubines were about to break through Concubine Yang's palace gate, and Concubine Yang also acted according to what Lee Minutes said on the note. And so, until the afternoon, Zushan is back, and also came back with a Turk. Chapter 150, putting on Zushan and a few people who came to the group with a sack. After that, someone came to call Lee Minutes. Said he was back with a gift. Mr. Zilli, Zushan has returned. When Lee Minutes heard this, it meant that the Turks had received it. Oh, is it very fast? Yuxu, let's go out and see. Yes, there. Two of them went out. Then they went to the parlor. I can only see a sack in the middle, but where is Zushan? This made Lee Minutes wonder. He walked to the edge of the inner sack. What was in it? Why is it so strange? Where's Zushan? As he spoke, the sack moved. This made him a little depressed. What's in this sack? Is it human? Zushan walked in from outside at this time. Mr. Zilli. What about the Turks? There, inside the sack. Zushan pointed at the sack and said, What? What are you doing? I asked you to invite him over, not to tie him up. It's really embarrassing for you to do this. Zushan's face was embarrassed. After all, this Turk is not easy to invite. Mr. Zilli. You don't know, this Turk is too aggressive, and we can't understand what he said. It's too embarrassing for us to ask us, so we came up with this method. It was Zushan who said it, and that's right, they don't understand Turkic dialect. This book is organized and produced by the public account. Pay attention to VX Book Friends Base Camp. Read books and receive cash red envelopes. How to invite someone. Watching the sack keep squirming. That being said, it seems to be the case too. If I had known, I would have brought someone who knew the Turkic language. But now it's useless to say anything. Everyone is here, so let's be here. Now that you are here, you can't meet directly, or you will make the Turks angry, and future business will be difficult to do. So, Lee Minutes decided to act in a play. Then he asked, what about Wang Xi? What happened to him? I was beaten by Fang Yi, and at the same time put the blame on the surnamed Xu. Next, they may seek revenge on the surnamed Xu. The conflict between the two sides last time without being intensified. There may be a way to make them fight again this time. Very good. When you trapped him, did he see it? For example, your appearance? Of course not. We did it secretly. As soon as they came out of the brothel, we tie him up and didn't say a word to him. What play? Get him out. And then, Zushan said quite proudly, very well, in a while, let's play a play. He explained in a low voice. Zushan will agree. So the sack was carried out. Until the sack was placed in a quiet place, the panic of the people inside the sack could be felt. He could be seen shivering. Suddenly, there was thunder outside. Then came the sound of killing. The voice did not dissipate for a long time, until after a long time, the surroundings returned to calm. Then someone seemed to approach him. Suddenly, the sack was torn open. There was a boy, a girl, and a tall being in front of him. They are Lee Minutes, Jiruxu and Xrengai. The three were staring at the man in the sack. This man is very thin and has a very distinctive appearance. At a glance, you can tell that this is a Turk. Otherwise, It can be seen from his clothing. The man looked a little scared, until Lee Minutes spoke up. Are you okay there? Men couldn't understand. Jiruxu acted as a translator. So, their conversation went very smoothly. The following is the content of the translated dialogue. The man said, "Who are you? We just saw that someone wanted to harm you, so we broke them up." Lee Minutes said, pointing to everything on the ground. Obviously, there are traces of fighting on the ground. At the same time, Lee Minutes also took out a piece of jade and said, "It fell from those people. Do you have any grudge against them?" "This is something belonging to the Wang family." "Why did they do this?" Lee Minutes shrugged. "I don't know either." "Or maybe you are a Turk? The Wang family is in Chainan City, and they look down on you outsiders the most." Lee Minutes said, "Of course, it's all about him acting. This is for men to see." The man fell into contemplation. Lee Minutes asked again, "My name is Zilli. What's your name?" It turned out to be Mr. Zilli. "I heard your legend in the Turks. You are the #1 talent in the Tang dynasty in recent years." "By the way, my name is Ashina," said Ashina, a Turk. This made Lee Minutes a little surprised. He didn't expect that his reputation would spread to the Turks. "Huh? Is that so?" "That's right. Not only that, but your poems are also widely circulated. Some Turkic cultures are proud of you." In this way, Lee Minutes' status in the hearts of Turks is quite high. In this way, the next plan will be very smooth. Therefore, he deliberately asked, "What are you doing in Tang dynasty, Ashina? Why are you related to the Wang family?" Ashina could only answer the first of these two questions. As for the second, how could he possibly know? "I came to Tang with my caravan in exchange for some porcelain. This matter was negotiated a month ago, and the Wang family is mainly in charge. And our sheep are also ready. They are outside the gate and can come in at any time. As for why the Wang family wants to kill me, I don't know." Lee Minutes smiled. Everything was under his control, so he withdrew the lie. "It must be because they want to hold you hostage and ask your caravan to exchange the highest price for porcelain." "What? How dare this Wang family do this?" "I'm so mad." Generally speaking, what others say is reliable or very bad, but Lee Minutes was for Mr. Zilli, and his reputation was very high, so Ashina believed. This is interesting. The Wang family may cry. When Wang Xi was beaten, they could only blame Xi Jingzong, and once Ashina was pulled away by him, they would probably be pissed off. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. The Wang family has never had any integrity in their work. I didn't expect you to trade with them. It's incomprehensible. This is also what Khan meant. He wanted to be friends with Tang. And our prairie needs these porcelain. So here we come. Ashina said. "I see." What Lee Minutes has to do next is to let the Wang family's bamboo baskets be empty, but he wants to make a lot of money, and the next step is to let Ashina join his group, and then talk about business, and put those outside the customs. Sheep get their hands on it. But porcelain is not transparent. So, he said, "Ashina, I see that you are sweating profusely. Why don't you come to my shop and drink some ice? I will treat you." As soon as Ashina heard it, he directly agreed. Then there is work there. Turks were still very heroic. Please,